Good morning, everybody. How's it going this morning? A couple things I still have to clean up from last time here. Picked up some rabbits, we gotta butcher them. Let's not use the axe to butcher it, thank you. Why would she have done that? There's a pocket knife right there. Is that not good enough? Probably need a better knife. Stop it. Why is she... We're off to a great start here. How about now? Using one of my hatchets to butcher. That is a very silly decision by the game right there. More meat than I was expecting from those rabbits, to be honest. Seeing as we're still level 1 butchering now. Pinch of salt. Let's see what those come out to. Hey, how's it going? Good morning to all. We've got some breakfast cooking this morning. These both came out to be about 50 hunger worth. That's not bad. It's 2 50 soups, and they're entirely Well, no, that's we still got a little bit of jarred food. I was about to say that it's entirely foraged and butchered food, but no, not yet. Not quite yet. We still using up those jars of food. I'll hold on to one of those soups for today. Another two into the fridge for now. So we can put away cooking one. Or rather, cooking three. I'm not awake yet. I get the feeling that we're going to finish carving very quickly here. Yeah. We've got the book read, and there's only a little bit of a chunk left for level 2. Probably about a month. A little over a month, actually. We had the power go out before it was August, and now it's August 28th. We ended up living off the grid for a little while because we didn't have a generator at this specific location when we had the power go out. It was alright. It was alright. We still have one piece of cheese left, so we can still make one pizza in the future. Since there is no cheese production, and there probably never will be. Oops, that's going on my back, damn it. I'm carving a few long sticks out of saplings that we left on the ground here from when we cut some trees a while back. I need a total of 8, I believe, because I need to put up a couple of drying racks. Medium leather drying rack costs 6 each. Wow, okay. That's frustrating. So yeah, I just got enough to make one. Now that means I'm going to have to cut more trees. I'll probably put the drying racks in the bedroom here. I mean, that's... my bedroom is up here. So the, this is basically an unused room right now. I'm just gonna get rid of the bed. Canned cheese. Yeah, whatever works, right? Replace the battery in my flashlight here. It's about dead. Replace it with one of these 15 trillion other ones we've got here. Oh, I was putting spare military gear back here. Alright then. No, wait, I can move that. We have enough room to move this to the, I'll put this on the shelf. Shelf is full of most of garbage anyway. I really do hope they add that, yes. It seems so strange that they would go out of their way to add the ability to make our own pizzas and then make it impossible to make them at. You know what? That actually sounds exactly like something they do. They want us to be miserable. They want us to be miserable. After the power goes out, oh man, pizza's gone forever now. You know what? That's probably, yeah. They might keep it this way. It might be intentional. Oops. It gets put away. Oh, that's right. I left a bunch more nails on the floor here. It's not very easy to see nails on the floor right here, so I need to leave them. I usually like to leave my building materials outside, visibly conspicuous. Less likely to forget where I left them. Definitely feeling being Carpentry 6. I was expecting most of this to be broken. Alright, so we've got the 6 sticks. Now we just need some twine. I have stockpiled some here for tailoring. We can appropriate that. Oh, wait a minute. I think I actually do need nails and a drill. No, just nails. It's the other one that needed a drill. Okay, oops. Vegan pizzas. How do you even do that? Synthetic everything. There we go. Medium leather drying rack. Coming right up. So this is the one that's only 2 tiles. That's not so bad. I'll put the first one here. So let's go get 6 more sticks. And we'll make another one because we've got 2 medium leather to process. We're still a little ways out from actually putting together a forge of any sort, but getting the dried leather ahead of time is, well, we have to be in that practice now because that's it takes 7 days to dry. I'm never not going to make that joke when it's appropriate. 7 days to dry. So yeah, I think there's a couple saplings left out here, but we're probably going to have to cut a couple more trees. Yeah, we got 2. And we get 1 sapling per tree, as long as the tree is big enough. But that also includes smaller trees. So it sounds annoying, but it's as long as you got enough axes, thankfully. We've got a few axes. Just a few. Hey, Command, how's it going? We got some tree cutting this morning, among other things. Hey, there we go, carving level 2. On to the next book shortly here. As soon as I get this leather on the rack. I didn't get a sapling either time that time. So maybe it's not all trees, actually. Maybe it's either only the smaller ones or the larger ones for some reason. So that I just cut 2 double log trees in a row and I got nothing. So a small one like this, perhaps? Yeah, look at that. There's another thing I didn't learn for another 3,000 hours. Alright, we're up to 5. There should be 1 more. Yeah, there we go. way I figure it is if I... well, I actually have to carve those sticks first. 2, 3. I figure if I put it here, right in front of the painting, I believe the large racks are double the size of this. So we could fit another large rack back here, and we could make that either a crop rack or a, I seriously doubt I'm going to need a crop rack. But let's just leave space for it just in case. Right? Oh, I have a better idea. If we do it like that, there's no way I could fit a crop rack in here. Yeah, I would never be able to do a double and make it optimal. I would never be able to fit that. Okay, I'm overthinking it, as always. To give you guys an example of why I'm thinking so carefully about the placement of my drying racks, I feel morally obligated to show you what peak drying rack performance looks like. Hang on, I got a screenshot. Here it is. This is the police station in Riverside. We turned it into a industrial drying facility. But this was winter. We had to do it this way because it was winter. If we did not have some sort of fire source near every single rack, it wouldn't dry. And for some godforsaken reason, the devs made it so that you have to harvest fall crops in the middle of winter. So as you can see, there's snow falling outside. We had to do this in the middle of winter. But crops can't dry in winter, it's too cold. So every time I put together drying racks now, I'm thinking about optimal placement of fireplaces. In this case, this spot right here would be an optimal placement. But there would be no optimal placement for a larger rack in this room. But like I said, I need to kind of push that out of my head right now because it's still, technically still summer. I mean, it's 74 degrees inside right now, so we're fine. We just need to process the leather now. I think for that, it's still just planks. So we need a tannin barrel and a softening beam. Yeah, 2 planks, 2 nails. 2 planks, 2 nails. That's I feel like these are going to be harder to do in the future too. I think this whole two planks, 2 nails thing, I think that's all placeholder. Just like the butcher hook. It ended up being 2 nails, 2 planks, and then they added an iron hook to it. I can't wait to see what they're going to add for these. Because remember, this is not complicated enough yet. Somehow. Softening beam. Let's see. Yeah, put it right there. And then barrel. That even leaves us room to put the animal parts crate in there. So right now all the animal parts are in this crate, but now we can have a dedicated crate for it. And now we need a specific tool called a, I'm just going to scroll through my tools. I think I have one. I actually forgot what it's called. I know I have one somewhere. It's probably in the, yeah, it's in the expedition supplies, which have been transferred to Citrus Wave, yeah. There you are. Alright, this is where it should be. But it's not, because I'm an idiot. Passenger seat? No. I might have actually not brought it. which would be a profound error on my part. There's no chance I don't have one somewhere in here somewhere. Fleshing tool, that's what it's called. Fleshing tool. Took me a minute to remember that. So we've got Longblade 1, 3, and 5. To be honest, 1 is actually not all that necessary. I don't find it too difficult to grind the first 2 levels of Longblade. So if I had to pick, I would have picked 2, but I got 5. I don't care about anything else right now. Getting Longblade 5 was something I could not do on the past 2 characters combined. I spent about 2,000 hours on my past 2 characters combined. If you don't believe me, links in the description. Cult compound. Rubber tire sandals, fascinating. That's an odd choice. Definitely an odd choice. Now we don't actually need to have a fleshing tool industrial one. We can make a fleshing tool ourselves if we have carving of a certain level, but I don't know if we're that level yet. Oh, we are. I literally just have to have the recipe. I have to have the recipe. That's one of those recipes that, well, let me make sure that I've read every magazine that I have right now, because I have literal tons of magazines. And there are a few magazines I haven't read. Let's get those. Every single magazine should be read. No exceptions. I'm going to go ahead and actually just take this entire backpack and put on the reading glasses and get some more comfortable, because that makes you read faster now. Starting with Carlo Crystal Guide. This is, Carlo Crystal Guide is actually... There was one of them. It's not Carlo Crystal Guide. There's one that is, like, absolute necessity to get started in glass making. Like, you literally can't even touch the profession without it. But I guess that's not the one. So here's a blacksmithing magazine. Lane's Standard Auto. I'm surprised I hadn't read that yet. Leather Crafts. That's medium leather tailoring stuff. Medieval armoring, that's kind of higher level blacksmithing stuff. Modern blacksmithing at home. We don't need this book yet. This book is supposed to teach us how to make an advanced forge, but we already have the ability to do so. So I don't know what's going on there, but I like to have everything read anyway, so I'm reading it. There's a billion welder magazines. I believe that constitutes all magazines that are currently in my possession. And I don't think any of them were the ones that was holding me out from what I was trying to do right now. If I were to... No, I can't research the craft recipe. Okay, so that means we are not able to progress with starting the drying rack activities until we get a fleshing tool. Fleshing tool should not be hard to find. We could go to Irvington and we would find it for 100%. And that's likely what we're going to do. I'm probably going to check the neighbor's house first, though. Because there's a possibility that there's one in my neighbor's house and I just ignored it. So we won't even need to make, whatchamacallit, crucibles with pottery. We will still need a ceramic blacksmith anvil, though, so pottery is... I don't think I've ever found a ceramic blacksmith anvil in the wild. So pottery is still a hard requirement to get started with blacksmithing. Just need to put away comic book. That should be going... here until this is full, at least. Oh, I was carrying around this empty mug as a reminder to myself that I drank my coffee. We're gonna fix that. I should be carrying around a coffee at all times in case the situation arises where I need to go a little longer. These are all duplicates. So the leather that I actually need to process can just stay in the box for now. And there was some stuff in here I needed to get put into the main van. That probably constitutes the duffels over here. So these are supposed to be in the main van, but they're not. I think all of my 9mm magazines have been removed from this van. I do have enough loose to top off this one. So, I get the feeling that one of my neighbors had a fleshing tool over here on Hayesville, but I'm not sure exactly. I'll go ahead and check them, because I'm pretty sure there won't be any threats in the way. But if I don't find one over there, then I'm going to have to go back to Irvington. Already. Hey Mario, good morning. Jimmy's, how's it going? Wait a minute. Neighbors up the street, not down the street. It is definitely getting to September in Project Zomboid. You can tell by the rain. Oops. Alright, it wasn't this one. While I'm here, I'll pick up the die. I do like how we can not hear the rain when we're downstairs in a basement, but we can still hear the water on the floor. That's some basement flooding right there is what that is. Lots of random stuff down here, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Thing is, I swear I remember there being a fleshing tool somewhere in this area. That's just but that's just vague enough to... just vague enough to be almost meaningless. Machete in Irvington's gun store. That's a lot of time spent looking for a machete. I probably personally would have just settled into making one instead of finding one. But the ones you find are generally going to last a little longer too. And that's always a good thing. Use it well. A hobby basement here. This is a likely candidate, but not guaranteed. Yeah, see things like hand drills and large hooks. I feel like large hooks are everywhere now. I have been seeing lots of large hooks. What's that book on the floor in there? It's a purple cover. Oh, fishing. When I see purple covers on books, sometimes it triggers something deep in my brain. Quick, make sure it's not aiming or reloading, or, sorry, aiming or Longplay. Those both have purple covers. Just fishing. Yeah, it's those large hooks, man. They are, definitely trying to get us used to the idea that we're going to have them for, towing. It's coming, guys. I feel like we're closer than ever now. The update where a heavy chain and a large hook weighing 12.5 encumbrance just to tow a vehicle, it's coming. Mark my words. We're finding too many of them in garages. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And it's going to suck. And I'm going to hate it. And so is everybody else. But that's going to be because the devs just... they got us used to doing things the easy way because they never wanted to bother finishing what they started with vehicles. Scythe, that's actually kind of useful. If it sounds like the rain is getting louder, it's because there's audio problems when there's windows open nearby for some reason. Windows have an additive effect on the sound. That's been a problem for several builds now. Yeah, I have no idea where it was I saw a fleshing tool in the area. I know I did. No, I've checked everything here. Nothing in these three houses, at least. That's okay. I know exactly where to find one. It's just a little ways out. And I wasn't particularly interested in going back to Irvington again, but, well... that just means that I have even more reason to clear the road. What the fuck? I didn't pay attention to my tires. Now I don't have a tire. Yeah, okay. These tires are garbage. I think they always have been. I am high enough level mechanics that I can replace tires without damaging them. So I'm just going to cut the engine and come back tomorrow because it's my bedtime right now. Yeah, that fucking freaked the fuck out of me because I'm not used to hearing a gunshot-esque sound for no reason at all. And I... somewhere deep down I recognize that it wasn't a meta noise. I hear shotgun meta noises all the time and they've just... my brain ignores them so much that when it causes zombie movement, I actually get confused. All four tires on that particular van were actually garbage. Which is, I mean, I would have replaced them a long time ago, but I only just recently, relatively speaking, got my mechanics leveled up. So we're going to have a bite of soup. And bedtime. All right. It shouldn't be. Yeah. So I actually remember in one of the basements of the houses we were just in, there was a perfect performance tire for a heavy-duty vehicle on the ground. I actually, my brain kind of ignored it because we're still in a stage where I think brakes and suspensions, we're still, because we're only mechanics level 3. So I think brakes and suspensions will still damage them if we try to put them on or take them off. So, but that's fine. It's not brakes or suspensions I need to swap, so. I'm going to go get a different vehicle. Citrus Wave will probably be fine. I think it's got my tools in it anyway. At least it should. Yeah, you can tell by the night fog. You see how the fog is rolling in at night? The game doesn't usually ever do night fog because the engine doesn't do it well. You see how it's kind of bright and it's a little bit... there's horizontal lines too, and I don't even know why they're there. But the game's engine doesn't do fog very well. I might have actually left the vehicle tools specifically on in this vehicle. Passenger seat or driver's seat, maybe. Yeah, jack and pump, they're there. Pump in the backpack for now. Okay. So now I'm just going to go harvest tires, right? Because if I'm going to replace one tire, I'm just going to replace them all. I mean, the other three are garbage anyway. 32, 47, 36. We should just replace them all. We have the technology. And we got the tools and the talent. Let's see what this thing has. This thing's probably crappy, but got our first volunteer here. Oh, no, I said it's probably crappy, but there's 300% performance tires on it. Deceptive. Very deceptive. But I'm here for it. And now there was one more performance tire that I remember seeing in the basement of the first house, I believe. So I'm gonna go steal that. Shit, that's the other way. Oh, it was performance standard. So this is regular heavy duty. That's fine. That's fine. 1 regular and 3 performance. That just means I'm going to be on the lookout for a perfect performance in the future. And I'll slap it on there. Yeah, that's fine. 4 out of 4 tires at 100% condition. If one of them happens to be regular instead of performance, that's not the worst thing. Oops. That was my turn right there. Alright, so the brakes aren't perfect, but our total force is about 80. That's fine. I never go too fast in a step van anyway. And she lives. We'll pump up the tires later. It's about bedtime. Well, actually, wait a minute. That one we picked up as an item might have started out deflated completely. Yeah, I don't even think I want to... It's probably not a good idea even to tow it if one of the tires are just completely deflated. I'll put a little bit of air in it. If it's below a certain threshold, it'll literally just fall off. And that would be an even bigger waste of time. Alright, I'll inflate everything the rest of the way once we're home. That is probably a much better place for a blowout to happen, right down the road from your own base, than on an expedition. Because this black van right here that had the bad tire that just blew out, that's my expedition vehicle right now. I usually prefer to do expedition vehicles as my ambulance, but I ain't got no ambulance yet. I think Dani may have... All of her luck may have been allocated other than finding good ambulances. But that's okay. I think we'll definitely find one at some point. We just didn't get one during the initial map tour, which is, well, that's unfortunate, but we'll survive. Now here's my theory. We found a spoon. We should eat this soup twice as fast now, but we don't. Damn, that's really stupid. It works with forks and roasts. Frank, how's it going today? We're doing all right. We just had a tire blowout, but we got it repaired. We got it replaced. All right. Jack and tire iron are going to stay in my field kit now, permanently. The pump we're going to put back after we get our tires topped up here. I'm just going to do all my tires for all my vehicles. Something I haven't been paying enough attention to. Did I get... Oh, I did get a citrus wave. That one is 100% for everybody. There we go. It depends. Okay, so you want to install car parts. What you want to pay close attention to is when you right-click on the part and hit uninstall, in the little menu that flies out to the right here, where it says what you need, it's going to tell you whether there's a chance to damage the part. What I recommend for leveling mechanics is, well, before I ever level any skills, I always go get the books first. So unless you have, you know, like the mechanic trait and you get a huge bonus, I recommend going and getting the books first, read the books, and then I also raid video stores and get episodes of Car Zone, and after reading the first book, I watch Car Zone. That gets me the first 2 levels. and then I read the second book, and I watch Car Zone. That gets me the third level. So the first 3 levels of mechanics, the way I do it, I always just wait for the TV episodes. So but that also kind of means I'm just not doing mechanics much early game. If you want to get right into it, what I recommend is find vehicles that you don't care about and take the parts off of them and then put them back on again. Or just, harvest the good parts, remove the bad parts, that kind of stuff. For example, if I right-click on this brake, it says chance of success, 35%, chance of damage, 65%. What that tells me is I'm not touching brakes yet. I'm going to focus on removing and re-adding other parts until I level up. So that's usually what I recommend to level mechanics. Look and see if you have a chance to damage when you try to remove the part. And if there is a chance to damage, sometimes I'll take a calculated risk on it, but I don't really recommend it because it's just a fast track to damaging your parts. Yes, this is vanilla. The only thing that I have changed is the color of the backpack. This would be the olive drab backpack, but I did a texture replacement mod, so very lightweight, just a single drop-in replacement. We ended up with another bottle of dye here for a total of 5. I'm going to go ahead and drop all of those into one of these crates. I don't know if dyeing clothes has been fixed yet. I suppose we'll find out soon. If I have a spare formal shirt... Yeah, I have this green formal shirt. I'm going to try dyeing this. If you want to dye clothes, you need a bucket and some dye, and then, I think that's it. So if you go to the crafting menu, go to dye. Not even a bucket, or you just need, no, you do need a bucket, sorry. It just needs to be water of 10 liters. So I could go get, a, whatchamacallit, like a gas can, fill it with water or something. Since it's raining, we'll just process my buckets. Public service announcement, buckets fill up faster than rain barrels. So if you are in need of water and you want to get more, then just put buckets near your rain barrels and dump them in whenever you have the moment. Of course, now that I leave them up here, the rain's probably done for now. It'll be on and off for a few days. Alright, so we should have everything I need now. Let's just pick the color of dye. I'm going to do... I've got this color of orange right here. And I want to see what it looks like when you actually put it on clothes. So I'm going to go ahead and move away from the other dye so it doesn't select it. And I'm going to take the shirt off because I think it won't let me use it if I'm wearing it. Yes, okay, there we go. So I hit the dye button, and it's going to automatically pull 200 milliliters of dye from the dye bottle. And it's going to drain the water out of the bucket here. So this should now be an orange formal shirt. That's not a bad shade. Look at that. I like that. It is a little bit more saturated than what the... it's kind of hard to see the... it's really, really small there. It's really small. The color is... you know, now I'm curious. I'm going to... It's Photoshop time here. Hang on. It's Photoshop time. I want to see what the differential is between the icon, where it's supposed to show us the color of the dye, and what we actually see on the shirt. Now, don't get too excited. This is really cool, of course, but last time I did this, the color didn't stick. I would close and reopen the game, and it would be the shirt would be back to the color it used to be. So I'm going to zoom this in here. This is what it looks like in our UI. You can see the icon of the bottle there, and you can see the little bar that shows the dye color, and then we can see our character at the bottom. So what I want to do is just compare those two colors and see exactly how much of a difference there is. Because it feels like there's a subtle difference there. So let's just do a swatch test on this. On the bar first. Where's my eyedropper? There you are. Eyedropper on the bar, swatch. Eyedropper on the, I guess, the mid-tone area of the shirt. So there's the mid-tone area of the shirt, DB5E34. And then we're FF6832. Okay, so the... I also don't know which parts of the shirt are lighter. It looks like the dye is subtractive, it's, I don't know how to phrase it. Basically, any parts of the shirt that should be white should be the brightest shade of the available color. And then everything else that's darker is darker. But I do like this. I think I'm going to stick with it. The moment I saw this orange dye, I was like, okay, now I just need some red to make it a little darker. And I won't say no to some red. If we happen to find some red dye, maybe I'll do that. If you want to mix dye, all you got to do is use the transfer liquid system, right? So now that we've got this bottle, I could take a, what's it called? I could take a, actually what I like to do, one thing that I like to do is use transparent containers. Do I have any right now? Yes, like an empty plastic bottle, just a 1 liter here. So if I transfer, like, let's do like 200 milliliters to start. So 200 milliliters from the orange dye container to the bottle there. Now, all we have right now in terms of dye is we've got white, 2 dark blues, pretty much identical to each other, and then a purple. So if I wanted to mix purple and orange, I don't know how the game would process that. Sometimes the coloration is weird. Like, it's like there's a little bit of additive. There's a little bit of additive and there's a little bit of averaging. So let's just see what happens if we pour in equal amounts. Equal amounts of purple and orange. That turned it into like a magenta. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. That's like a it's like a fuchsia sort of color. I'm gonna use the white dye because we have a little bit of white dye as well. I'm gonna see what happens if we lighten that up. Now again, this is the little bar here, the icon or the liquid color looks brighter than the icon in my inventory. And that's one chief complaint that I have about this system. So I'm going to try adding 100 milliliters of white. And that's like a bubblegum pink if we go by this here. We can even take this plastic bottle full of dye and place it in the world. But that does not match what we're seeing in the UI though. Go to the floor here, right click on the dye and hit transfer liquid. Compare that to that. That doesn't even look anything like it. Look at that. Yeah, right here. Compare the bottle on the left to the what we see in the transfer liquid menu. The transfer liquid menu is like twice as bright. It doesn't make any sense. And the icon for the bottle is like somewhere in between these two. So I have no idea exactly what color we're supposed to actually be getting. That's one of the reasons I didn't know what shade of orange we were going to end up with here. This is like 80% good in my mind. I'm very specific on my oranges. I don't know if you guys noticed. I enjoy orange. It is my favorite color, but I'm very specific about what shade of orange. It is FF6400 is the hex code for the perfect orange. And I will accept nothing but perfection when it comes to oranges. So, this is a close second. I'll accept this. I might want to swap the tie for something else later. Because now that we're not having a black shirt in the center, the tie is a bit clashing. So I will accept this, but I'm going to ditch the tie for now. The perfect tie in this game, in my mind, is a Spiffo tie. Because the Spiffo tie is black canvas with just a little Spiffo icon dead center. We need to put the tire pump back into the field kit here. And then we need to eat because we are very hungry, and I'm a doofus who forgot to eat. And then we are set to continue our search for a flushing tool. Actually, since we're super hungry, I'm just going to eat half of this 45 roast. Perfect. And before we deploy, I did go ahead and pick up some bleach from the neighbor's house while I was getting that dye. Bleach combined with a bucket of water equals a cleaning fluid that you can use to clean your to clean up. If you build a base in an existing POI, you might notice that walls and floors everywhere are really grimy and dirty. This is how you clean them. What I like to do is just take a bucket of water that's full, empty a very small amount, so that there's like, yeah, that's like 200 milliliters is still available. And then I'm just going to transfer liquid from the bleach into the bucket, like maybe 100 milliliters or so. So now we have a bucket that is like 95% bleach, or sorry, 95% water, and the remaining bit is bleach. And then I'm going to get the bleach out of my inventory so that the game doesn't actually accidentally waste it. Put it in there. And now, when I right-click, I can clean stains using the mop and the bucket. And observe the difference. It's quite different right there between the left and right. So at least my kitchen and my bedroom for sure isn't quite as noticeable on these back walls. That's a lot better. Now, you could do this without diluting the bleach, but you would use up the bleach very quickly. So I usually recommend diluting the bleach by putting it into a bucket of water. Now, the exterior, I'm going to start from this side because I got some artwork on the... some artwork I found randomly. It looks better without the grime. This is also a way to get rid of blood stains. I had killed a bunch of zombies in this area and splattered their blood all over the walls. I probably will run out of bleach or water at some point here. Yeah, we ran out of something if you check the... Yeah. What I can do now, though, is I got these troughs here specifically for instant gratification to acquire more water. You could right-click and hit fill from a trough, but I prefer the transfer liquid actually uses less time. Look at that. It's clean and pretty now. Probably not. It depends on where they grow. I actually don't mind at all where they're at right now. But if they block the window, I will probably cut the ones blocking the windows, because I do want my windows to be visible. But like these two ones next to the windows, they're fine. They can grow however tall they want. And I did some butchering on the gravel up here, so I'm gonna get the blood stains off the floor there, and that's it. That's all we need. There's a little bit left over. Yeah, I am going to have to keep the closet intact because the closet wall here is, it is a light switch bearing wall, so it's, cannot be removed. And I will put on the shelf here, bucket of water and mop. Beautiful. I don't know if I'll ever, like, if I wanted to make this place prettier, the next thing I would do is replace the indoor floor. But I'm not that busted up about it. Yeah, the planks really are ugly. Whenever I get around to leveling welding, it used to be that you didn't require a level for the barricades, but now I've got to do some level 3 welding. It's good weather today. Now that the rain is drying up, we're going to go ahead and go down to Irvington. And we should have... There's 3 cartons of 12 gauge in here right now. I need to put those somewhere very conspicuous. Well, actually, no, I have a crate specifically full of stuff that needs to go with me. These crates right here, I position them so that I can back up a vehicle to them. These are like crates of things that will go forward with me to my next location. Almost everything indoors except for bags will probably stay here when I leave. So there's a few pieces of artwork when I leave I might take with me, but a lot of the stuff on the floor that's not in a bag is probably going to stay here. Or get used up somehow. Whatever is appropriate. But I'm going to put a 3rd crate in the stack outside. And the shotgun ammo can go in the 3rd crate here. So that's 3 cartons of 12 gauge. I brought these from Irvington. Irvington still has tons and tons and tons of ammo, but now that I've got that shotgun up here, all the ammo at Irvington is calibers I'm less likely to be worried about using. Okay. Food, right. If I am going to be going between towns, I'm just going to take all the perishable food I currently have. This rabbit meat is going to go bad within a week or so. If I leave it in the fridge, I'm going to freeze it. Generator should still be pretty good. It is, yeah, 92 is fine. I don't expect to be... Usually if I'm going to leave my base and go to another town, even for a short-term activity, I usually make sure my generator's good before I go, because short-term activities can balloon sometimes. This is my book collection here. This trailer is basically a library. 87 encumbrance worth of books, and some of that is compressed because we've got blacksmithing, electrical, masonry, mechanics, trapping, and welding all packed into sets. Maintenance, I'm still several levels out. Glassmaking, I'm probably not going to use for quite a while. Glassmaking is for basically after I get all of my blacksmithing infrastructure put together, so it's going to be quite a while before I actually touch glassmaking. So I'm going to go ahead and pack the books into a set now that I have all 5 of them. Now all the books in my library, their names are all grayed out in the list here because I have set all the books that I have already found and put in my library have been marked as unwanted. So I right click on them and hit mark as unwanted. That means that any time I see a copy out in the wild in the future, I know that I don't need to loot it. Mobile library at home. Same deal with cooking, actually. Same deal with cooking. I have the latest book read to the fullest extent, but I've still got a little ways to go before the levels are going to come, so we're going to go ahead and pack the cooking books. Cooking is, there's actually been some YouTubers who've made videos about this. Cooking currently, all you've got to do is get a few chickens, or maybe just a lot of chickens, and just take all of their eggs, like 100 eggs, put them all in the oven, and just turn them all into cooked eggs. And there, look at that, you've leveled up cooking, because every single one of them gives as much experience as everything else. I recommend not getting used to that because I feel like the devs are cooking an update, as it were. Butchering. I should hold on to that. Yeah, I should hold on to butchering, because not butchering 1, because we're actually about to finish butchering 1. Like, the next animal I butcher. Really? You know what? I don't know about that. Maybe I will hold on to butchering 1. Okay. So I've got several books, more than I need. I'm just going to finish off this 45 roast before I go. Now, one of the tools I have on me right now is a scythe. I'm bringing that with me because I will be able to use it to gather a large amount of grass to feed the animals with. I'm going to fill up, speaking of gas, or grass, speaking of grass, I'm going to fill up with gas. I'm going to take the step van here because we're below half tank. And the gas station at our destination is not secure yet. This gas station here should be fully secured, unless there's been any migrations. It's such a breath of fresh air to have no respawns coming up out of nowhere. Is that the right side? Yeah. Alrighty, off to Irvington we go. Ekron to Irvington is not too difficult of a trek, especially with the south exit here. With the south exit, we're basically just taking a turn on a KY 144, or right before we get there, actually. And that will have us on Irvington Road. Wait, that's not it. I just want to double check. Yeah, we stay in Hayesville. It's the next intersection. In terms of guns and ammo, we've got our 9 mils fully loaded, so that's 2 plus 2 plus 2. Yes, we have 6 magazines, that's 90 shots. The aiming book has been read, so there is nothing stopping us from working on firearms. Oh yeah, that would definitely be the long way, and it would take us by a huge swathe of zombies. But yep, we could do that. Oh, thank you for mentioning the Speedway, Dark. We've been to the Speedway, and we have located 2 race cars. And I had to leave them behind because we did not get the keys for either of them. However, I am now mechanics level 3 and electrical level 1. I am now perfectly capable of hot wiring vehicles, and I've done so several times. So there is nothing stopping us from getting a couple of race cars. And the cool thing about race cars, they are the most powerful towing vehicle in the game. We would easily be able to tow the vehicle we're driving now with the race car. It is. It really is. It's 2 more than ever existed in Nora's universe. Convulse? Why? I don't know. He's invulnerable before he convulses. The zombies have iframes sometimes, and I never figured out why. I could just wait and point blank him. That's a pretty reliable shot. When they're ragdolled like this, I usually wait for them to get up. Multiple from the south, I think. Mouse? I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why they do that. Leather coats for tailoring. Ammo check. 0. I feeling lucky, punk. There was one in the chamber. It's gonna be upstairs. Oh no, back door. So my panic is getting a little better, but it's still not late game. Hello, how's it going? Alright, beautiful. I think that was this house cleared. I don't think there's much incentive to loot the house, but... Oh, sewing kit. I do need that, actually. One of the things that I wasn't exactly loaded on when it comes to tailoring, I did not yet have very much thread. I still don't. There's only one set here. I saw this sewing kit and I was like, yes, please. Now, because there was a sewing kit in this house, I believe that means it's more likely for there to be other sewing materials. That is a theory that I have not confirmed. So I may actually loot this house after all. Because if I get more thread, then it's an absolute dub. I need water anyway. Hey, that works. That's one way to do it. Doesn't have to be organized right away. In the long term, it'll help you, but in the short term, probably better things to do. We got a laundry bag here. Fishies. That is a formal. You know what? I'm actually going to take this formal shirt in case I feel like dyeing something as a test. Yeah, I don't think I need anything else from here. I kind of like having all of the hosiery, so I have options. Even though these days I usually do black tights or fishnets, but... And then laundry bags or mail bags, you can split them into 2 pieces of burlap, and then each burlap piece is another sack. So basically, whenever I see a laundry bag like that, I just see another sack. Hello. I was wondering why the music stopped. It was because a jump scare was supposed to play. I didn't realize that there were a bunch of Zeds camping my car out here. That's why I don't usually shoot ragdolls. That should have been a perfect shot right there. Come on, buddy, get up. Fuck you. Alright, whatever. I'll wait for these guys to flip over. Been going pretty good today. We had a weird situation earlier where we had to improvise and replace a tire. Because we had one of our tires blow out. Oh, this guy is a glitch perma ragdoll. See how he's still moving? There's no target, he's dead, but he's still moving. And because of that, my character will get panicked when she sees him. See, I turn around, I turn back around, and she's panicked now. That can actually be rather infuriating late game when it happens to multiple zombies in, like, the same pile or something. 6 rounds left. Okay. So I do still want to check the upper floors of this house. I would have laughed if there was a generator in here. So, cardboard boxes. I'm never going to diss residential cardboard boxes again because we hit one randomly next to our base in Irvington, and we found Longplay volumes 1 and 5. That was Still mind-boggling that that happened. Because, once again, both of my previous characters, Nora and Annie, never found Longblade 5. But Dani here found it in her first, first 2 months. Yeah, first 2 months. Fishing line, hell yeah. We're getting closer to being able to fish. Yeah. No, that's not entirely wrong. I probably would be as well. Public service announcement. If there is a zombie at the top of the stairs in this tile, just waiting to ambush me, my crosshair would turn red. So I always check for Zeds at the top there. Electrical... Crate and a crate. A whole ass satellite dish. Yeah, you kidding me? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll take a satellite dish. They're actually kind of hard to recover from other places. Oh, random color knee pads. That's interesting. So, sporting knee pads can be random colored. They are pretty rare. And I think in this case, they actually spawn in the same color as this tank top. If I place them on the floor here, it looks like it's the same shade. I mentioned this before, I don't think I can ever wear tank tops in this game the way I play it. The insulation is too high. If you look at the insulation level, that is higher than almost every other t-shirt in the game. A tank top. Higher insulation than a t-shirt. Silly. But, yeah. I will hold on to these knee pads. It's like a darkish greenish blue. That would be difficult to make work, but I feel morally obligated to take them with me. And regrettably, even though they are random color generated, you cannot dye them yourself. A lot of the other items in the game that can spawn with random colors, a lot of those you can dye yourself. Unless something has changed, which I don't think it has. I picked up some sheets earlier because I wanted to make some sheet rope. Just going to turn all 4 of those into rope. With that, I think I can actually make a stack now, because in the vehicle, I have a bunch of loose rope. I thought we'd see a lot more sewing stuff here, but I was wrong. So I can definitely say for sure that just because you see a sewing kit out on somebody's table, that does not mean you'll find sewing gear elsewhere in the house. That's all right, I guess. Now, it is 1900 hours. I actually should be tired by now. The fact that I'm not tells me that it might be good for the journey if I just sleep now. Because then it'll be dark, but I'll be well rested and fully capable of getting out and wasting anybody who wants to mess with me on the road. So I think I'm going to do that. Now that I've secured the house, I mean, I do need to go outside and make sure the vehicle is not running, though, because I absolutely would have done that. We have a bunch of leather strips from those, yeah, we have a bunch of leather strips from those jackets. Way more than I thought. If you need to clean leather strips, I recommend using water in your inventory instead of a water source. Even though this whatchamacallit, this bathtub has got like 100 liters in it, it is still far more efficient to just use your inventory. Because you basically, I can clean 4 bandages at a time using just this 2-liter bottle. And now we have so many leather strips, we can make a stack out of it. Beautiful. So I didn't come home with more thread, but I did come home with another 16 leather strips, that's actually going to help us a lot with tailoring. So I didn't get exactly what I was looking for, but I got some very good stuff. Just going to put a garbage bag in the trunk and fill it with the lower priority stuff we just picked up. So in the glove compartment of my other van, I have a whole bunch of sheet rope. So I would have been able to make a sheet rope stack using the ones I made if I had the other van. I'm still not... Again, I'm so used to having my main vehicle be an ambulance that when I'm in a step van instead, it's actually throwing me off significantly. The goat is back. I appreciate that. We are back. We are in business, as it were. So things that are relevant to crafting, like immediately relevant to crafting, so welding stuff, blacksmithing stuff, tailoring stuff, I'm just putting directly into the trunk, and everything slightly lower priority into the garbage bag for later. Beautiful. Okay, that's all organized now. Can park the vehicular device. I don't think I have a pillow in this vehicle. And, yeah, of course I do. Good, good, good. Because I didn't see a pillow anywhere in this house. There's a lot of stuff in this house, but no pillow. Yeah, I'll probably have room. I'm going to go ahead and take one of the teddy bears. I want to have a collection, and that will ensure I have one piece of the equation. So this place meets a safe standards for sleeping because we are behind one solid door and 2 windows that cannot be broken. Yeah, you have to forgive my senseless verbosity. Alright, so I just needed to get one sleep out of the way. As an overnight task, we'll commute to our base in Irvington. We'll get our second sleep there. I suppose I can go ahead and mark this with an S. Whenever I have a place that is technically safe to sleep in. A little S with a red circle means second floor. Capital S with a red circle means... Actually, that doesn't mean it. Well, capital S with a red circle means first floor, but that happens very, very, very rarely. That's once in a blue moon where there's a, like a bedroom with no windows, because that does happen once in a while. But otherwise, if there's windows, and I've gone through the effort of boarding it up, then it doesn't get a red circle at all. It gets a blue circle. Ooh. Heard those footsteps. I will have clean roads. Hey, hang on a second. There may be aminals up here. I see a salt lick. But no, there's no field here. Just a salt lick and some hay and whatnot. See, I saw the feeding troughs, then I saw something pink. I was like, is that... Oh, wait, what was I... Oh, I was still carrying the satellite dish. Haha. Almost forgot about that. That's supposed to go in the trunk. I only picked it up because this is my biggest van. And I can fit lots of stuff in it. So we are now on Irvington Road. There will be one section of the road that we definitely are not equipped to clear yet. And that's because it passes right next to a gas station. So there's a huge crowd of zombies hanging around. A little bit more leveling into firearms, and I'll probably feel safe using carbines. And at that point, I'll probably do a 357 9mm loadout. I've actually been thinking about that for a long time. Ever since I started using the carbine on my previous character. But the problem was, my previous character liked, or I mean, when I found 357 Magnum after the 42.15 patch, I loved that caliber so much that I shot all of my ammo with it. There was very, very little ammo, relatively speaking. So I ended up not having a lot to shoot from the carbine when the carbine came out. But I used it a little bit, and I liked it a lot, so... There is no animal field there, so that doesn't count. Figured if I'm going to stop anyway. Wait for the game to load. Not up there. There is a zone ranch, but there's no aminals. Right, I actually looked at that zone previously. I've not been down this road at night in a while. So it looks different. These little bushes out in the middle of the field there, first of a great many. The wilderness overgrowth would have kicked into 100% by now, but it is much, 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 much slower now. It's a catch-22 whether I want to shoot a zombie when it's just one by themselves, because let's just say that there's a huge group of them out in the trees somewhere that I haven't seen. All I'm really doing is inviting a huge group of them to show up in the road next time I drive down here. So, early game, when it's not as easy to shoot long distance, that feels like not a good value proposition. Late game, when I can shoot long distance, and anytime I see zombies in the road, I can just get out of the vehicle and shoot through an 8x scope at them. Yeah, you'll see me do tons of shooting without worrying about it. Yes, the cones. You know what? These are obstructions as well. I don't even know if they damage anything. There is only one mod running right now, and it's one that we designed here on stream. And it is just a mod that changes the color of the backpack and the Alice belt and suspenders from olive drab to tactical black. So the backpack, the satchel, and the Alice belts on my chest. Those would be puke green. I cannot describe how done I was with olive drab. I'm so done with it. So a texture replacement mod that I made myself. Not even published, but could publish it if people actually want to use it. It is there's other versions of it. This is just a port of the B41 mod that I'm using right now as a baseline, and then I extended the same texture replacement to. There's also a change to the that hides leather strips, but I don't have leather strips yet, so it's not really visible. I'm pretty sure there are many mods that just make leather strips invisible. In my case, I just did a texture replacement and replaced the texture with a blank PNG, so it's fully transparent. I wouldn't care about it if we could change the color of the leather before you added strips, but we can't do that yet, so someday perhaps. For anybody joining, welcome. We are on our way to Irvington so that we can pick up a fleshing tool, and that is currently a priority because I want to get some leather drying after doing some animal butchering. I've got 2 pieces of medium leather, and those are prerequisites for blacksmithing. Blacksmithing is your ticket to middle and then late game best in slots for melee. So blacksmithing is always a mid-term and then long-term goal for me. So in order to get started with blacksmithing, crude medium leather, fully processed, is required. 2 pieces of the good stuff, as it were. I think we're approaching the gas station now. Oh no, this is the residential neighborhood in the middle. I don't know yet if it's viable to try to clear this place. Last time I passed through here coming down, I actually honked the horn, like far north, like all the way up here to the north, in the middle of a field, and lured a ton of zombies up there. So those zombies that I lured up there are eventually going to wander, and probably show up here again. So we can enjoy the clean road for now, but that is a road that will not be clean. But as soon as we see the tracks up here, that is when we will be in Z territory again. Sup, KTO, how we do? We are going to acquire ourselves a fleshing tool today. Of all the places I could have found one in Ekron, I don't remember where I did, so Irvington is the reliable answer. And here we are. Can into Irvington. Can't stop here. This is backcountry. There would be the gas station. The last time I did this journey, I went... Oops, that's not good. Be very careful off-roading in Irvington. If even the corner of your wheels catch a bush, you're slowing down to almost a dead stop. Okay, yeah, so last time I went down the road, but then everybody who was in the road grouped up there. Thank you, everybody. There's another citrus van right there. I need to not forget about that forever. Just because we couldn't nail a fire truck here. If at all possible, when I'm going down a road like this one, I try to keep everybody who's following me on one side of the road. So that sometimes leads to me going off the road. Yeah, fair enough. I like how I just drove right in front of that one and still took her like 5 seconds to notice me. Ooh, don't run into them, please. I think we're getting close to the, That is the 3rd time I've driven past the Farming and Rural Supply Building, and the 3rd time I've been tempted by it. With the junkyard there, that means we are at the gas station now. Hunting lodge in valley. Ah, yes. On your way out, see if you can lure some of the group from Stendos into the abyss. Well, actually, there's not. It depends on the wilderness growth, but there's not as big of an abyss to work with in West Point on your way to the valley. There's a lot of thicker tree forests there. Ooh, I thought I was gonna hit that frickin' rock there. I think I can stop being so obsessive. We did do some strong clearing on this road. It just wasn't a full clear. You know what? I think because I did some pretty decent clearing on this road, I think it's within my action economy to take this car back with me now. These Meade County Sheriff cars are sports cars. We just got our level 10 fitness and strength back for second time now. But yeah, these are actually some of the best light bar vehicles right here. It is a little bit stronger in terms of engine power than even ambulances, but of course the storage capacity is significantly lower. So in terms of all-rounder, ambulance remains the best, but specifically for light bar based towing vehicles, I believe your Meade County Sheriff is now one of the best. Oh, this may have been a mistake. Let's see if I can maintain some momentum. Okay, that's good. If I had to off-road in order to avoid those guys, I could have gotten stuck. The step vans do not have the towing power of an ambulance. It is a miracle that I'm able to do what I am right now. There, now we're entering cleared territory. Okay, good. Good. I slightly overestimated how far that I had cleared. I am going to get out. I looked a little ways out for too long, and I just lost 4 storage space in the trunk. That's what happens when you get distracted. Don't drive distracted. It's almost as bad as drunk driving. Yeah, anyway, what I was trying to say is I need to kill these guys. Anybody past this fence is probably going to be a threat to my animals. And I do have animals here. Against my better judgment, I rescued a few animals from the big farm that has all the indoor pens. In my defense, I was very, very close to just completely bypassing that, but I shouldn't have been anywhere near it. So that's all right. We're here. Base is right over here, bottom right. Now this is a car that I want to repair, and in order to repair it, I'm going to need to be really high-level mechanics because it is a sports car. So I am, well, now that being said, I don't care about the integrity of the parts that I need to take off of it. So it's actually not a bad opportunity to level mechanics just by taking the parts off of it, but we're not going to worry about that tonight. Tonight we're here to get a, whatchamacallit, fleshing tool, and maybe check the status of my animals here, and that's about it. We're still asleep. I'll turn on the generator tomorrow. There's no... The generator would just be for the lights right now. Cow is still stressed. So, stressed animals, how do you deal with them? Stressed animals will attack, or large stressed animals. So cows, male sheep, pigs of any variety, will attack any thing the player builds to contain them. So, the trick that I've got going on here is, technically speaking, there is nothing they can attack here. The doors are open, but there are vehicles blocking the doors. So they cannot attack the doors because they're open, but they cannot leave because the doors are blocked. And if I need to get in there, all I've got to do is get into the vehicle. Now I screwed myself by placing this. I shouldn't have placed the bottle there, because now I can't get into the front seat of the bull driver, but I can still go through the taxi here. So I'm quite literally using anti-zombie movement tactics against animals right now, because the cow is stressed and she needs to de-stress. And I have no idea how long it's going to take her. She might be stressed for the rest of her life. I've seen that happen before, so no idea. All I know is I've seen it. I have seen them lose stress over time before, so maybe given enough time with no zombies around, she'll actually calm down. But who cares? Who knows? I have no idea. She's useless to me until she de-stresses. I have been reliably informed that petting them reduces stress, but I have in the past pet turkeys on a daily basis for well over a month, and not a single change was had. So it is definitely not a guaranteed fix. I do think it's time to go ahead and just empty all the crates, because none of the stuff in these crates is actually organized. By emptying all the crates and putting everything on the floor, all I have to do is look at the floor to see everything. So then I can, later on, I can put things back in the crates in the correct place. Oh, now that's funny. I literally can't put anything on the floor anymore because all floor tiles nearby are fell. So I have to go over here and then try again. Yeah, don't bring your house to war. That's no good. Even the ancient kings would keep the fighting far from their tents. I'm doing myself a mild concern here, because I know for a damn fact that I saw a fleshing tool here. If it ends up that there's not a fleshing tool here, then I'm going to be exceedingly disappointed in both Irvington and myself. Oh, hush. There's no Zeds around. You don't have to be so mad. Why do you have to be mad? It is only game. Okay, I have emptied almost every single container now. And I have been thoroughly disappointed. Yep, there might not be a fleshing tool here after all. I was very correct to assume that there could have been one, but I think we have finally identified where Dani is going to find trouble. And it's things that I would take for granted on other characters. Now I know where I can get... I know there's places where you can very reliably find a fleshing tool. The problem is most of them are going to be on the other side of a fight or a very long drive. Like much longer than the one we did last night. Tell me that I left one up here somewhere. Okay, I was correct. There was a fleshing tool in Irvington. Hell, I can even research it. And by researching it, now I can make fleshing tools out of bones. That is a level 2 carving recipe, and I am now level 2 carving. But hey, we got a fleshing tool. Mission accomplished. I just feel a little silly for... I could have swore I checked this pile first, but definitely not thoroughly enough. I was actually thinking at first that it was going to be in one of these crates, but I probably would have noticed it before putting it in that crate. Would I have done anything with it if I noticed it? Shut up. Alright, let's, we picked up some metalworking stuff. Let's put that in the trunk first. We have 2 mailbags. I'm going to rip them both. That will result in 4 burlap pieces, which burlap piece equals a sack. Sack equals building materials to build stuff with, and or clay or sand for crafting. Now I came down here with a scythe because scythes equals a very easy way to feed your aminals. Have I used the stone mace before? Yes. In fact, so my character build used to be very centered around getting to the stone mace quickly. I don't think I have it linked in the description right now, so I'll go ahead and link a from one of my previous videos here. I have a character sheet that has all the traits that I have, that I used to have. Here it is. This is my previous character's character sheet, and it shows all the traits. And the reason I selected those specific combination of traits, specifically construction worker with a bonus to masonry, and carver with a bonus to carving. Carver gets you to high level carving so that you can make short bats out of something as simple as a tree branch. And masonry, at level 9 masonry, you can chisel your way to a stone mace head. A stone mace is best in slot until you get blacksmithing, but the difference is relatively small. The metal mace only has more durability. It doesn't actually do more damage. So the stone mace is actually best in slot for short blunt. And yes, I have used it tremendously on previous characters. Not on this character, though, because we don't have the bonus to short blunt or masonry, so we're not built for it. But I can verify that it's a fantastic build. I need to pick up some small form food because I just ate the last of my perishable. That's one of the problems is we don't have a lot of small form here. In fact, we have basically no small form here. I'm going to go ahead and make a soup then. We've got a couple cans of soup, and then we've got some macaroni. So water is over here for now. Ooh, you can use canned soup in a stew. So we're making a stew, not a soup. So a little bit of macaroni, mushroom soup, and spaghetti bologna. And that is going to come out to be about 50. We do not have cooking utensils here yet. I'm sorry, we don't have an oven here yet. I'm still but level 2 electrical. Oh, I am very close to electrical 3. Holy crap. If I disassemble a couple of things, we'll be electrical level 3 and I can move stoves. And I can have a stove here to cook with. I need one watch. That's it. That's all I needed. What the hell? I didn't realize I was that close. That's the glory of just having read the book and just disassembling electrical stuff as you come across it. So now I need to go get a stove from the neighbor's house and then hook it up here, and we're good. Yeah, construction worker has been changed a little bit. It used to be the only way to get a +3 to any starting weapon skill, except for the expert route. It still technically is, but now they've changed it so that you get +2 to short blunt and +1 to long blunt. So you can, if you combine that with brawler and baseball player, you can get a +3 to long blunt now. But there is, as far as I know, there's no way to get a +3 to short blunt now. So the build that I linked, is no longer as viable as it used to be, because there's basically no way to get a +3 that I know of with short blunt. Now, I've also not done a very deep dive into all the new traits. So it is possible that one of the new traits could give us a +1 to short blunt. I don't think so. Somebody in chat, if anybody has seen one of the new traits giving us anything that gives us short blunt, do let me know, because that would be prurient to my interests in the future. This house is actually where I found Longblade 5, just randomly. It was in this cardboard box right here, along with a couple of low-level animal care books. Truly one of the boxes of all time. Ooh, that's rough, buddy. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. If you had a bunch of books to read, I'm just gonna be real with you. A couple of books, like 5 or 6 books, you could sit for a month and wait for that deal. But I mean, that's what I ended up doing on Annie Mae. Actually, we took a foot fracture from while we were building, and yeah, we just ended up spending most of the month just hanging out and reading. A lot of fast forwarding though. Now, I would love to put the stove where the car is right now, but that's not happening. I'm just going to put it like... Just put it down here for now. We'll find a better spot for it later. Somewhere where I won't ever run into it accidentally. And while that's cooking, I'm going to do a quick last pass for anything I might want. Today he's gonna have to find eggs. That would be really funny if the game added anything for that. Yeah, stressed animal noises honestly stress me out in real life, too. Stress is contagious. Shame I can't give a book to one of the animals. Hell, there should be, like, animal treats that we can give them. That'll just remove a little bit of stress. Just something other than pets with a cooldown that don't seem to do anything. Ended up with a 70 stew here. I think I've accrued enough hunger for a quarter of that. Yeah. Strength is fine at 0. As long as you're not worried too much about defending yourself or exploring the map early. I mean, sure, building strength is always going to be easier than building fitness. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? Happy Easter. We are doing good things here. So the satellite that I found in that random house is the same as the one up here. But if I want to get the one up here, what I would have to do is go up to the 3rd floor, remove one of these little barrier walls, and then build floors out, like a sort of a railing to come out here in order to pick it up. Like I'd have to be standing next to it right there to pick up that satellite. It's kind of silly, but that's how that works. I'd have to do the same thing if I wanted to put another one up there. Okay, I think I'm leaving this scythe behind. This scythe stays with the animals wherever they end up going. Because the scythe is the ticket to feeding them quickly. So now, on our way back, we are going to take the North Road into Ekron. The North Road into Ekron goes by the Speedway, and we're doing that because the Speedway has some race cars that are hanging out up there. We managed to peel a couple of them out, but we could not use them because we did not have the ability to hotwire them. And despite our searches, we could not find keys anywhere reasonably accessible. But we are capable of hotwiring now. Therefore, we shall. I don't know, to be honest. AO, so if we look for precedent with other things that are stuck on walls, like decorations, there are a lot of decorations that will just straight up disappear along with the wall. So like posters and flags and whatnot. However, some things will continue to float there afterwards. Light switches are an example that I actually pay close attention to, because light switches are functional. Like if you know, they determine whether you can turn the lights on or off ever again. Because once a light switch is gone, it's gone forever. Yeah, we're going to take 79, which goes all the way around. That will lead us straight to the... Possibly. I think they've increased the spawn rate. I have not found hundreds, but I have found a number. I don't have the capacity to recover that McCoy truck, but I should mark it. I should mark it. Damn it. I'm busy, dude. Come back later. I'm going to set my cruise for 5 miles an hour. That will keep me ahead of any zombies. Okay, that red marker is for a McCoy logging truck. Potentially useful strategic asset in the future. They tend to be D6s with good engines. And, oh, while we're up here, I can probably pick up the contents of the comic book store. I didn't have enough room for them previously. Yeah, while we're up here, there's my other sports car. This is the car that I left Riverside with. We've come full circle. I abandoned this car specifically because I found this step van. So this step van has returned as the car that rescued it. But most importantly, we are here with a full trunk of empty space and 2 garbage bags of loot from the comic book store. And we have plenty of room for them. I think we have 1 on our tail. Yeah, let's deal with him. And I wanted to double check the Wizard's Keep here, because I wanted to see if there actually was a witch hat anywhere. I think I had plenty of time to search it. Oh, you know what else is here? My cot. I left my cot here. Yeah, it's not the best way to sleep, but it is an acceptable way to sleep. Oh, no, I left the cot elsewhere. Okay, never mind. There probably are other cots here. I left a couple guns behind, too. That was probably because I was completely full. Yeah, there's some cots right here. This is a army surplus, so we extracted most of the useful, equipable gear, like equipment and whatnot, and most of the guns, all of the ammo. So most of what's left behind is stuff that I either already have or probably will never need. There was a sawed-off double barrel here. There was actually a survivor zombie that we killed, and that's where the sawed-off came from. Aiming 3, we already have a copy of that. I feel like I'm going to go ahead, I mean, I have room, I'm going to do it. Just a full set of military clothing of the high insulation variety. So a military t-shirt, the green one, military jacket, the green one, and then military pants, and then military shirt. So those are 4 items. These right here, if you equip all of these, you will be very, very, very highly insulated, possibly to such an extent that you can just sleep outside, even in the coldest winter in this game. If memory serves, that was exactly what I did a few times while I was building my Riverside base. Now, there is a lower insulation variant of everything I just discussed, and that is Tiger Stripe or Desert Camo. So these military pants and Tiger Stripe, I also just kind of want them because they're rare. Tiger Stripe is nowhere near as common. So that's a t-shirt, we got that. Military pants and Tiger Stripe. So yeah, I'm going to take same in Desert Camo. Backpack's full, so I'm just going to wear that one. Olive Drab is technically a higher insulation clothing line, but it is hard to find a complete set, so I don't usually bother. When we get to Jamie-Town, there will be another military surplus with a lot more gear than this one. So any gaps in our color combos can be easily filled when we get there. And just because they're right in front of me and I have room for them, places like clothes stands are easy places to store clothing because they you can run right through them. So like in terms of base storage, they're very easy to, you don't have to think too hard about where you place them. Yeah, that zombie's on her way, but I can get my backpack empty before she's here. Damn it, did you have to turn around for that one? Oh, those guns are heavy. Alright, let's go. Okay. Now, the clothing I pulled out of the... Or, it's all comic books, actually. Oh, there was one wizard hat. Okay, so a wizard hat was found here. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a witch hat. The reason I like the witch hat so much is that it is a perfect match for the other black clothing that I prefer, which includes the leather pants, which are best in slot for the legs. Perfect match for the tactical black everything, so your black elbow pads, black knee pads, and the backpack that we've changed to be tactical black. It is a lot harder to find a perfect match for the wizard hat. I've not given up hope, especially if we can dye clothing. But I think we did exfiltrate everything from here. Yeah, we did. So the comic book shop has been cleaned out. And that's okay. We did our due diligence. There are other places to find witch hats. And, believe it or not, one of them is an elementary school. There's like a closet in the elementary schools. One of them is like a closet full of things that I guess is for dress up or whatever. And I found 2 witch hats. I can't remember which elementary school it was, though. In any case, we're leaving in this direction, and this is going to take us straight to the race cars that we recovered. Of which there are 2. No livestock zone. No livestock. I wouldn't have the I wouldn't have the ability to rescue them now, and they would probably be super stressed. But if there were any, I would like to be aware of it. This house up here is a survivor house, and I actually slept in it at one point. I don't think I left too much behind, but since I'm up here, and I didn't even know if I would ever come up here again. So I think I might have left a few things behind, but let's double check. Yeah, a few things, he says, as there's a billion things on the floor. It's a survivor house, so of course there's going to be a lot of slightly less than useful stuff. A mix of very useful and unuseful. And the vast majority of the house I dumped here. You know what? Saw blade weapons are actually relevant to me. And there's one of those elusive chair legs. A chair leg with a saw blade is an actual decent improvised mid-game axe weapon, and it doesn't have sharpness. So that is if you're an axe user and you're sick of having to sharpen your axes all the time, which I'm not the biggest fan of it. I prefer my early game weapons to not have to be worried about as much. But yeah, that's a pretty decent variant. Another one is the brake disc axe. I think I didn't leave too much upstairs, if anything. Clothing all over the place. See, my standard procedure for a survivor house is to dump all containers onto the floor to remind myself that I have indeed checked that container. So if I ever wonder whether I forgot something, I can usually just... Okay. Wait a minute, this was a broken hockey stick with nails. That is a... Nails are a short blunt weapon. So basically anything with nails stuck in it, that is a short blunt weapon. Counterintuitively, something with a rake spike stuck in it is an axe weapon. I guess the rake spike has splitting properties, I don't know. Alright, and I'm glad that I came in this direction because I do not think I'll ever be coming in this direction again. It would take something very interesting to pull me in this direction. And it's not 100% full, but it's actually surprisingly close to being full. So we have done a good job filling up our trunk with useful stuff. There was a battery for sports cars. So it's not charged, but it is a perfect battery. I have room, I'll take it. And now that I know I need respirator filters, those are almost a guaranteed grab. Respirator filters in previous builds did not get used up. And so as long as your mask had some filters in it, that's all it needed. Old newspapers are actually a crafting material. Or any newspaper really is a crafting material for smoke bombs. I know I have a few cold packs. Smoke bombs will give you a fair amount of electrical experience, so that's another useful thing about them if you're not planning on throwing them anytime soon. And now for the highlight of our journey, the unexpected highlight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cows? Here? Oh, shit. A Holstein cow. Are they stressed? I need to find out if they're stressed. If they're not stressed, I need to save these ones. Mission change. If they're not stressed, I need to keep them that way. But they may be starving. Or they may be dehydrated. Starvation and dehydration are actually very easy to fix, as long as they are not stressed. Stressed is the hardest thing to fix. Okay, he's dying of thirst. Fuck. And I need to keep him unstressed. Get over here, you fucking assholes. I hate that zombies are attracted to animals now. Just another example of the devs putting the cart before the horse, because there is no good way to de-stress animals. And making zombies attracted to animals is just... Again, zombies stress animals out. So it's like they just made animals extremely annoying to deal with. Tell me this one doesn't need water. Okay, so the bull is dying of thirst. The cow is fine. I can make him hold still by going to pet him. And now he's holding still. I can give him some water. Straight from my own bottle. So I will be coming back for these. But here's a problem. Oh, I know. They do have food. I didn't realize. Okay. So this zone includes that food bin. So this zone does have food. It just needs water. And that should be easy enough if there's any trough at all inside the barn. All I got to do is bring it outside. Here we go. And since it's already raining, it will get filled up nice and easy. Alright, so, I don't have a lot of water myself to work with. Why is it not filling up? Usually the moment I put these down, they start filling up with water. But I wonder if that's been changed, and now they only start filling up if there's already water? It's raining, so why isn't... That's disconcerting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It's raining, so it should be filling up. Okay, I put a little bit of my own water in. I'm not going to dehydrate myself, just for the sake of the animals. I really want them, but I'm not gonna sacrifice my own health for them. To be entirely honest, 310 milliliters will keep them safe for a day or two. Because it does take a day or two for them to reach the point where they're dying of thirst again. So as long as the bull is good, then they'll be okay for a day or two. Now, the reason these two animals are more important than any of the other ones I've seen so far is because I saw them and they weren't surrounded by zombies, so I was like, wait, that means they're not, Oh, okay, so if I have rope, bringing them in here would actually be the easiest thing to do. I would have to create a new zone, though. I don't have a bucket with me. Yeah, the metal traps are finicky. Let me go over to my van and see if I have any rope. There's twine right here, but that doesn't count. Typically, I'm supposed to have rope somewhere at all times for a situation exactly like this one. But this is not typically. Now, believe it or not, there actually probably is something I could do if I don't have rope, but I still need to move them. I could strategically yell. That would be a roll of the dice, though. That would absolutely be rolling the dice. I have sheet rope, but not regular rope. Okay. My disorganized status has screwed me from being able to reliably feed them. So all that means is I need to get back to base much sooner rather than later, and then I should immediately deploy back here. I think I can think of a good order of operations for this. So here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to use one of the race cars to tow our main vehicle back with us. When we get back to base, we are going to bring a rope. I need to not forget that. I will be bringing a rope. And then I will come back here with a throwaway car and get the other sports car. Sorry, the other race car. It is no mere sports car. Don't care about the pigs. They are both surrounded by zombies, and I'm tired. I can only support enough action economy for a couple trips for cows now. But if I come back with a throwaway vehicle, then I can come back here and get the other race car as well. So we'll have both. Well, no, KTO, that's exactly the point. If you yell and they don't trust you, they will run away from you. So it just depends on how long they run, and I don't know of a way to predict that. So here are the only two race cars we found at the racetrack. We searched early on for that. I do not have a gas can on me. If I did, I would have transferred liquid out there. So I'm just going to use one of my drinking bottles and my plastic bottle. Did I have any in there to begin with? No, so that's fine. Six liters should probably be more than enough, and if it's not, we'll get out and siphon more. Actually, it probably is, Mario. That is not a bad idea. I would have to And I don't know if that is like something you have to unlock. Like you have to be like a animal care level something. Because I'm level 0 right now, so I'm not sure. Alright. Oh, I forgot about this. I actually can't get into this one. I have to be able to take the door off and put it back on. And it's a sports car door, so I would damage it tremendously if I tried to take it off right now. No, I need these. I need these cars. I'm going to go ahead and risk it. Chance of success is 65%. Honestly, that's not bad. Beautiful. Okay. So, we've fixed the problem with the door. Oh, I got a race car, boys. Oh, I got a race car. Oh, okay. Hang on a second. Now that's fascinating. It still says lock broken equals yes, but I was able to get in. So the old trick of taking the door off and putting it back on again still works. I don't know why I'm trying to tow it backwards. I should have no problem towing it forwards. Let's make sure of that. Because if I can't tow it forwards, then we may have a bit of an annoyance here. Holy shit, I need to be careful with this. I can tell you just by that little maneuver I just did, just by turning around, this is going to be powerful. Even if it has to tow a 1,500-pound step van here. It's going to do it, and it's going to like it. Okay, so if you're towing forward, you actually don't want to exceed 40 miles an hour on turns. So I won't. I'm going to be real with you guys. I also have an opportunity here. This feels anathema to my existence. But that'll get me to the next level of butchery, I think. Sorry about that, rabbit. You shouldn't have made yourself a target. Maybe not. All right. Now we are going to have a lot of Zeds up here. I don't think too many of them will be in the road. So typically when you're towing forward, you start losing engine power right around second gear. In this case, we seem to have no problem getting out of second. But when you're going faster than 40 miles an hour, the vehicle you're towing starts kind of flailing kind of wildly, actually. Alright, we're going to have to find out its off-road capabilities. Not bad at all. Holy crap. This is quite literally the best towing vehicle in the game. But like I said, we look at all this shit. Look at all this shit. I'm only going to get 1 or 2 back and forths on this road before it's full again. So let me set my cruise for 40, like, I'll chance 50. But I will pull it out of cruise as soon as I see something potentially obstructing me. So cruise control at 50. At least it's not flailing wildly. Yeah, NASCAR is amazing. Okay, that... I have to consider the loading of the game. When it's loading in a new frickin' chunk, I have to consider that a road obstacle now. Okay, Discord needs to shut up. Sorry about that. That is my Discord making noise. Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult road to, not to tow this, but to tow the animals. Because the whole goal is to get the animals back to my base without stressing them. So I actually might just take the other road, because the other road I've at least cleared large parts of it. So it is a little longer, but I mean we'll be going a lot faster anyway. So. We are now passing through an outer area of Ekron, I believe. I'm not as familiar with this area, so I'm going to probably check the map. There may be a turn that will get me... Oh, I have not explored this section. I do think I know where it's going to lead in, but yeah, we're going to have to deal with unexplored territory for a minute here. I never actually went all the way to Ekron from Irvington. But we know the railroad track right there. A train on that very track is one that is what's blocking the middle of Irvington. So theoretically, this road should just take us straight into the side of the town. Maybe I'll show it next time we're reading a book. I really should not be cruise controlling at 50 miles an hour into unexplored territory, even though I have a pretty solid idea of where we're going. That's not good practice. It's even if no other reason than the fact that we might get another loading chunk take a minute. Sheep are here. How many zombies are around these sheep, I wonder? It's literally just this one. No, of course not. I don't think I can save these guys. When I say save, I mean save them from their own stress. Because right now, because I'm fatigued, well, you know what? I got an answer to fatigue. I really do. I have an answer to that. And I just did it. I hope these sheep are worth it. And I hope they appreciate this. See, I can't shoot right now because that would defeat the purpose of trying to save the sheep from stress. Fucking things, man. Now we check to see if they're stressed. Because they should not have been next to zombies long enough just now. Because remember, we haven't been here yet. God damn it, they're already fucking stressed. This is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. They just spawned in. God damn it, that was a waste of a fucking coffee. Sorry, this shit is getting me stressed. Not stressed. It's getting me stressed. This stress shit is just so fucking stupid. Yes, they were next to zombies for a grand total of 1.5 minutes tops. And then I killed every single goddamn one of them, and now they're still... Oh my god. And now they're going to be stressed for the rest of their goddamn lives. Because the devs saw fit to make it so that they can very easily get stressed without giving us any other mechanism to reduce their stress. It's fucking goddamn... Whatever. Yeah, another goddamn it moment. I'm mad about it. Yeah, oh, sorry about that. It's just, I get fucking heated when really stupid shit like that happens. Completely avoidable shit. From a very nonsensical decision that does not seem very well thought out. It's like, alright, look, our new game design director has done some things that seem okay. But here's my question. Why are they changing sandbox settings for the default version of the game, right? This is Apocalypse, the lore canon. This is what players have selected automatically when they create a new game. Why are they just going in there and changing sandbox settings from what their numbers are by default? Why do they not just change what the default numbers mean? That right there, combined with the fact that they just went into sandbox settings and turned on animal noises attract zombies. It seems like somebody's going in there and fucking around to see what's interesting. That's what it seems like. And I didn't want to think this about the new game director. But I'm starting to feel like he's made a few dumb decisions. That's just what I'm starting to feel like. Because you guys can see, if you look yourselves, they've started going in there and just changing sandbox settings for default. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so I understand if they change the values to see how they feel. But these values have been unchanged for the entirety of the development cycle thus far. So it's like, whatever. I'm just mad because there was a chance for that to have been worth it, but now it's not. That's why I'm mad. There was a chance for what we just did to have actually been worth it. But that chance is not even relevant because somebody made an extremely short-sighted decision. See, like, I feel like that was the scenario that they wanted us to go for. They want us to be like, oh man, those animals are going to be surrounded by zombies, which means they're going to be stressed. Maybe we should do something about that. And that's what I feel like they want us to be going for. But that's exactly what I did, and now they're fucking stressed anyway. I'm going to let the animals I've already rescued determine whether I come back for these ones. Because if the animals I already rescued actually de-stress themselves, then cool. That means I can save these ones someday, and they will actually lose their stress someday. But I have seen all too many times animals just get stressed and never get de-stressed. I've seen that way too many times. And again, if we had a design director who played this game a lot, then they would have seen that too. And that's why I'm starting to get a little black belt on our new design director. I'm just a little bit, right? Again, just been on the team for a month and a half or so I can't make any hard, definitive statements. I'm just saying that suddenly I have a little bit less hope. That's all. We don't have headlights on the sports car, so I need to steal some headlights. I was going to steal them from my own van, but perfectly good car right here. Yeah, you know, KTO, I've seen it happen before, and then I've seen it not happen. And the fact that I just can't predict whether it's going to happen or not happen means I don't have any sort of understanding whether it's going to be worth it or not worth it. That's where I'm at right now with that. I know it's possible. I know it's perfectly possible for them to de-stress. I've seen that happen many times. Well, okay, I'm hitting F. I'm hitting... Wait, do the headlights just not draw? Huh. that's interesting. I've never seen that. Maybe I'm just gonna put the taillights in too. Try not to keep them inside. Sure, yeah, alright. I will go down to Irvington later on, and I'll leave them outside, and we'll give that a shot. I don't see any reason why that would be the case. But, yeah, well, sure, why not? Now, if that's true, let's say you're correct about that. That's just yet another aspect of the game that is so poor at explaining itself that I could go 3,000 hours without knowing about it. But I will accept whatever I can get. So the hotkey F doesn't do anything. Clicking the button seems to cause the view cone to widen. So we don't technically have headlights. I think headlights must be broken on these. Whatever. I know how to get headlights if I'm going to be towing a vehicle forward. Just turn the headlights on for the vehicle behind it. Works for me. Let's go. I'm mostly just mad because I committed a coffee to that. It was a gamble in the first place, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, those sheep are outdoors. So if that theory is correct, then maybe I should be able to come back here later on, and as long as there's no zombies around, maybe they should not be stressed anymore. Maybe. I don't know. Suppose you could say the L has been taken. Oh, it's just this road right here. Cool. We're home already. Didn't even realize I was that close. Yeah, I don't know. So KTO said it right there. The whatchamacallit, they spawn without them, but I just added them, and now this one still doesn't. Oh, look at that! Look at that! We got the. So I've got the little light. Okay, we just don't have. It's just not drawing the lights. So I don't know what's going on there, but it's doing what it's. The lights are having the view cone effect, and that's what I care about most. It's still a little too narrow to try to tow it through the forest, so we'll go this way. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Gray is gray. That does sound like something possible. That doesn't track, of course, with what I experienced with the turkeys. But what I experienced with the turkeys was a long time ago. So hopefully that is no longer relevant. I'm praying that's no longer relevant. If anybody is not familiar, I had some turkeys that I rescued in 42 prior to 42.7, and I stayed with them in the same house as them for at least a month and a half, if not more than 2 months. I don't remember the exact amount of time, but it was enough for me to go through my entire early game cycle, and that is more than a month. And the fact that they never de-stressed and were stressed till that save ended, yeah, no, usually I start to just write an animal off when it's stressed because, anyway. I think I still have some coffee. Yes. Had her for 2 days. Yeah, that is... 2 days isn't quite what we got to with the Ginfidel that we brought down to our base in Irvington. But KTO said that we should try leaving it outside, so I'm going to give that a shot at some point. But order of operations is get everything unpacked here. Not the van. The van's fine. We can unpack that at our leisure. Once everything's unpacked, I need to get the leather cooking, because that was the whole point of the journey so far, was to go and get some leather. I'm taking 3 stir fries out of the freezer, leaving them with that rabbit meat so I can top them off with rabbit meat, get them cooked. That should be about a day and a half worth of perishable food there. This battery needs to be charged, and then it will be a perfect sports car battery. Winnebago. Lone Star. I can't think about Winnebagos without thinking about Spaceballs. Yeah, like I was saying before, I don't have like an immediate need to unload the vehicle, just the fleshing tool, because that's what we went out there for. We can come back and sort through the rest of this later. So with the fleshing tool, first we actually need to make some brain tan. Got plenty of brains, but we need 2 bowls, and we need to fill them with water. Just gonna go outside, pick some water up off the ground. Oh, there's no water on the ground, never mind. It's been raining for a few days, but I guess it's such light rain that we are not getting much of substance. So we can make bowls of brain tan, and I need 2, because we're going to be doing 2 medium leather here. So there's 1 and 2 bowls of brain tan. So now I take the pig hide and the sheep hide out of here. We go to the... we have to process it first. So softening beam, remove the flesh, remove the flesh, remove the fur, and then remove the fur. So now we've got crude unprocessed. So we begin the act of processing by dipping them in the bucket with the brain tan, times 1 and then times 2. So now we've got 2 crude wet medium leathers. Now to bring them from wet to dry, go over here and put them on the drying rack. And it is now cooking. It is currently quote-unquote cold, which means it's going at 0.7 times the normal speed. During the day, that should go back up to normal speed. And if it doesn't go fast enough for my liking, I will come in here and build a, probably build a fire pit with masonry or something. For now, it's fine. I just wanted to get them started. So I'll leave 2 bowls here for future brain tanning. And the fleshing tool can stay here as well. When this medium leather is done cooking, those are our 2 bellows for the furnace and forge. Alright, our sleep schedule is completely fucked because of our situation with the animals. I'm just going to read for a little bit, because I need to be able to sleep again before I deploy. So that'll give a little bit of opportunity for the rain to pass and get our foot in the door on carving here. Nightmare, but you know what? I think that's probably okay. We only needed to top up our sleep there. Finishing up the stir fries with a slab of rabbit meat each. And a little bit of seasoning. Right, that's left us with all three of those ended up being 20s. Not my favorite number. I was hoping for 30s, but I'll take them. It's food. We are not forgetting rope this time. In fact, I'll be taking 2. Hatchets are in pretty good condition. Axe is hanging in there. I can definitely feel the effects of my maintenance being high level. I'm just going to get this one out of the way. We still need to unload it, but it cannot be blocking the way around here. My traffic flow is basically supposed to be so that vehicles can go around the building. I need a gas can, just one. Doesn't have to have any gas in it. One for gas, a couple for water if needed. Alright, speaking of gas, we're about to go gas up the race car. KTO, was it true that in Instinction mode you ran into zombies being capable of opening doors? Or did they just break through them? I remember you saying something about zombies being right in front of you. They do open them. Fascinating. I wonder how many types of vehicles the race car can actually tow forwards. Ekron gun store has been cleaned out already. How's it going, punk? Yeah, you see, again, I told you guys, extinction is not a fair value proposition. There are ways that you can deal with door-opening zombies. But I will stand till the end of time that in the game in its current form does not give us movement superiority over sprinters. Therefore, sprinters are a unfair value proposition. The game has been built from the ground up from the very beginning for slower zombies. I'm pretty sure sprinters were only ever added into the game as a optional thing for people who just wanted to screw around. But maybe now that they're in an official mode, maybe that will mean we'll finally start to see some options. Now, the reason I'm getting a throwaway car here is that I'm going to leave this race car here, and we're going to go get the other race car using this throwaway car. So we are still going to be using race car primarily for the next leg of operations, but not this one specifically. There we go. Need to make sure that I can still drive around the building. Still have my can. Damn it. I'll put it in the trunk. Ops. If extinction mode proves to not be a meme and people actually like it a lot, I think that is possibly exactly what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to make a mod with it. I'm going to make a Dodge mod, proper one. Everything about this car is thoroughly mid. But it looks okay. I can deal with it. Key is non-existent. Therefore... Oops. Standard. Okay, so the gun store in Ekron used to be, like, entirely, MSR 700s and MSR 788s. Like, it only used to be those two bolt-action rifles. But now that they've added a bunch of new carbines and other, like, you know, mid-game rifles, there's basically all of those. So there's plenty of MSR 700s, 788s, and tons of carbines as well. So the amount of guns, they're all still entirely long guns. We did not come away with a single pistol. But that's okay. It's a hunting store. So full of long guns. The ammo is the same as it's always ever been for the most part. I'm not noticing any significant difference with it. We came home with tons of ammo, and that was what I wanted, and that's great. Yeah, see, shorter runs in this game are not fun for me. What makes this game very fun for me is the fact that well, okay, there's many aspects of the gameplay that don't revolve around combat, but combat being a fair proposition, despite its difficulty, is what makes this game worth it for me. If combat is not a fair proposition despite its difficulty, then it's not a fun game for me. That's the long and short of it. Games like Darktide that are, and I will always bring up Darktide when sprinters are discussed, because Darktide is a shining golden example of how to do sprinting enemies correctly. Darktide gives you the options to deal with them. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to exercise those options correctly. In fact, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've been nailed by a dog or a mutant that was sprinting right at me, and I heard the audio cue, but I didn't hit. I zigged when I should have zagged. Dozens of times it happens. But it's still a fair value proposition because there was a way out. In this game right now, more than one sprinter on the player, there's no way out. If you get pincered, you're done. That's it. Unless you get extremely lucky with combat, but I'm not interested in playing a dice roll simulator with no aspect of skill. Skill is what makes video games interesting to me. This is getting tiresome. Can you just load the map? Is it so hard to load the map? Echo Creek is definitely... oh yeah, Irvington Gun Club is a pretty good one. Irvington Gun Club is... we got a little bit of everything from there. Handguns and long guns. So it's one of those gun stores that can give you like a great mixture, and you're also not... for us at least, we didn't have to fight a war to get into it. Yeah. I'm okay with updates that break saves as long as they don't make it so that they're back-to-back. They've been giving us... I think there's actually precedence for this. It's been every 3 updates. Like you can even see in the description, our journeys that were started... 42.10 for Annie, 42.13 for Nora, and 42.16 for Dani here. Yeah, so it's every 3 from that point. The Riverside Factory. Yes, asterisk. It is usually very busy. The distribution of where it is busy has been different every time I've been there. Now, when I say busy, I'm talking about early game numbers. So I've never been to Riverside Factory late game because I always start in Riverside. So I actually can't tell you what it's like late game. I can only surmise that it's what I'm used to dealing with times a little bit more. B42map.com. Very lovely website. Like I said, this is getting a little... I'm actually this close. If I get stuck one more time with that, which I'm probably sure I will, I'm just going to close and reopen the game. Because that is getting very tiresome. I don't know what they did to chunk loading, but it is slower now than it's been for a while. The more zombies I remove from the side of the road is the less exposure that any animals that I'm towing in a trailer will have to deal with. Alright, so let's just get out and kill everybody. I see one down there, several to the yard in the north here. Anything else using my drive? No. Assuming you're talking about solid state. Zomboid is barely even made the list. Zomboid barely even made the list. But this I'll keep SI open, and SI will tell us the average. So I'll keep SI running while we explore, or while we move forward rather. We're not exploring new territory, and that's what makes this even worse. We're not exploring new territory. We've been here many times. So we're just reloading stuff that's already exists. But yeah, it does make sense that we would want to check this because this is reading disk. Basically, I'll check it next time we have to stop like that. Now, there was a couple zombies on the other side of that fence. They would be difficult to deal with in this current situation. But at the bright side, they at least won't block my path. Okay, here we go. Wow, really? Okay. So, pause the game briefly. Autodesk is the only thing that's currently, yeah, the total rate average for read-write is, the log file for Zomboid was 1/4 of the read-write of other things running. So, yeah, I can't exactly make heads or tails of that, but utilization for the disk, oh, okay, you know what? It's of course OBS is right up there at the top of it. So OBS does not need my well, OBS actually might be using my system drive for temp. OBS is probably writing to temp before it sends the footage to my hard drive, because the hard drive might not be able to write fast enough. But at the same time, I've never had this problem before. So the only system explanation that I can think of is that it's either wear and tear on my actual SSD, which would be terrifying in and of itself. It's either wear and tear on the SSD, or it is, what's my specs? They're linked in the description, at the bottom. PC part picker is the link. It's a Samsung 980 something, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the exact model number though. Well, that can, I mean, you know. But no, if you're talking about this specific issue, where it takes forever for chunks to load when you're driving around, I've been seeing that too. And I want to say that my specs have never been a problem for this game before, ever. Because it's, like I said, I don't think I've ever seen this particular problem as bad as it is now. We've seen it before. In fact, the video on my channel called I Found a Perfect Corvette in Project Zomboid, the problem that was the impetus for that video was caused by chunk taking too long to load, but that was because we were in a Corvette going 70 miles an hour and just loading chunks constantly. So that is understandable, to be honest. But we're not going 70 miles an hour in a Corvette right now. It's a regular ass car, and we're barely making it over 40 in our little stints here. Okay, now we approach the gas station, and I'm not worried about killing everybody at the gas station yet, because that is going to be this is a ground war that I'm not equipped for yet without literally an entire day to commit to it. However, I might actually just be able to lead everybody who would be threatening me off to the side here. In fact, that is exactly what I'm going to do. of the gas station here. It's one of those two-story ones. It's the same kind of model as the one at Rosewood and Fallis Lake, and it's pretty nice. Any two-story gas station is always a decent boon, because regardless of what the second floor is like, it's a second floor, and that's always a good thing. I am going to be real with you guys, as I always say. I'm actually considering doing a tactical burn off. I'm going to do a tactical burn. So what is a tactical burn? That is making a campfire and leading them to it. Doesn't sound like a good idea near a gas station, but that's why we're going to do it a little ways out from the gas station. We need, for a campfire, we need 3 stones, and then some fuel, and then tinder. So there's our 3 stones. No, I'm not going to see a pumps burn. Not yet. I mean, remember, fire spread has just been cut down so low that I don't think that they probably wouldn't catch fire even if we tried. Alright, so I just picked up a log and 3 stones. So now all I have to do is actually place the campfire, light it, and then lead everybody to it. We want to keep the attention of everybody down here, and I mean everybody. I need to kind of get them out of the field for a second. At least the fast ones. There we go. Now I've got a gap. And now we're going to set the fire in the middle of this open field with all the grass here. We should have enough time before everybody gets to us. Face the direction they're coming from so I can see. Destroy for fuel, log. Campfire, light fire, twigs plus matchbook, which I always carry around. That's all we need to do. And now we've got our bonfire. Let's have a few guests, shall we? Remember that this is a terrible regular car. Acceleration on sand is terrible, and it's going to be even worse trying to power through bushes. So I'm actually going all the way up here to get around the bushes. Now, I'm not usually the biggest fan of fire against zombies, but this is a situation where I'm just going to go for it. This particular road has always felt like a massive thorn in my side anytime I wanted to go in and out of Irvington. So before we light them up, I would prefer the group to be slightly denser. And time to light them up. I don't know if you guys noticed that. The engine just cut out. I'm in danger. However, the mission is mostly accomplished. We're about to find out if cars explode. Okay. Now, real talk, fire attracts them. So, if we just sprint away, they're gonna attract each other now. In fact, all I'm gonna do is run up here and hide behind this tree. As silly as that might sound, because that breaks line of sight. And then what do they see when they stop seeing me? A big, bright bonfire. So I'm just gonna give this, like, I don't know, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we got one guy coming our way. I absolutely hate using melee against burning zombies. But thankfully a fire axe is actually a long enough range weapon. I'll deal with it. But you see how they're... Look at that, look at that. Look at that, they're having a little bonfire, boys. Because remember, fire attracts them. So, let them be attracted. Whew. Okay, so, we've lost access to the car, and, that's unfortunate. Why did it give out on me like that? 10 liters of fuel should have been enough, and I thought the engine was okay. I genuinely have no idea why it gave out on me. I'm just gonna chill. I got a book to read. I'm not gonna fast forward, though. I crave the lamp. No, brother, you must chase the human. What's the lamp? It calls to me, brother. Let's get a little closer and get a good screenshot of me just chilling and reading a book. Yeah, that's gonna look good. You know what? I don't usually just immediately self-promo myself. This is actually not the worst opportunity. I mean, we basically just have to sit around and wait for the zombies to burn anyway. You know what? Let's get a second one of us. Oops, not that one. It does look like they're moseying in my general direction. I might have to turn around and walk away. Oh no. Yeah, I might have to turn around and walk away. Threaten me with a good time. I just need to make sure that I can see them, because if you leave an area, they'll stop burning. And I am, just in case anybody's concerned, I am actually listening. I'm keeping my ears open. If anybody was approaching from behind, we'd have footsteps. Anybody from the front would be aggroed. Yeah, it does take them, just takes them a little while to burn. So we just gotta chill. If anybody does the Reddit thing. I have to periodically check over my shoulder because remember the car horn just goes that far. You know, I don't think so. Well, actually, let's check. Look at my kill count right now, and it's not... We've killed 1,337 zombies, and I'm seeing them fall over as we speak, and the kill count is not going up. That being said, I think if you're using a firebomb... See, we used a campfire, so we used a little bit of a gamey method. If we had used a firebomb, the initial blast... it depends on whether it was remote or hand-thrown. If we had hand-thrown a firebomb at them, the initial blast, we would have gotten credit for the kills. But anybody who burned afterwards, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I do know that anything remote, anything other than a thrown bomb, in terms of bombing or fire, I don't think any of those count, as far as I know. Because I've used many remote bombs, but remote bombs have not ever been tracked in my experience. Thrown bombs have recently been added to the things that were not tracked but have been added, so I want to say that eventually these kills like these will be tracked. That would require, I guess, fire to remember somehow who started the fire. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning. Or was it? Maybe we did start the fire. Yeah, I do know that there's mods that would help us out with that. If I keep my distance, those guys should just continue to burn. Look at the one down there. The one down there. The one at the bottom, he's just standing on the campfire himself. No, the bottom left there, just a swathe of destruction. Now, there's one down here, with the burning, with the black coat who's burning. If they die and set a tile on fire, then they might be a Hellbringer and just, you know, set everybody else in that group on fire. But we'll have to give them a moment to actually cook off and see if they will, see if they'll spread the love. In the meantime, we've got carving. Just a chill book by the firelight. I think they, oh no, they're still finishing. I think that one in the middle, there she goes. It looked for a second like she wasn't even on fire. That guy might be going right for me. It's coming right at us. Is he just trying to group up with the others? No, he's just moving towards me for reasons. Oh, you know what? By moving south, we may have brought zombies into the cell who were still trying to follow the horn honky we did earlier. So that might have been why we just had those two just run on up to us. Yeah, look at that. The one with the gray sweater died and set a tile on fire, and now everybody's on fire. That's all it takes. It's great. There is behavioral precedent, I suppose. I think rabid dogs don't. I'm not sure if rabid dogs go for other rabid dogs. I would look for precedent in things like rabies. Now that being said, if that is how it worked, if it was like scent based or something like that, if it was scent based, then it shouldn't be too hard for humanity to figure out how to synthesize that scent and camouflage themselves. That was how the World War Z movie figured things out. But although it wasn't scent, it was thickness. They made it so that zombies in that lore needed a healthy host and did intentionally avoided healthy hosts, or intentionally avoided sick hosts. So they just came up with diseases that they could spread to people. That would be, mild diseases, but something that the zombies would actually ignore. And that was basically camouflage. So they'd do the same thing if it was scent-based, when zombies could recognize each other. But it would probably, if I'm thinking about a quote-unquote realistic zombie situation, it would probably be something, well, all right, we're talking about zombies, we're talking about realism. Every time this comes up, I am morally obligated to say that there is no realism with zombies. There is no world in which something like this can continue to move after like months upon months without any sort of eating or drinking. But in that case, zombies are most compelling to me in a supernatural context, which means these things are just demonic, and they can instantly recognize when something else isn't demonic, and that makes perfect sense to me. I would sooner accept that than anything else at this point, because, as I've said before, zombies are basically infinite energy machines. And if you can have an infinite energy machine, you can have something as simple as kin recognition. We're actually quite hungry. I'm gonna have this whole stir fry here. Yeah, I mean, even World War Z. World War Z, the book, which I always shine up as one of the best examples of zombie media, even the book didn't ever really explain why it didn't really ever explain how they came into existence, but they at least made it so that they froze in winter. Like, that was actually a very significant thing for taking back infested zones, was they waited for the cover of winter. Zombie treadmill generator stuff. We are now fatigued, but that won't hurt us for individuals. But I won't be trying to retake the car until the fires have mostly gone out. I mean, to be honest, I could probably take the car now. But I'm not in a rush. I would like to watch the fire burn out. I think we killed the group leader for the one on the bottom left there. We killed the group leader, and now the rest of the group are going to merge with a different one. I'm going to fall back out of stink range here and enjoy myself a nice, good book. About a third of the way through tailoring, or carving, rather. I laughed really hard at the end of Shaun of the Dead. I laughed really hard at the quirks with their zombies. I won't spoil it. If you have not seen Shaun of the Dead, go watch it. It's great. But there was a slight quirk at the end of that movie. Not like a super big twist or anything. They didn't even explain it. They didn't even explain where the zombies came from. But there was a quirk with the zombies, and I found it to be very amusing. I think it's safe to fast forward just a little bit. Right? Famous last words, right? Usually I try to do that when I get to the fast forwarding stage, right? Usually I try to wait until I'm, sitting in my vehicle so that I can fast forward, and if any zombies roll up, they'll be slapping the window instead of me. But, yeah, now that there's no vehicle, no, not happening. Not for long, anyway. Yeah, it really is. It's a goofy movie. It's very goofy. but it's got some great moments. The goofiness does not belie the good sides of it. The frickin' I'm still mad that we can't throw what was the second album I ever bought? I'm still mad that we can't throw records at zombies. We have CDs. Can I turn them into frisbees? Throw them at a zombie and stagger it, maybe? Zombieland was okay. The Bill Murray segment was a little silly. Just a little silly. I didn't dislike it, but it was like that was an example where I feel like the silliness kind of slowed down the interest of the movie for me a little bit. But not bad. I think the fire on the bottom right is now done once that tile goes out. We do have upright targets on the far right over here where they those guys didn't catch the group burn. The car should be accessible now. I'm going to do a sneaky sneak and see if I can get it. And I'm also just going to shut the fire off because we're done with the fire now. If I had tried to do this a couple patches ago, there would be tiles that are still on fire, even though we can't see it. Thankfully, that's been fixed, I believe. So, if I have an option, check the engine. The engine was 100%. Oh, we literally ran out of gas. I thought we had 10 liters in there. I thought that was going to be enough. Huh, okay, then so be it. We just ran out of gas then. That means I have to go back to base on foot. I'm going to hold off on deploying coffee. I have a coffee. I always do now. Well, quote-unquote always. I carry around coffee as often as humanly possible now. That will delete fatigue at a moment's notice if necessary. Let's just wait for these two to burn, because then all the fire will be out and I don't have to worry about cells being on fire when I'm not around. Part of me wants to go over there and ease their passing. But I gotta be very, very careful. Because remember, when there's zombies on fire, I've never tried this. I feel like pushing a zombie that's on fire is a severe risk to your personal safety. Just one of those examples of playing with fire that I've never wanted to bother engaging with. So you see how that one set the tile on fire, and then this one just suddenly became very interested in walking over here. And now she's on fire. Or, is she? She stopped after this tile went out. Very interesting. Now, in a realistic scenario, or slightly more realistic scenario, and perhaps an authentic scenario, we just had rain a couple days ago, so all this grass would not be very liable to catch fire, because it was rather substantial rain, but that's alright. I'm not too mad about it, but the devs of this game are interested in their realism, so if they want tiles to not burn, and they want there to be a good reason for it, that's always a good reason. Just have a timer. How long has it been since the recent rain? Just want to get this one. Remove anybody who is not yet caught fire. There we go. So as soon as this fire goes out, that is it for today's burn. I think so. I've never actually tried, though. I think it has to be a tile that's on fire. And, well, you have to have it with you. These days, whenever I find a fire extinguisher, I leave it at my bases. Alright, so we need to run all the way back to base since my since my car didn't have enough gas in it somehow. So what I'm doing is I'm putting all weapons except for my my hatchets into my backpack so that we are no longer over encumbered. And so now I can run without being encumbered. And that will help me tremendously, because even if we're going to do a long distance run, despite being a fire officer, we are going to want to be good on weight. So we obviously did not get anybody from the, yeah, big old pocket in the corner of people got stuck in the storage yard there. I might have even been able to get their attention if the car hadn't died. Didn't realize we had one here. This does have gas in it. Hell yeah. We don't have to run. It's the power of hot wiring. I would not have tried that if I wasn't relatively sure that the window would last. Okay, so our goal was to have this crossroad secure. We've not, it's not like we failed the goal, but now we've got all these assholes who were stuck in the corner, somehow magically found a way around now that we came down this way again. I'm going to try to ditch these guys by doing the honky honk, but we don't have a lot of gas to work with, so I'm not going to let the same thing happen to me again. I'm just going to toot in this direction and head back to base. Yeah, it is one of the, that is one of the windows, or the sounds that I don't hear very often, and don't want to hear very often. If the zombie actually manages to get their hands on the window, you have failed in a couple of ways. The police department here, I don't know if I've ever looted this one before. Irvington PD. Main building looted and trashed, but there's a garage right there. I don't know if that's a garage where vehicles can actually spawn inside. If it is, I will want to check that at some point. So, similar deal with these guys. I just don't want them in the middle of the road if I can manage. So I'm just, instead of taking a direct route to my base, I'm leading them around this way. Hang on a second. We're going in the right-ish direction. First Avenue. We should have stayed on First Avenue. Oh, the police. Yeah, that police station definitely would contribute to the totals. So I actually thought the totals was mostly the gas station plus the storage units. I'm going to do a maneuver here as well. Because remember, I want that road to be clear. So I don't mind improvising a little bit and leading them away from that road. Now this looks like a dead end, but if memory serves, I can off-road here and get to the trailer park that's behind the townhouses. I think that is the case, yes. Okay, so here's the trailer park, and then the townhouses are on the other side of this fence, which means there's a couple ways around. I'm going to take the most reliable way that I'm aware of. So, okay. If I go fast enough. Line of sight them. There we go. We are now much closer to base. Even if I ran out of gas here, I wouldn't be too upset about it. Well, I shouldn't be shoving my driver's side door at the nearest zombies. I'm going to be at risk of running out of gas. Trying Trying to stay on this side as far as possible. If anybody joining is not familiar, the goal is to have a clear side of the road at least. Something resembling a clear side of the road so that we get minimal exposure to zombies while we're trying to transport some animals. So here is our base. Wasn't even supposed to come all the way back here tonight, but that's how the cards ended up falling. We do have a little bit of gas to work with here. I'm going to take it out of the car here that I'm using as a barrier. Of course, the animals that I'm talking about moving are not these here. These animals are all stressed. This is one of those rare moments where I kind of wish I could siphon out of a generator, because I got 10 good liters of usable gas in the generator, but that is never going to have much in it. And there's a little bit of gas in these in here. Wait, what? What the hell? Why is there no gas in the gas can? Oh, there we go. Okay, so there was no gas in the gas can after we siphoned the previous one. That shouldn't have happened. Whatever. We have some gas now. 4 liters. That should be more than enough to at least get us somewhere. Alright, it's way overdue for bed. Bedtime we go. So because that took longer than I really should have let it take, we are in need of... Well, need is a strong word, but I want more gas. Yeah, we did kind of get caught with our pants down a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and leave behind the firefighter axe that I was maining before, because it is just about done. We've got 2 perfectly good hatchets in the meantime, and about 100 bullets of 9mm. I'm going to want to sleep a second time before we deploy. I'm going to sit in the car to read so that I don't waste any flashlight battery. We definitely wouldn't be anywhere near home right now if I hadn't gotten really lucky with this truck. And we read until 4 a.m. It is now September 1st. September 1st means we're in planting season for most fall crops. I think. Actually, I'm not sure. It might be early planting season. I'm gonna need to check the recipes to be sure of that. Kind of improvising when it comes to food at the moment. Some canned evaporated milk here. Couple of sodas, and then that marmalade as a fallback. I'm gonna try to pet the animals. I don't think it's gonna work very well, but I'm gonna try. Would not be, can't call it an effort if I didn't try. This one is the one that's not stressed. We've got 2 ewes. One of them is stressed and the other is not. So I'm going to pet all 3 of them just because I can. It's not their fault they're stressed, but it does determine. How do I get rid of cars that are not wrecks but do not want? I usually turn them into barriers or just tow them away. Tow them and leave them somewhere where they're not going to be in the way. Remember with towing that most vehicles cannot tow forward. You want to tow backwards. It's been that way for most of B42. Towing has been nerfed pretty hard. Okay, all gas that is available to me reasonably at the moment is in the truck. Second sleep, coming right up. But yes, you cannot straight up delete cars that are not wrecked, unfortunately. I really wish it could. I mean, if we can weld apart wrecked cars. And before I leave, I'll pet the animals one more time, just so that I can say that I am doing it. If anybody's not familiar with why I have cars instead of just closing the doors, that is because they are stressed and therefore the cow will attack the doors if they're closed. So instead of, they'll also just walk away if I leave the door open and have to move them to the correct place if I want to pet them. Looks like their water supplies are still perfectly good. The safe thing for me to do would be to go ahead and take my generator up to the gas station, because the gas station is, I'd have to fight for it a little bit, but because I'm edging really low on gas, that is the safest thing to do right now. I have a long history with this gas station. Video on the channel, it's actually one of my most recent published ones. Yeah. It's alright, I'm just not going to make that same mistake. Well, yeah, so Restless Sleeper can be very bad if your sleep gets interrupted by literally anything. Because if you don't get a full night's sleep, then you're going to be a lot worse off than a normal person would be. That's kind of what Restless Sleeper is in the nutshell. Oh, I also need to bring a... That's not the first time I've hit that godforsaken stop sign. Did we lose our entire hood? Hang on. I might have lost my entire hood from that. It's down to 22%. So that means any collisions on the front are direct engine damage now. So no more front collisions at all, ever. No more turning too hard. Anyway, what was I saying? I need to get a trailer, and it needs to not be one of mine. I'm gonna go steal one of the last ones from the I don't actually know exactly what this is. It's a factory farm of some kind down here. Big bonk, as it were. Bonk status 2000. Still corpses down here. We cleared this road trying to make an open route for our you know, I'm gonna trade my truck. Even though this truck is not, I can get from A to B with it. There's perfectly good other trucks over here. Some of these are probably in great condition. So we're gonna steal both a trailer and a truck from here. Let's see if anybody has gasoline first. Cattle farm, right? I mean, there's not just cattle in here. There's all kinds of animals. So, perfect trunk. Nice, okay. Now to just take a trailer, and we are out of here. Check tire pressure on the trailer I'm going to take. Okay, there is a pump right here. I will take the pump and do that as well once we are clear of distractions like that door slapper up there. You had a trailer not moving at all. I have not had that in a little while. I'm glad to see it's not happening here. As loath as I am to want to take the yellow generator forward. Wow, look at that. Wow. Tires could actually use a bit of a top-up, though. Despite them being perfect condition for the most part, or at least halfway there. There we go. I don't really care as much about the truck, so I'm going to have to leave it behind, at least for now. The destination is the second of the two race cars. Yay! Probably can't be good for the brakes to be stopping on a dime like that. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm going to have a full tank. Because what we're going to do is we're going to put the generator that we're carrying right now from Irvington Base. We're just going to drop it at the gas station for now. That is the most convenient course of action since I did a doof and I didn't fill up before we departed like I was supposed to. You know what? That zombie out there in the fields, both of those, they're going to be problems. I need to deal with them now because if they get just a little closer, that's all it needs. And the next thing you know, my cows are stressed again. Or cow and sheep, rather. What's up, buddy? Why does it void like that? It's just taking forever to load new map chunks for some reason. That's only started as of the latest build. I didn't see it get anywhere near as bad. You know what? I can't say that 100%. It might have been something that got worse with 42.15. Because I started observing a little bit of that on Nora, my previous character. But I attributed that to it being a massive save and us being in the late game. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe, because I mean, okay, we still have a slightly massive save here. It's about 600 megabytes, 250,000 files. But that's, I mean, we've had saves that big before, and this has never been a problem. So, I was talking earlier about hardware, possible hardware concerns. I do not need this particular road clear right now, because I don't have any animals in the trailer. The animals that we want to rescue with the trailer are on the road to go pick up the car. Well, this is rich. Imagine if it took so long to load the chunk that it let the zombies actually mosey on up and slap my windshield. Alright, we are going to have to get out and kill everybody here if we want gas. At least now we have a clean way of getting some gas. Clean, straightforward, and eerily similar to another video on my channel. title when you can't tell whether it's over. Fun times at this gas station. I'm trying to conserve my sharpness a little bit by going for the ground hits. What's that shirt? It's a decal, isn't it? Yeah. Music t-shirt. Two coming. See if I power up the generator, every single one of these bad boys are all over us. We need a sharpen on this one, so I'm switching hatchets. One from the further north. Now when it comes to where to place the generator, I'm going to place it intentionally as far as I can manage, because I don't care where it is as long as it's not going to be bringing down zombies right on me. One of the problems that I made last time I set up in this particular spot is that I put the generator like right next to the pump, and that meant that the moment I powered it on, zombies are making a beeline for the pump whether they can see me or not. So if I put it like across the street, for example, or just, you know, a little farther back here, then at the very least they'll be going over here instead of directly at me. They'll have to actually see me, which that won't be a problem for them given enough time, but I'll take anything that buys me a little bit of time. So I'm going to kill all these guys, and then we'll give it a shot, see what it pulls in. Strike 3, you're out. Give me that watch. Tobacco shop right here. Average is about 6 cartons if memory serves. And plenty of other little bits and bobs. We got some pouch tobacco and a pipe. I've always felt that this game doesn't represent pouch tobacco very well. I have purchased 2 pouches of tobacco, and I must have smoked probably like about 70 times, and I still haven't gotten either of them to below half. So bags of tobacco last a really long time unless you're like a chain smoker. Like I've only ever smoked like 2 times a week tops, and I sometimes go months without even thinking about it. So the usage rate obviously is a little bit lower for me, but in this game, you'd have it believe that a pouch of tobacco has like 5 uses in it, and that's it. They are not like cigarettes. A single pouch of tobacco can last quite a while. But then all you got to do is get a pouch and a pipe, and suddenly your smokers are living in heaven. And we can't have that now, can we? All right, I'm going to power it on. I'm going to start just by getting a can of gas. And if that goes well, maybe I'll pull the vehicle up, but I'll assess the situation afterwards. Yellow side is empty here. Oh, great. I had to use a different one. Okay, no incoming from this side. Those guys up there are just enjoying their time being statues. And I don't see any action from this side. Yeah, I do see there's somebody on the other side of the projection window there. He is not moving. Just lovely. Sometimes if they're outside of hearing range, they sometimes might just do random movements that bring them into hearing range, but those guys look okay for now. None of them are grouping up. The random movements seem to happen a lot more when they are trying to group up. Alright. Yellow generator can stay here. Easy enough to pick back up once we come back here with a different vehicle. And there won't be any food in the trailer itself, but that's okay. There is food at our destination. That McDonald's is moving. Moving. Alright, our destination now is a... we're just basically following the path we took yesterday. There's pretty Corvettes down there. Someday I might want them. But right now we've got vehicles even more powerful than Corvettes waiting for us. That's the only reason I've not gone for those Corvettes yet. If we hadn't found the race cars, I'd probably have driven one of those Corvettes by now. Having a powerful towing vehicle is always one of my early game objectives. Ding, ding, ding. She nabbing my out till I high up. We back at it. I shouldn't vibe too much. That's how I drift to the side of the road. Now here's a problem. This is a problem because I have to double back. I will have to double back in order to bring the cows to my base without dealing with the massive groups that we spotted on the North Road. So these guys right here that I actually kind of forgot about earlier, yeah, we don't want to be driving right past them with a cow on board, if we can avoid it at least. Strike 3, you're out. I feel damage to my vehicle when it's depends on the vehicle, right? They've actually dialed it back, but that I think has been because I think the what they recently did with vehicles is they did make it so that zombie damage is a little bit less punishing, but they also made it so that we can't kill zombies anywhere near as easily with vehicles. There was a nerf, something like 14 or 15, I can't remember the exact patch. It might have been 13, actually. What do you mean 13? It suddenly became so that you couldn't... For a little while there, it was like a light touch with a vehicle would instantly kill a zombie. And when it was like that, it felt like vehicle damage from bumping into zombies was at its worst. But since that has been... since that's no longer a thing, I think it's now proportional to how much damage you do to the zombie that you bump into. So light bumps are far less punishing than they used to be. But that's just how it feels. I'm just going by feels here. I don't know if that's 100% sure, if that's the case. But this is our target right here. This right here is now Holstein Athena. First of the Holstein breed to be rescued by me. And I now attach her to a rope. She does not need water right now. The bull might. The bull might need some water. So I'll probably water him before I leave. And unfortunately, I cannot take them both at once. It is not possible. I really shouldn't be carrying around this gas can if I'm going to try to give him some more water. Because I can do that. He does not have much water, if any, out here. But inside the building, which is outside of his zone, because the zone doesn't include the building. Inside the building, there's dozens of liters of water. So he's not having a very good time because he was dying of thirst before. I fed him a little bit of my own water when I found him, but he's probably still struggling. So let's get some water from the trough here and bring it out there to where it should be. This is why I didn't fill up all 4 of my gas cans. Alright, buddy. Got you covered right here. So he is well fed, not thirsty, and he's calm. So this is now Angus Adonis, and we will come back for him as soon as we've dealt with Athena. In the meantime, we don't want him to... It may take a little bit of time to sort Athena out, so this will make sure he doesn't get too thirsty in the meantime. Did I close the door? I don't know if I'm a little paranoid about doing anything improperly. One thing I'm going to be doing is I've heard a rumor, and I don't know how true it is. I've heard a rumor that going too fast while you're transporting them will actually stress them out. Because, of course, we don't have enough stress vectors. We need more. It's probably not at risk of accidentally escaping, but just in case. If they just bolt, animals can be annoying to track down. Oh, and by the way, PSA, you can take hay from the hay bales now. So even though I don't have any animal in the trailer, or I don't have any food in the trailer, I can just take some hay from these bales and put it in the trailer in the food box. And then we have food. It is 20 hay per bale. In that case, we got 60. I wonder if the double stacks give us more. I don't like resorting to eating things like marmalade, but in this particular scenario, we had that unexpected little extension to our adventure thanks to the fire horde running out of gas there. So I'm setting cruise for 40 miles an hour. This hopefully will inoculate me against any accidental stress gain. We do have pigs down there. I don't have the ability to save them. We've already got to do a second trip just to save the bull. A mating pair of cattle are far more important than any other animal in the game right now, by my standards. Chickens are a very close second. I don't know if it's worth it to bother getting out. No, it's not. It's not. I'll just try to power past them. So there's actually 2 fields full of pigs here. I suppose if I need more butchering experience in the future, I know exactly where to go. Alright, you know what? I'm going to risk going a little faster, and I'm going to check her when we get to our destination. There's another Holstein. Shit. Oh, man, I wish I hadn't noticed that. Oh, I wish I hadn't noticed that. Holstein cows are so useful. Oh, I wish I hadn't noticed that. Am I going to be able to live with myself? I'm thinking about it. I'm just going to think about it. Going to let it stew. Should also see exactly how much milk I can get. Because Holstein cows sometimes give tons of milk. And that's kind of normal for them to give tons of milk. But I don't... Oh, I forgot there was already gas in here. I didn't remember that. So hopefully that should be more than enough gas. This may take a few tries. The fact that we got it on the first time with the other one was a stroke of unbelievable luck. It always takes longer for other sports cars. Alright. So 2 things have been acquired. Holstein cow and a second, better protected race car. So checking her status. She is calm. She is not producing milk. So even though we found her next to a bull, the bull did not do its job yet, so that is something to be aware of. Now, I don't think I've used... Oh, I have! I have used... Oh my gosh, I'm a bit of an idiot. I did not realize that Heights right here connected directly to Irvington Road. We're going to be able to avoid most zombies. Okay, cool. That means this other Holstein cow here is not... I don't know what just happened there. The other Holstein cow here is not a lost cause. I should have at least 1 spare liter of water. I don't. I have no spare water. I could go get some. Let me check their status and see what they're at. Because you see how many tiles are missing? How many they've had to graze? That tells me that they may be... If there's no water here, which doesn't look like there is, they may be close to dying already. She's only thirsty. She's not dying of thirst yet. Okay, shit. Okay, change of plans. Change of plans. A new course of action has been made available, and there's now something more viable to do than just take the 1 Holstein cow. We can do more than 1, we just have to be smart about it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave Athena here temporarily. And we're going to race back to the other farm and get water. Lots of it. Because there's Ginfidel, Ginfidel cow, Holstein cow, and bull right there. And that's even closer than the other farm. So standard practice with sports cars, do not go max speed all the time. You will, it will kill you on impact. Water tap on the house up the road. There's a water tap right there. I'm going for it. I've got 2 gas cans. I'm going for it. Got 1 zombie on me. Sorry about this, piggies. Don't worry, it will go to a better place. What, buddy? Feed bags. Easiest way to feed animals is feed bags. Alright, offhand military backpack spare here. And this is where we store the... I think we actually have perfect amount of room for these two sides. That's 7 plus 7, that's 14. And then outside is a big one, that's 10 plus 10, that's 20. 14 and 20, we're like, that is just shy of a full backpack. And now, what I do is gas can into primary, and we drain the sink. Quick Z check. We're okay for the moment. So, as with any water fixture, it is 20 liters, so there's 10 and 10. Wait, what? Oh, she didn't equip it, right. While we're here, is there anything, are there any other water fixtures? No, but I think there's tainted water in back there. I'm going to fill my own, because I'm going to get thirsty. The pig is running away. That probably means zombie. Yeah, zombie, but not aggroed yet. So what we have in total is 2 troughs, one for food, one for water, a couple of feed bags, and then 20 liters of water. We do have more gas cans, but 20 liters should be perfectly fine for now. The feed bags should also be perfectly fine for now. Basically, the cows that we're going to leave in the north field there are going to have the essentials taken care of for probably a little while. 20 liters of water, and they definitely won't go through the 4 feed bags within a month. It actually takes annoyingly long sometimes for animals to get feed bags emptied out, because I used to try. Like, I used to put only feed bags in animal pens with lots of animals, because feed bags give a sack when they're empty, but there's no crafting menu option to empty them. So I actually tried specifically to get them to eat a feed bag as much as possible, and even with a lot of cows in one pen, it still took a while. I'm also going to need to know where this pen can be entered and exited from, because we have to actually be able to get the cow in and out. Surely there's a gate somewhere. This is a huge field. Damn. Okay, here we go. Probably should have figured it was part of a larger farm. Try with a NASCAR at 120. Ha! I wouldn't get anywhere. Hey, Luchador, how's it going? Oh, Jesus Christ. They just spawned in. Well, okay. I will pull the zombies away from them then. I see what's going on here. We've got 2 Angus and a Ginfidel and then a Holstein bull. So this is a different field. This wouldn't work in real life. This is the same field as the other field. There's no barrier between the field. And they've got 2 bulls in the same field. In real life, these bulls would wander right on up to each other and start killing each other. I've got to drop this, and now I can kill the Zeds. We are fatigued, and I did not refill my coffee. So this is going to be an interesting fight. Going to have to try to push one. Thank goodness she participated. Got really lucky there. Alright, so... that makes things complicated for me. But it doesn't change the overall objective. Most important is the Holstein cow. Everything else is secondary. Holstein cows are the goddesses of milk production. I have gotten more than 15 liters from one in one milking in the past. Don't know if that's always going to be true, but I feel like it's going to be proportionally true. And here's the other field. So here's our primary target. Let us ensure her needs are met first. Now when I come back here, I'll probably just use a sledgehammer to give myself a another exit. Although entering through the south is actually probably the fastest. So if I get to choose, then I put food in the wooden one and water in the metal. The metal has like 3 times as much storage for water. Now here's the thing, the bull up there has left the zone, and therefore, even if we put food here, will not partake unless I make him re-enter it. Look at him, he's going all the way up there. Sorry, you can't start mating with my cow yet. She's still in the trailer. Probably hung pretty well, but I don't think you can make that, I don't think you can make that jump, buddy. Right, this way. Take care of your other needs first. Oh, this way. Just gotta get him back in the zone. There we go. And now he goes straight to the food. Right? Or the water, whichever works. Okay, now we can actually continue with immediate objective, which is bring the other Holstein cow home. I'm going to do a quick little orbit for zombies. Remember, this is a Holstein bull down here, not a cow. Okay, there's no field here, but there's tons of resources. So all I gotta do is create a field here, and then just move those cows down to this field. Let me get rid of these Zeds, and that should be... it should be an open territory for them. Wow, that thing just powered through a bush. Nice. I know. Now I could just take out the... I could take out the rope and lead them all the right way. Or I could do things the sneaky way. I actually thought that was going to work. They run away from noises. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I've never tried horns before. Hey! So she's running away from me. So I can actually just use that to lead them in the correct direction as a group. Because I don't have enough rope. Well, I have 2 rope. I have 2 rope. I can do it 2 at a time. It's fine. 2 at a time is fine. Okay, so let's create a new zone right here. Just got to go to zones above the map icon on the right side there. And make sure it encompasses that. Now, you can connect zones that exist. But I have noticed some weird things where... when you do that, sometimes animals don't seem to reach resources from all of them. So I don't usually connect zones that are like so far away from each other that they are. Oh, is he stressed? He might be stressed. If he's stressed, that was a stress noise right there. Okay, he's not so stressed that he's going to attack me then. So I have another rope. Actually, I have 3 rope. So it sounds like the Angus up here is stressed as well. I don't know how many of them are actually stressed, but at least I can bring them somewhere where they can last a while without... I mean, if what is... okay, so if I combine all the group knowledge that I've been given about this, KTO suggested that I leave animals that are stressed, leave them outside. And other folks in the chat have said that just give them enough time and they'll eventually de-stress. So if it truly is a problem of them being indoors, then we've got an outdoor zone right here. Are we in it? We are in it. So all I got to do is equip a weapon and that detaches them. They don't like it when you run too close to them. Check inside the barn for Zeds. Okay, will do. Good call. I might even try to sleep here if I can. There's no reason not to. Well, I have to go get Athena first. I have to go get Athena and at least bring her around here. I think leaving them in a trailer for a while might not be good for them. I don't even know that for sure, but, yeah. If there's even a remote possibility, I'd like to get ahead of it. I think it's actually safe to run a little bit while you're pulling them. These ones are lower priority, so I'm going to be a little bit riskier with these ones. Because honestly, at this point, I've got 2 Holstein cows that are not stressed. And that's really, that mission number 1 is achieved. But they are now all in the correct zone. The zone should have plenty of resources. It has 139 liters, 78 units of food. I don't exactly know what the definition of a unit is. The game doesn't explain it. But I do know that it means, once it gets to the high double digits like that, it means you're probably good for a while. There's probably some sort of consumption rate. Like, this animal eats this much food a day. So that barn is clear. This one is probably clear. Let's double check. Yep, okay. So we have ourselves a fair few cows now. Now, what do I do with them? Where do I bring them? Being a drifter character who doesn't have a, a long-term permanent base anywhere on the map. I'm glad you asked. No, we do have long-term plans to set up probably in Phallus Lake. Because Phallus Lake, I've pointed this out before, it's really central to everywhere else in the map. So Phallus Lake, if we set up there, then we can get to other towns a lot faster than we could if we set up in any other town. That being said, my core metalworking infrastructure is probably going to be in Muldraugh. Muldraugh is also pretty centralized if you factor in places like Louisville. The trip from Muldraugh to Louisville I actually did somewhat recently. It actually isn't that awful bad if you don't have any massive obstructions on the road. Didn't get quite close enough for that. I don't know where the barn for this place would be. Or, I mean, not the barn, sorry, the house for this place. So I'm not going to give up on these guys just yet. I'll give them all pets and see what happens. Did that one break? She broke. Okay, so the metal here is broken. If I try to pet her, see, I click the button and nothing happens. That also means she's enabled no clip. Leaving the zone and re-entering sometimes fixes that, but also sometimes they stay that way for a very long time. It usually happens when you can't get to them, but that's not the case here. So what I'm going to do, now that I've identified several more, I'm actually going to go ahead and leave the trailer here, and I think I'm going to go back to Irvington and sleep, and then bring the another one of the trailers up here, because now that is one of the most expedient things to do. Reload the zone. Yeah, that's hopefully that works. I have seen it work for some reasons I couldn't explain. That doesn't work, but glad if it doesn't, or if that's not the case, rather. So, we ready for some stealth towing? I mean, if they're not going to react to me, I don't care that I'm stage 2 fatigue. This car is so powerful that I can do this. And if anybody's wondering, yes, I have used vehicles as mace flails before. And yes, it does kind of work, but it's been nerfed heavily. It used to be that zombies would die from the lightest collision, and so it used to be an amazing weapon. I jokingly called it the Spiffo Battle Axe when I did it with a trailer. I find it hilarious that nobody's noticed me towing 2 cars away. These zombies definitely came off the short bus. Reload the zone from the menu. Oh, well, I'll try that. Definitely try that next time. So there's one obstruction removed. This would be yet another situation where if I had some kind of caffeine, I'd definitely ingest it. But I never dared to hope that this road was one that directly connected to the road that I was using before. I've never, gone this direction intentionally for the sake of getting onto Irvington Road to Ekron. Despite their proximity, the Irvington to Ekron is a commute that I've not actually done as much. So now we're on a section of Irvington Road that is going to be somewhat not as busy, because I've gotten out and killed everybody on a first pass. Jesus! God bless my life. Okay, how much should I take from that? That's not good. Headlights. I was fiddling with the headlights. That was not good. That was very not good. I took no damage, but the car took a little bit. I mean, it's a fucking bowler. Mundane Matt's favorite thing. Yeah, I just did it as a joke, that's all. Definitely no ninjaing my way into the gas station there. It really is. I can't take my eyes off the road for longer than a second. And driving it at night is probably the worst thing I could do, too. Wait a minute, hang on. That was not a generator. I thought for a brief second. No, that's okay. Worth a peek. Didn't see those guys there. I need to... Maybe if I zoom in more, it will encourage me to control my speed a little better, I think. Yeah, I think zooming in a little bit is not a surefire solution, but it definitely helps me maintain perspective of how fast I'm going. Maybe that's a little cope. I'm not sure. I'm gonna roll with it. Positive mental attitude. Somehow I'm on time for bed. I know, right? Somehow, Ginfidel survived. I'll tell you what, I stole a cot from the, military surplus, but there's another one I could steal. If I take that with me, and then I go up to the, place where I've got all the cows. What if I do that and then food is a immediate concern here. I'll finish that thought after I worry about the food situation. The food situation is absolutely nuts. Soda is not cutting it right now. So here's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm going to take the Ginfidel that we've got here. I'm going to take it with me, as well as the sheep that's actually stressed. Oh, they're both not stressed. Perfect. Of course, Bessie here is still stressed. Bessie is stressy. I'm gonna have to go deal with that guy right now. Guy, gal, whatever. Going down. So I take the Ginfidel and I bring it to the where we've got the other cows. And then I do a de-stressing operation up there. See if I cannot get them all de-stressed at that field up there. Because that field up there, if I can just get them all up there and keep track of them up there, then things would be a lot easier to work with. Just get a little bit of stuff out of my inventory here. Alright, here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to roll the dice on a bed. And when I say roll the dice, what I mean is I'm going to go disassemble one of the beds from one of the residential houses down here. And I'm going to see if I can manage to get an intact one. Because if I can, that will accelerate my plans tremendously. If I can't, then we'll just have to make an extra trip somewhere, and it will be probably okay. So, first shot right here, there is a single bed. This would be perfect.
Hey!
I cannot believe I just did the fucking thing. Perimeter check. I hit Q. Yep. Doesn't matter that I have almost 3,100 hours. Anybody can do it. Alright. Okay. If I try this and it doesn't work, then it worked. Never mind. Don't even have to finish the sentence. Hey, you. Hey, you. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. What's up? You want something? Hey, listen. Back up. Can't remember if any of these houses had a, had a pillow or not. Because a spare pillow would be the icing on the cake right now. This was where I picked up the bed from, and I was surprised that previous bed, not the current one. Too many Zeds, not worth it. As is often the tale with Irvington, trying to get anywhere in Irvington that's residential. Securing a residential block in Irvington is always more effort than the individual residences' loot are worth. Even late game. I mean, especially late game. Early game, you know, you don't have as high pop, but it's just not a good value proposition. I'm currently Carpentry 6, so we're getting a little bit better results than we normally would, but it's not like we're getting that good of results. Oh shit. I actually want that one. Just so it has something, even though the headlights on these things just don't seem to work right now. I've been edging myself on food for a very long time on this character, and that's mostly because I've done my early game out of order, like very out of order. So even she agrees with me. This is the most out of order I've ever done things. I typically would have had a, cow secured a long time ago, and I would have a milk production pipeline and a butter production pipeline and everything. That would have happened a long time ago in most of my other characters' lifetimes. But I've been putting the cart before the horse a little bit here. Not the worst thing in the world, but I'm clearly not accustomed to it. Yeah, it's alright. Alright, today we are... I'm gonna take both sheep if I can. I don't think I can. I don't know what they weigh. So I'm gonna check what the sheep weigh. There is a possibility I can take both along with the cow. Especially after verifying that both sheep are, no longer stressed. Of course, given enough time, we can take as many animals as we want, but I'm trying to severely limit back and forth trips. That is kind of what I'm working at right now. Is it normal for radio stations to spawn, or to sponsor, race cars? That seems slightly unusual. Let's let her drink first. Take your time, sweetheart. You don't need to make that noise. I can add one of the sheep to the trailer. Hell yes. Okay. That's right. I actually forgot this is how I did it in the first. So, I cannot fit them both, but I can hand carry the other one. But this is how I have to do it, though. First I drop her, then I pick up the bed. And then I pick her back up. I am limit breaking my inventory size severely by doing this. So I literally could not get out and do anything if I wanted to right now, other than get out and die. But also let me make sure that it's actually closed. Okay, good. I'm carrying so much at once right now that I cannot even get something out to eat. So I'm just gonna have to wait and then eat when it's safe. But this is what I have spent my entire life preparing for. Leading all these zombies on the other side of the road so that I can actually drive on this side of the road. And there should be a not overly massive amount left on this side. He said as he suddenly saw a annoyingly large amount. It depends on what you leave them with. The answer to that question all depends on what you leave them with. The animals that I care about, I have gone out of my way to ensure their safety and supplies. I have not had the action economy to save all the animals I've seen. And I don't think anybody ever will. If everybody in this game who plays this game, I've seen some people say, oh man, I really feel for the animals. I gotta save them all. Well, you're gonna really stretch yourself short. People already have a lot of trouble making themselves self-sufficient. I am definitely stretching myself to try to save what I'm trying to save right now. I could be a lot better off if I was not trying to save as many as I reasonably can at the moment. Most importantly, what I'm trying to focus on at the moment is fewer trips. That is the most important thing to me right now. It's fewer trips back and forth. And by hand carrying one lamb and putting another in the trunk, and then along with the cow, we are carrying more than we probably ever would be able to normally. Now I need to turn north up here somewhere. Double check the, yeah, just next left at the horizontal T intersection, or the diagonal T intersection. The italicized T intersection. Italicized and inverted from our perspective. Right here. I will be able to get an interesting answer to my question here if, that sounded like a potentially stressed noise. Damn. Well. That's not my turn. My turn is the next turn. It's an actual road. Moving day. Right, we're going to have to dodge a few Zeds here, too. Frick. Well. These ones I'm going to have to kill before I do the big migration. Any amount of cattle that I want to bring with me must be... I must deal with anything on the road from here to the intersection we just took. That's not too difficult of an ask. I just need to be thorough when we do it. Past this point, I don't think there's going to be anything else. Is this my turn, or is it the next? I thought it was an actual... It is an actual road. Okay. So my turn is the next turn. I thought that Irvington or Muldraw would be in our future on this stream. It could be. I'm about halfway through today. It is a Sunday after all. Here's my turn. So basically all I'm doing is taking one stressed cow and putting them in with the rest of the stressed cows. But if what I've heard is true, and they stop getting stressed as much when they can, when they spend some time outdoors, then here's the great outdoors. So due to a stroke of luck, I have now a bed. Having a bed right next to a stressed cow, or a stressed bull even, does not sound like the best of ideas. But, well. Time heals all wounds, right? That means they'll be okay after a little while, right? Is that how that works? It doesn't look like the rain is filling this up. So that's what I got buckets for. Buckets are at least filling up. Now here's the best part about all this. If it's true that time will heal them, then all I've got to do is read some books and not starve to death. The second part of that is going to be harder than the first because we don't have a lot of food right now. I assume that I've got to be in the zone with them somehow. I should really go locally source some more food. There's got to be a house somewhere nearby where the people who own this farm would live. We're going to go search that out first. There's a lunch break zone right there. If nothing else, this makes an amazing exploration vehicle. Just got to learn to control its power. Is it possible to use this power? Not for a survivor. I don't think we actually have any animals here. Mostly just killing these guys on principle. Oh, no, look at that. We do have a Holstein, or sorry, a Simmental cow, Simmental bull. They have no infrastructure here. But there is infrastructure here. This is just another one of those many situations where there is a place that has everything the animals need right next to a place that has nothing that the animals need. And I will never understand that. Why is the zone all the way over here when what the cows will need to survive is all the way over here? It doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. It just seems like a map design skill issue. Like, did the devs not explain to the map designers that these... I think they're almost there. Yeah, just one more yell. They should be in the zone. Hey. Perfect. They are now in a zone where they won't immediately die. I've done the bare minimum to ensure their short-term viability. Don't see anything else out here. So away with this zone. This zone never should have been here in the first place. I'm thinking about taking a generator here and locking in, but I'm also thinking about just improvising. It all depends on what kind of other resources I can secure locally. For now, I'm going to prep for off-the-grid life. So that is a log and 3 stones. Irvington Gun Store is a fun time. For anybody joining, welcome. Our current objective is to get some animals de-stressed, if at all humanly possible. I don't even know if that's something that we can achieve, but I'm going to try. And right now the working theory is we just need to hang out with them. And one of my other folks in chat mentioned that they should be outdoors. So we're going to try all of the above there. I'm going to hang out with them. We're going to be outdoors, going to be away from all zombies, and I'm going to read some books. I just need to make sure that I have food to eat in the meantime. And yes, this is a race car. We're actually right down the road from Irvington Speedway. That is where we've noticed the most viable cows in the area, has been right here. There's got to be a farmhouse, though. I think this might be it down here. This road probably leads directly to it. Chickens too? Really? Okay, how many zombies are bothering the chickens out here? Somehow none? Okay, what's their resources? They've got water but no food. It's going to be a little difficult to get them food when it's raining because any trough I put down is going to start catching rain. I think they added... They must have done something about that because I've noticed the troughs I put down are not immediately catching rainwater these days. Sweet, a hatchet. Betty shall watch over me. Mostly I'm here for food and a pillow. As nice of a house as it is, if the theory that you have to spend time next to the animals is correct, then I can't stay here. I've got to go be next to the animals. Man, this is pretty looking. I've never actually been to this particular house. Perimeter check first. Very pretty house. Lots of windows, of course. Who's smudging up a window somewhere? Am I going insane, or did y'all hear somebody smudging a window? May have been upstairs. Stairs are in the back corner. We'll check upstairs with the gun here. Nobody at the immediate landing site. We check rooms with doors open first. Clear. Alright, give me some pillows here. That's what we're here for, after all. I'll always capture the flag, but, good point, good point. So the only reason I felt safe doing that is because I managed to do this by using walk to, hotkey Y. It will take, if there is a valid path for your character to take to get there, then walk to will usually not lead you astray. What is this? Oh, that's a closet, right? Brown hair dye. Sure, why not? Oh, found it. So we did have somebody in the bathroom here. How about you don't break your own window, pal? I do like your house, though. Gonna have to take it. Didn't even have an ID on him. So I don't even know who my host is. Alas. So one last room unchecked. He seemed to be interested in entering it. Probably he saw the pillow. He knew I was going for the pillow. Oh, I'm at MSR 788. And this is a key to... I'm just going to call it the Super Farm, because this is a very superior building. Like I said, if there was better strategic positioning to this place, it's very beautiful. I'd be here. I'd be here for it. But right now, I can't even stay here for the short term because if my theory is correct, we need to go be out there next to the animals. Just picked up a Magnum. Nice. Alright, let's see what the kitchen has. Hopefully it's not completely empty. There's a lot of shelves in here, but there's not a lot of zombies. That combo tells me that we might not be in for two cereal and pasta. Those are both nice things. Canned beans. A little bit of cookware. We could make pancakes. Chocolate bar, mushroom soup. Bowls. In a different world, we would want to have that meat cleaver for using for animal part claiming, but that does not apply in this universe. So actually, right now, having only 11 encumbrance in my offhand, I can also carry an oven. So it is possibly viable to have a generator up there and not have to live off the grid. Oh, that's not... It didn't weigh 25. I thought it weighed 25. Okay. So in that case, I can afford to take that. Okay. I'm assuming this house doesn't have the basement. Interesting. You have your laundry room in the entryway. Alright, alright. That is definitely one of the decisions of all time. Now, if we get lucky, one of those cows will de-stress soon enough that we can actually milk it, and then our food problems will all be gone. Yeah, I know, right? You know what? The chickens might be okay, too. We've just got to get them food. That's going to be our next mission. The chickens... I'll be real with you guys. There's a lot of chickens over there. I can probably butcher one and actually get a meal. My butchering skill is quite low, but I think we can make that work. Yeah, not a bad idea. Now, that being said, we barely got anything from the last pig we butchered. So even though we've got an oven for long-term use, for short-term use, we, I only just realized the bed and the oven can be attacked. It's too late now. I've just got to hope they won't attack it. If bulls or cows are stressed, they will attack anything that they can touch. So that may have been a mistake, but whatever. I'm committed now. Eddie, watch over me. If these noises get annoying, I apologize. Imagine how I feel. Most I can do is pet them periodically. I'm going to do it. She is glitched. Okay, so I had somebody recommend reload the zone. Okay, I have reloaded the zone. No, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh, I'm going to build a campfire, just not near them. I'm not going to build a campfire anywhere near them. The campfire will be elsewhere. Oh, this is Athena. She's not stressed. That means all she needs to do is actually get hit by the bull. So the zone only goes up to the edge of the fence here. I'm going to put the campfire right on the other side of the fence. Just for good measure. And of course I left the... I left it behind. Hang on. In totality, we do have a fair bit of food. We just need to be smart about how we use it. Oops. Alright. Got a fire going. We're going to boil this bucket of water here. Don't worry, the gas can is empty. So I am now opening, I've opened a jar of tomatoes. Now I'm opening a can of beans. Make a, well, I was going to make a stir fry of beans and tomatoes, but I can't do that. Shit. I'm going to try saucepan, or put pasta in the saucepan and see if I can make that into bean pasta or something. Never mind. We cannot put... What's going on here? Why can't I put the pasta in the fucking saucepan? This is tiresome. I guess we can't make pasta in a saucepan right now. I don't know why. I literally can't put anything I have in the saucepan. Well, welcome to Project Zomboid, I guess. We can make like a bowl of beans, can't we? Yeah, okay, I do have bowls. Let's see what I can do with that. I do know that that's probably better than eating the beans straight up. I think I was going to have to do this, but whatever works, I guess. What? Okay, I'm just going to straight up cook the beans and see what happens. I mean, apparently, if I didn't know better, KTO, I would say you can't make anything in saucepans. So I thought the whole point of saucepans, I thought, was pasta and rice. And we have pasta and we can't do anything with it, so I guess it's just rice. That's what I thought too, Dark. That's what I thought too. But I don't have... Apparently there's nothing I can do. Okay, so this bowl of beans doesn't suck quite as much now. And apparently I can take the beans and put them in a salad from the bowl. Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever works. That's actually not bad at all. Yeah, we've got like a day and a half of food there. I can't really make this stir fry much better, but it's fine. I don't have the I'm not gonna be able to forage very well in the rain. I don't have an umbrella, so if I could forage in the rain, then that would make things a little bit better. There we go. So we've got a couple of 30s there. Now what I do is I transfer the water from the bucket to the gas can because the bucket has been boiled. And then I just leave the bucket to catch more water. So we have more water than I'll ever need, and I don't even have to fill it. Okay, and now we begin the long and arduous journey of reading some books while waiting for the cows to de-stress. Let's do a round of pets. Let's see what happens. The bull would be great, because then I have a mating pair of Holsteins. She's still glitched. Moving right along then. Thank you, Lewis. Yes, we have gone far out of our way for the car. The petting will continue until morale improves. Hey, animal care level 1, just by petting. Alright, we're sitting on a comfortable surface. We're wearing reading glasses. And now we are reading a book. There's another 30 salad right there. Fantastic. I'm just going to turn on the light to read for just about an hour here, or like half an hour. Because, I mean, I have backup batteries for when my battery goes out, but we don't want to blow it too much. We just want to stay on schedule with our bedtime here. So before we go to bed, we're just going to pets, give out another round of pets. I'm not even going to bother with the one sticking her head out the window. So I'm pretty sure they go into the glitched state if you can't reach them. I think that's contributory. I'm not 100% sure. And yeah, I still can't. Whatever. What if I try to feed her? The only option to feed is a jar of tomatoes, and I'm not giving them my tomatoes. They're good cows, but they're not getting my food. What's going on? Okay, we've got a glitched Angus too. This is tiresome. They give me one method to reduce stress. 50 methods to build stress. It's just, again, the game is not ready for zombies to be attracted to animal noises. It's just not a fair proposition. We need more ways to get rid of animal stress before that kind of dumb shit happens. But whatever. Okay, Dark, let's try that. Let's try that right now. We still have the pasta, we still have the pot. Let's try it. Because I don't want to say you're full of shit or anything, but the right-click menu is supposed to have that option. But let's try it. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We got the pasta. You know what? I'll just make it easy. I'll take the pasta out of my backpack. And I'll take the Where'd it go? Where did it go? Okay, open it, reopen. Carver flushing tool, cut up belt, cut up denim leather clothing, dismantle simple electronic item, empty pan, make improvised screwdriver, make shiv, open box, open canned food, remove battery, remove respirator filters, tie rope belt. It's not in there. We've got water in a saucepan, we've got pasta. I don't know what to tell you guys. I know this isn't always easy to read. Thankfully, we've got Photoshop open. We got water in the saucepan, 600 out of 600, and yet the crafting menu does not seem to have anything that says anything of the sort. We've even got light. Use the cooking tab. Sometimes that is silly. What do you mean cooking menu? Am I... Alright, hang on. Put pasta in saucepan. Oh, okay. Sorry. Alright. We need a godforsaken crafting surface. Thanks, Indy Stone. It's really, really, really hard to put pasta in a saucepan without a fucking table to do it on. Okay, well, so be it. Chopping block instead of a additional firewood. Hey, look at that. And you know what? Now, look at that. It's in the right-click menu, too. That is so fucking stupid. That is so fucking stupid. It's the same way with dividing food into bowls. That's been a problem, too. We cannot apparently pour, not on the ground. No, that's got to be on a counter. So dumb. But we've got our pasta in a saucepan now. What can I add to it? I can make pasta with tomatoes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We used up the rest of our tomatoes, and that is a pasta. It'll probably be a little bit higher than 30. I need to get some more twigs. Yeah, apparently the ground is not a surface. No, I appreciate you guys for keeping me at it. I have a tendency to give up way too quickly with that dumb shit because, well, it is kind of dumb shit. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. I almost wish that we would have, like, I don't know, maybe in the crafting menu, what they could do to make that better for everybody is just make it so that if you have all the materials for something but you just need a crafting surface, maybe like still put the recipe at the top of the list here and just make it like a lighter shade of gray but still gray. That would help. That would have helped us out there. But I digest. We've got our pasta now, and we can even read by the firelight until it's done cooking. B-E-A, beautiful. This is a 40 pasta, so I'm going to eat half of that when we get a little hungrier. And I'm going to wait to shut the fire off until we are ready for our second bedtime at 4 a.m. One more round of pets before I go to bed. How about that? Cimmedel's still busted. Athena was never busted to begin with. What about this Cimedel? Okay, now that's funny. The game will path me all the way around here to pet her through the wall. But I can't pet the other one at all. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have lots of fun here. Alright, now that I'm actually hungry enough to eat half of that pasta, let's go for it. Oh, look at that. Bessie came right up to me. Does that mean she want a pet? She want a pet? I give her a pet. I feel like maybe this is just cope. I feel like I'm hearing less stress noise. Well, that's the busted one now. I love that. I love this. I love it. I love it. The glitched one is perfectly accessible, but I cannot pet her. I guess Adonis over here really likes my car. Let's not get into the race car, buddy. If I were to get in the driver's seat and just move it a little bit, he'd instantly die. I don't even plan on doing that right now, but alright, so everybody gets pets. Yep, bro is just, we're stroking beef here. We're stroking beef. That's what we're doing. I'll finish this book and then we'll do another round of beef stroke. So we have used up pretty much everything but the pasta. The pasta is the only dry ingredient that we haven't used, which means all of our meals are pretty good here. That guy stroked his beef a little too much. Oh, man. You know what? Holstein Athena was never stressed to begin with, but I'm going to pet her anyway, because she's the only good cow of the bunch. She, when we first saw her, there were plenty of zombies around her, but for some reason, she never got stressed. She's just she's the MVP right now. Can't see very well, but it's not like there's much to see. I guess I will go ahead and put the chair indoors. This is supposed to be my good reading chair. I thought the weather would clear up, but we didn't get so lucky. Okay, carving is done. Next up is, well, quite relevant. We're going to read butchering. We don't milk bulls here. Nuh-uh. That's the cow's job. That's not our job. This is not one of those cheap fantasy novels off of Amazon. Athena is a good cow. She knows where to come get the pets from. Can I pet a cow while sitting down? No. Trying to do so seems to have caused a problem. Yeah, now Athena is glitched, but that's okay. She does not need to be a pet, unlike the others. If you've ever had a dog and they've ever found out exactly how to get pets by shoving their face up into your lap while you're trying to do something on the couch or something, I'm pretty sure cows would eventually do the same. We are in need of some more water. we have a solution for that. I do miss the fact that there used to be a way to just right-click on any water container and just immediately use it as if it were a sink. Using just having a gas can put down somewhere and just use the gas can as my sink. I do miss those days. It's sad that they're gone. These guys really like me. At some point, they'll trust me enough to come when I shout. But today is probably not that day just yet. Yep, this cement here is still busted. Now, part of me was really hoping that the weather would actually clear up before I would have to start commuting with the cows. I think that may have been a bit optimistic. This is September. This is September in Project Zomboid. We may not be that lucky. We're going to probably, the number of days where we have no rain at all is probably going to be fewer than the number of days where we are just drenched for forever. But we do have no choice in terms of going back to get more food, because the pasta is the last of what we have here. That's not looking too bad. But look at that. There's the rain. Came right back. I don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes a cow just has to get pushed through a fence. I think it's been a little while since I've heard any stress noises. And that is fantastic. So, I'll go ahead and stay the night here. Tomorrow morning, rain or shine, we're going to go ahead and head back. I'm going to read in the driver's seat for a minute and sleep. And then I'll start reading in the driver's seat overnight. I do need to step away briefly IRL. So I'll do that while we're doing the overnight reading here. Literally just spent an entire day chilling in the barn with the cows here. Let it never be said that Dani the Drifter is not dedicated to her cattle folk. It would be amazing if the bull actually did his job and got one of the cows knocked up so that we would have some milk flowing, but I guess he's taking his sweet time. I can't blame him. I'm doing the same thing. A man after my own flesh, I suppose. I'm pretty sure they do not mate when they're stressed, but I'm also pretty sure, yeah, he's calm now. So he doesn't have any excuses. He's just got to get off his ass and do it. Someday, perhaps. For the moment, we are having a seat. And Dani's reading a book, and I am stepping away. I shall be gone just about a minute and a half here. And then we shall continue. Be right back, folks. Alright, I'm back. Can't believe the chair would say something like that. Hope you guys put it in its place. Heard you were talking shit. Alright. Fast forward just a little bit. Finish the tailoring for the evening here. That's our cue to eat the last of the pasta. It's already stale? Really? Well, shit. Alright. Pasta goes stale faster than I thought. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to start the tow job yet. I was kind of holding out so that the weather would clear up, but that's probably not a very reliable proposition. I have seen Septembers in Project Zomboid. I have seen them go... I have seen the rain go for like 20 out of 30 days, easily. So, yeah, just waiting for the rain is not... we could be waiting a very long time. So I'm going to put away the reading glasses and... we're going to start clearing the road so that we don't have any zombie obstructions at all between us and our current base. And that will eventually result in us getting back to base. My water bottle, let's top it up first. There will be residential on the road, so we'll be able to top up other things as needed, if possible, or necessary. Yeah, it depends on the pasta. Like ramen, for example. I've eaten ramen 8 hours after making it, and it wasn't that bad. It was definitely not as good, but it was not bad either. I'm not the kind of guy who's got to have, like, you know, hot food. Alright, so this road right here, we now clear every single zombie we see. No survivors. And the good thing about this, since we're not going to take any animals with us on the first trek here, we can go loud. We can shoot them. We do still have quite a few shots, I believe. Making our way towards aiming level 3 here. Oh, you know what? I don't want to be doing it too close. Yeah, because the junkyard around the corner there is going to be full of them, if I'm not mistaken. I remember it being a problem in the past. Hey, how's it going? We are doing interesting things today. I believe I cut the car. Let me double check. I cannot afford to be wasting gas right now. Yeah, cannot afford to be wasting gas right now. Cutting car. Let's see if there's anything to siphon. Hey, we got some siphon. Look at that. We've got plenty of gas here. Fantastic. Not that there's that big of a tank on the race car. I believe the race car's got the smallest everything right now. Yeah, we couldn't even put a full can in. Ah. Alright. Gas in the glove. Yeah, see, look up there, look up there. I want to avoid that gate breaking or having to be opened. If we can do that, then we're in good shape. That was not good. Gotta love the auto target. I know I can turn it off, but man. Another hatchet. Sweet. It looks like a hatchet in that guy's back, but I wasn't 100%. So, as much as I'd love to loot this house for food, I've got to avoid at all costs waking up that group back there. Because as long as they stay back there and they don't see me, then they won't be a problem for commuting back and forth on this road. And I'd like to keep them that way wherever possible. Don't you rear at me. How dare you rear at me. That's what happens to people that rear at me. I like the aesthetic in this house. This is my jam right here. This is my color combo right here. Look at this. This is beautiful. All it's missing is some black walls or something like that. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. It's like somebody drank themselves into a certain direction. I'm just gonna pop this can of mushroom soup. No infrastructure to cook it right now. Wait a minute, can I wear that? Oh, I can't wear it. There's a toy badge. Damn it, I can't wear the toy badge. What a shame. Okay, I think mission success on not getting them to break that gate. So as long as we maintain some semblance of speed when we're driving back and forth, I think we're just far enough from that gate for it to be a problem. Beautiful. Probably should have just taken a bath while I was there. My main hatchet is running low on durability. It's a good thing we got 2 on standby. It's just these 2? Oh, alright then. What's up, buddy? Off the road with that. Probably don't want to be running over them. Not with this thing with the beautiful tires. That's feeling like axe level 6 right there. Even a hatchet that's almost blunt will occasionally get a crit. And that's all she wrote. Same roll with this this fence right here. Or this gate up there. The junkyard is massive and we don't want to spill it. Prefer the zombies to stay in there. But this guy right here will be a problem if we don't deal with him. So trying to line of sight the others and pull this guy back. Hola. Success. Big success. Alright, the resistance will get a little tougher the closer we get to the intersection. But after the intersection and we start moving north, things will get very quiet because we already fought our way through most of what's up there. And respawns are off, so it's only certain areas that have migration that will be a problem. If at all. So that whole group up there, I might need to wipe them all out. And that's a perfect opportunity for a firearm. Yeah, that's a perfect opportunity. This is worth it. Because every single one of them is going to come on up here and flip over one of these fences. What's my primary M9 is at 5 rounds. We've got at least 3 reloads. That's right, folks. You got a free buffet right here. Balls. Some dude's face on that guy's shirt. Four rounds. I might switch weapons if they get too dense. I'm just gonna rack the last bullet. Oh no, no need to panic. I should not even be trying with these fucking ragdolls, man. Alright, this panic shit needs to stop. Oops. There we go. Panic is being dealt with now. I hate the new aiming system sometimes. Oh, fuck off. I just reloaded this goddamn thing. I cannot fucking stand that reloading doesn't clear a jam. I cannot fucking stand it. Whatever. No fucking audio feedback whatsoever on the difference between a jam and an empty magazine. Fuck you. I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it. I'll tell you how I really feel. At least we got a little bit of aiming experience out of all that nonsense. See, the count was close, but we were two rounds up before we needed to reload. At least we can still get a full magazine left. Or at least close enough. Plenty more bullets when we get back to base. Early level aiming shit. That actually doesn't go away, by the way, the convulse there. I have no idea whether it's intentional or not, but shortly after they flip over, there's like a brief moment where sometimes they just go completely completely undamageable. And I don't think there's any cues to tell whether they're in that state or not. You just get to find out when they don't react to one of your bullets at all. So this entire stretch, we'll have a couple here, but then as you can see from the corpses on the side of the road right there. Oh, this hatchet is about done. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and swap it. I've seen this house layout many times. The kitchen's right in front of me. What would be a cool idea, Torrent? But, hello. Maybe actually being able to see zombies behind walls like that. Possibly. I mean, Space Engineers was an amazing survival space game, and then Keen just gave up. Like, they started with a really good foundation that they could build a survival space game on, and then they never added enemies, and they never added... They only just recently added things as basic as hunger and thirst, I believe. I actually haven't tried the game since the updates that allegedly did that. Keen is really... Keen is definitely one of the survival crafting developers of all time. They're constantly working on a new and improved Space Engineers 2 with all the same stuff for the most part, except all the stuff they haven't finished re-adding yet. But it's going to have V-Rage 3 instead of V-Rage 2. Whoa, boy. Really living in the future now. I'm not thoroughly impressed with the Space Engineers 2, what I've seen of it so far. But there are people who will die on the hill that game is the best game ever. It's got a very rabid core fan base. It's one of those games that, just like Zomboid here, is a fantastic modding platform. I had a lot of enjoyment with Weapon Core and some of the NPC enemy ship mods. Every time I play it, though, I fall off after a little while because there's, not exactly any incentive to go out and do anything. There's nothing to explore except for all things you've seen already. Now, I've got to be very careful about this neighborhood. I've gotten the main street clear, and I can kill anybody maybe in this house, the front of this house. But if I go too far beyond that, there's an entire field full of them that I lured out of this area. Never not hilarious when that happens. If we get lucky, that one up there will never notice us. Now that, okay, the minimum bare effort we could do right now to help ourselves out in the long run is to at least take a quick peek in some of these sheds. There are potential generator spawns in here. Our main base is still dealing with a red generator instead of a yellow. Mostly due to logistical failures on my part. We have a yellow, we just don't have it at that base yet. House alarm. Yeah, we're good. Dub rods. That's probably the most important thing I can pick up while we're here. Alright, we're out of here. See, one of the problems with a zombie space survival game is how do zombies function in zero gravity? Do they just try to claw their way towards you and fail? Because, I mean, if you're not in... Zero-G maneuvering is very, very, very difficult. Astronauts with like a flight suit, like an EVA suit, you got to use your jetpack very carefully. I always felt like Interstellar was one of the best modern mainstream movies that represented what kind of good technology is for future EVAs. I don't know what mixture of real and fictional they had for the suits, but they felt pretty decent. What the fuck is leading this one all the way this way? You know what? She's far enough from the road now that she can rot there. Right? Hopefully she's not just going to reappear in the road later. Okay, I think we're good for the moment. I feel like space would be a... Well, I mean, and this has already been done before. Space would be a great place for insane cannibals instead of zombies. Because at least then you can do what Firefly did with the Reavers. and just kind of say that they know how to not die in space by the bare minimum of their teeth, but they're absolutely fucking off their rocker and insane, and they'll eat you and wear your face if they actually catch you. So don't let them catch you. But yeah, absolutely. A survival crafting game set in the Firefly universe, where you've got to take stations and defend them from reavers. Fuck yeah, I'd play the hell out of that. That'd be fun as fuck. Yeah. I mean, hell, even a survival crafting game set in like StarCraft, like a frontier sort of thing, where you're like trying to set up a little outpost and there's Zerg nearby. Yeah, Zerg are just they're whatchamacallit, they end up with infested Terrans and whatnot. Mindless Zerg, though, no overlords or anything like that, so just not organized, just massive, large creatures full of teeth coming at you all the time. But there has been lots of good space horror, just never any good space horror that a player can engage with in a creative fashion. Speaking of engaging with things. Dogs in 0G, yeah. Makes me wonder if, like, a puppy is born in 0G, and you give them a suit that allows them, or that reacts in a certain way based on how they move their paws, and see if the doggy paddle reflex kicks in. Because I've seen, this has just been a couple observations. I've seen dogs kick in with the doggy paddle reflex just by seeing water. Wonder if you could make that work somehow. Because, I mean, you know, they obviously, some dogs know how to swim, and some dogs can handle water pretty well. Makes me wonder if you could actually get a breed to react to a certain spacesuit properly. Could be, yeah. I mean, that's just... I actually... so me and my buddies are big Warhammer buffs, 40k. And we had this... I had this thought about making a 7 Days to Die mod where we just added some 40k themed stuff to it and kind of did a LARP that we were on Kolth, which is... it is a... whatchamacallit? It's technically an Imperium planet, isn't it? I don't remember my experience with 40k is a lot more in the 30k side of things. But my understanding was that Kolth is still being fought over. It's just a toxic wasteland full of Nurgle zombies. And like every 7 days you get the Eye of Terror flaring up or something and making all the zombies go nuts. I could see that being fun. Oh, I don't need to go straight there. This is the turn north. I hear somebody moaning at me out here. I do love that I can just turn off road and just not even lose a second of speed because of it. Only a race car can do that. Even the Corvette would balk a little bit at just suddenly off-roading. But also, imagine the maintenance problems of a car like this taking it off-road. Call me runs with rabbits. I need butchering experience. That was not out of spite. Sometimes I kill them out of spite because they are things that I can run over and therefore damage my vehicle. But this is not that case. This time I just need some butchering experience. I could have just pulled out the 9, but we kind of shot a lot of 9 lately. Home sweet home. If anybody hasn't seen my base yet, it is a definitely a base. One of the bases of all time. We have recovered both of the sports car or the race cars at long last. Will I be using them actively? Possibly. There's problems with both. This one has got a hood and a windshield that, with a little bit more damage, will become suboptimal. This one has got good everything except for the driver's side window, which is one of the most important windows to have. My mechanics skill is too low to effectively upgrade sports cars for now. And this is one of the reasons I keep saying sports car, right? Because these are technically just sports cars. So that is, they use sports car parts just like Corvettes and Murciélangs and whatnot. Yeah, I think it could be done right. It could definitely be done right. I haven't seen it done right, but I think it could be. Those are from, that's probably a conversation for a mind greater than mine. So I have long overdue trying to unpack this vehicle. I want to try to consolidate all the seeds I currently have, if at all possible. What is... My backpack is very full right now. Yeah, I got to start with my backpack here. Small form food into the corner. Cookware next to the fridge. Technically speaking, gas cans are water containers and water containers are cookware. So that's a bit of a leap of logic, but it helps me stay organized if I don't have too many containers available at once. I'm pretty sure that we have enough small handles just right in front of us. We could probably blitz our way through, the next 2 levels of carving and be ready to read the next book. That is my current theory. I will test it before we redeploy. Seems like we got a lot of guns. We absolutely do. More than we're ever probably going to shoot. It is now a question of prioritizing what to shoot and when. Right now, my priorities are based on what is more likely to jam. Shotguns have felt absolutely garbage at low level, so I do not touch shotguns right now. I think the double barrel shotgun, because there's no way for it to jam, I think is probably one of the best ways to actually shoot shotgun early game. Am I going to build my own base in Riverside? Most likely not. So I'm not going to break ground and build any custom bases on this character. This character is Dani the Drifter. She is going to drift from town to town. She is not going to build a hardcore home anywhere. But basically in every town that she goes to, there will be a home for her to be in. And like, for example, we're in Ekron. This is our base of operations in Ekron. Riverside, I'm just going to build in the MassGen Fatco factory floor. So there will be a lovely base in Riverside, but it's not going to be like a custom creation of mine. Custom bases take a long time to build, and I mean a long time. and I want to spend a little bit more time just kind of having fun and doing things, as opposed to, because building bases, it makes it sting a little bit more when your save gets broken by an update. I'm perfectly fine letting go of my characters when an update comes along and breaks the save, because, you know, my character, that's the good ending, right? That means your characters never got bit or died or anything. They get to die on their own terms, and we don't have to watch it. But, yeah, I definitely do miss my bases. Some of my bases have been amazing. And the opportunity to rebuild them even better is always tempting, but it's, yeah, it's just something I'm going to kind of think a little harder about before actually doing. L94? Is that the 357? Hang on, Citrus has my shootable platforms here. Also consolidate my seeds. Beautiful. Oh, I don't have the carbines over here. 30-30. Okay. Good to know. L92 is 357. Yeah, there's my L92 right here. L94 is a smaller, there's a smaller shot capacity. I suppose that's probably part of the reason. I was never impressed by 30-30 at high level, so you know what? I'm gonna hold on to it. Let's see if there's any attachments I can take. I don't think there is. Ooh, wait a minute. Recoil pad. Yes, we can take that. I think scopes are probably out because scopes are probably Picatinny. Yeah, that makes sense at least. If the scopes are all Picatinny, then these carbines and rifles, that they're probably non-Picatinny, non-standardized rather. So they would, if there ever were going to be attachments to them, they'd probably want to be, or they'd have to be non-standard. Oh, I didn't realize I was still carrying around a rabbit. Oops, let's butcher this thing. That got us a good chunk of a level. If I nail another rabbit, then we probably finish the level. Got our leather in here cooking. In the meantime, we can put all the bone pieces we picked up in here. And the meat, which we actually got a surprisingly decent amount. That's going to be our food for the coming days here. I'm going to pop a jar of eggplants and leeks here. How's my weight? We are down to 80 kilo. 80 kilo is what you start at. Nice. Let's try starting with a soup, because we do still have an acorn. That is something we can spice things up a bit with. So, empty pot, coming right up. Start with macaroni. And I'm going to do 3 helpings of rabbit because we have a lot of it. Perfect. 6 ingredient soup. It's probably going to come out to about... I really don't have any spices that I can put in it. Oh, whatever then. I guess I don't need it. And it's actually better if I don't need to put any spices in a soup, because then I can divide it and I won't lose anything. For some reason, when you divide a bowl, or divide a potted food into bowls, it seems as though the toppings, like the seasonings you put on, seem to disappear. So there's an 80 soup right there. And these two are probably going to come out to be about hundreds. I'll go ahead and bowl up this first soup here. Divide that into 2. And I'm going to call the soup 40. Because then when I divide it into 2 bowls, it'll be 2 bowls of 40. Since we can't rename the bowls, I've always found that silly. I'm thinking about growing stuff, but I also... the question of where to grow stuff is very, very important. And I think Phallus Lake is going to be my final destination. For crops, at least. Because crops... you got to keep going back to check them. And so if I do that in Phallus Lake, then it's... Phallus Lake is one of the easiest places to get back to. It's just right there in the middle. Okay, so these both come out to be about 90. So I'm gonna... yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna call them like 45s. So I just call them 45 and then 45. And then we've got enough bowls to split them both up. And those are just going to go straight into the freezer because I still have ingredients to use up. And then when it's time to start thinking about eating, I can take them out of the freezer. Does the bowl weight the same as the whole stew? It feels like it's not. No, I think it's dividing it properly here because these 2 bowls of 40 weigh about 5.17, and that actually sounds correct for what the soup that we just made. Yeah, that sounds correct. I think it's dividing it in half properly. Now, if I divided it into 4, I don't know if it would still be the same. I haven't divided into 4 for a long time. I'm gonna stir fry the remaining remaining ingredients here. Okay, that is all of that used up. Might actually get some chunkier stir fries here. Reading glasses on. Only book I haven't finished yet is tailoring. Now we actually have a moment to read it instead of cooking anything else. But we got a 60 there. And a 51. I'm going to call those both 60s. Hit that one a little early. It's a little late in the evening to try to do anything else, so I'm just going to finish off tailoring here. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. We are still in the skill building phase. We just rescued a fair few animals, got them to a safe farmhouse out in the field. And we just finished one of several books. And it was tailoring one. We can put that away. Then it's bedtime. Overnight I'm going to take a bath because it's been a while. She needs it. Take butchering 2 and animal care 2. Aiming 3 is a little ways out. Reloading 3 is surprisingly not a little ways out. We might be able to catch that soon. And then I'm going to start carrying around long-term reads. So that means pottery, long blade, and we're going to do blacksmithing as well. I'm going to take the blacksmithing book out of its set here. It will be a little while before we can actually use what we end up reading, but I will be holding on to it regardless. Which vehicle is going to get the tools etc here? She definitely gets these seed packets. I think we're out of 9mm magazines that are fully reloaded. So that is a good excuse to do some reloading then. Two. Dome kiln beside a forest. Wait, duh, you use dome kilns to burn the charcoal? Oh, so does... Now that's interesting. I didn't know that you can I didn't even know that there was a way to get coke. Yeah, the barrel being able to move around, I always thought that was the most expedient option. Wait, this is my gun. This is my gun truck. I need my ammo truck. There we are. Box of carton of 9mm coming right up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be 20 magazines. Let's see how far we can get with that. We can make a stack of sheet rope now. Fixed a problem that shouldn't have been a problem. Fantastic. Nightmare. Nightmares will be a lot less of a problem when I can just go pet an animal, delete a bunch of stress. Taking a bath. All this gravel I actually found in bags already back at Irvington, and I did not have a use for it at Irvington, so it is better used here. Beautiful. It's not perfect, but we're on the way to something nicer. And more gravel where that came from. Bolt cutters are steel, yes. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even really think of that. Good habit to be in if that's going to be the case, and it most likely will be. They definitely wouldn't have added coke to the game if it wasn't going to be a requirement to make steel. There's a bug when turning around when you're nimble. You stop moving. Okay. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Mario. To do that, what you do is... so I'm holding A right now. Wait a minute. Oh no, I have to be running and then... There was a way to replicate it. I actually kind of forgot. Oh, right. Okay, so running and then... There's a dead zone moment. And it wasn't there. There it is. There it is. Yeah, there's like a dead zone moment where you cannot just enter the combat stance and instantly be moving backwards. And I don't know if that's a bug. That might be intentional. Can't say for sure, to be honest. So we've got fog today. I am not going to go drive back in the fog. Since our animals are set for life, I think that's okay. We're going to do some crafting. Going to start with carving. We probably have more than enough materials for it. Carving level 3. We're just carving some dice out of wood right now. Very simple recipe. Turning small handles into dice. So level 3 recipe. Yes, we can do pipes now. I'm going to do about 10 wooden pipes here. We're pretty close to the next level there. I'm going to do another... How many do we have? 29 handles. Let's do 5 more. See what happens. Finna hit escape as soon as I see the level up. There we go. Only needed 3. So now we're ready for the next book of carving. Gonna go pick that up. Dani the... Yeah, we don't have anything to put in the pipes. Otherwise, I would probably have picked up something by now. I think the fog is now lifting. Alright, so instead of... Our animal farm is right here. So we have cleared pretty much most of the path between Irvington Heights and our current base location here. So we can take Irvington Heights and get on Irvington Road and be there. But that is not going to... Phallus Lake right there is where I want to settle down. Well, settle down, relatively speaking. It's where I want to settle in for winter so that I can get some crops planted, because it is now September. Let's check the growing seasons, because growing seasons have been changing all over the place here. I know, right? Yeah. If only there were maids that still existed. Alright, so we're looking at best month here. Barley, September, so that tells me the fall crops have probably not changed. Barley, rye, winter wheat, average time of grow 108 days, so it's still going to be a January harvest. I just lack the words to describe how fucking stupid that is. Flax. So, yeah. All the winter crops continue to be winter crops. Okay. So it is now September 5th. If we want to do the winter crops, which I do want to do at least flax, flax will help us annihilate tailoring. We can get to tailoring level 10 without the books if we plant enough flax. That is the power of the flax to cloth pipeline. So I don't think anything has really changed about that. So yeah, we really, at this point, we just needed to choose a place to actually plant the crops. That is definitely a decision I have to make. Let's take these 2 stir fries. That's 2 days worth of food. And we'll limit ourselves to 2 days out in the field. I would like to investigate how difficult it would be to move to Phallus Lake. Now, what if I took Echo Creek Road to KY60? If I took Echo Creek Road to KY60, that's probably the lowest amount of distance, even though it is a massive distance. Yeah. Part of me wants to just take the scout car. No, we don't change sandbox settings there. I understand the temptation, and part of me even agrees with you, but nope. This, we show you exactly what the devs want you to go through here, as miserable as it gets. Alright, so before we deploy today, we're not going to deploy today, probably. We've already lost most of the day due to fog. Today, I'm going to open all these boxes of ammo and load them into magazines. So we have 6 boxes of 9mm magazine, sorry, 6 boxes of 9mm ammo. That is going to be 20 magazines worth. All of our empty magazines have been consolidated here. And we have a total of 47, so half of that stack, pretty much. Time for some clicking. I think this is going a little faster now. Feels like it is going a little faster. If I didn't know better, I would say the baseline has been lowered. That's no. There's no feels. That is going faster. That is absolutely going faster. So building the reloading skill is not a waste of time. And then we stop. I'm just going to top off the 1 magazine there that we haven't finished. I'm going to go ahead and start reading the next book because we got that far. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Some days I'm popular. Other days, people forget that I'm around. Oops, maybe I should actually put on the reading glasses. We're going to be doing some reading. The chair on the roof is definitely one of the decisions of all time. It's kind of a figment of boredom used to accumulate if you sat indoors for too long. I'm pretty sure it still does technically, but it definitely takes longer now than it used to build up. Again, really? This is so fucking tiresome. 2 nights in a row. That's Randy Random for you. Shut the stress up. And that was basically nothing. We didn't even get a single hour of sleep. So we need to try to sleep again as soon as the game will let us. There we go. If you're reading, you don't get boredom. Oh, good. That is good. Not tired enough to sleep. I hate everything about... See, basically, if I ever make it look easy with Restless Sleeper, it's because I'm not getting interrupted by nightmares or some other dumbass bullshit. Your sleep getting interrupted is punished a hell of a lot more when you're a restless sleeper. See, this is absolute bullshit. I should not have fallen that far below 30 fatigue, because I know for a fact if I just get up and act like I'm good to go, I'll get tired at like 1600 hours, guaranteed, every time, every single time. All right, well, I don't have much of a choice. Come on, insert the... Okay, we can't do that while sitting down, I guess. Okay, we now have 20 9mm magazines, fully loaded with 9mm. Definitely need to fix the slide on my chair. Every once in a while it slouches too far, and then I unslouch, and so all of a sudden I'm on off-center. See, even she hates it. So my standard kit right now is 2 magazines for quick reload in the Alice kit here. And there's something that needs to come out of my handbag, but what is it? I think it's actually cold enough I can start wearing the scarf. I've been holding on to the Shemagh for a while because it actually matches the firefighter hat close enough. It's not a perfect match, but I'll take it. It gives me 0.3. I don't need to be... I've been trying to think of a niche use case for these firecrackers. I have not been able to come up with one. And I'm going to go ahead and put the respirator filters into my dust mask. Or my half mask respirator, rather. Seeing as these things use up respirators now. That frees up a little bit more room for spare magazine in my satchel. The flow is supposed to be magazine comes out of the Alice belts for quick reload, and then after an encounter we replace the missing ones from the Alice kit and from the satchel, and then the empty ones go into the backpack. So I know whether it's a full magazine or not based on where it's located. That's supposed to be how that works. It doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, you see, dark antimatter. That was the ideal. That was the ideal. It just doesn't seem to work. I can't really think of too many good situations where that works. Very often, if I'm trying to lure them on foot, which is how the firecrackers work optimally, very often I'm just going to need to have them actually maintain line of sight on me, which the firecracker will leave them behind. It's kind of hard to describe, but back of my mind it makes sense. The age-old question of which vehicle to take becomes more and more apparent. This one's already loaded with all the essentials for any expedition, but it's also lower capacity. And it will remain lower capacity until I'm capable of trunk repairs, that's going to be a while. That's high-level welding right there. You know what? I'm gonna keep that in there. That is that's some spare gas is what that is. And that thing has a tiny gas tank, so it probably could use it. Oh, I see. That will probably be one of the reasons right there. Damn it. All the gun stores I've looted, I still have not found any ammo straps anywhere. And that is kind of annoying because ammo straps are great. Faster reload. I'm putting specifically assembled weapons that I actually want to use first, but I'm not ready to use yet. I'll put them in the library. As counterintuitive as that might sound, the library is not going to get all that much bigger. It's not going to get all that much bigger than it currently is. So like, for example, this Magnum, when I'm ready to start doing 44, I'm going to slap a scope on it, and it goes in there too. That also gives me an excuse to not have to have the Magnum in my possession. It is also one of the only attachments you can put on a Magnum is a times 2 scope. On the JS2000, I'll do a... Oh, fuck you, Indy Stone. We can't put a scope on the shotgun anymore. I forgot. Never mind. Okay, that's helps me get a little bit of gun out of the way. The more the better. I know this is not the most compelling content. It's all we're doing is sorting stuff, and that can get very tedious very quick. I am not the biggest fan of it myself. It must be done. Goes in there, it's fine. Are we out of coffee over here on this side? I think we are. That's okay. We have one made, and we're holding on to that for now. We will have more in the future. Okay. Can actually make a stack of rope too. So we got a stack of regular rope and a stack of sheet rope. That's basically a construction kit for big construction. So we can fit 40 rounds of 30-30 in our bandolier. So I suppose we'll see how that plays out. Giving it a fair shake here. Take the rest of the loose 30-30. And as soon as we get some more food, we're fit to deploy. So this 60 fry rather is going to last us half of today. So well, I only have the room for 2 of these bowls of 45, so I'm taking 2 of them. And before we leave, we top up the generator. Okay, so I'm just doing a swap for vans here. Citrus Wave is going to hold the variety stuff that's currently in the back of the primary van. So I'm literally just taking everything that's in Citrus Wave, leaving it on the floor. Everything else that's in it can stay in it because it's just generic stuff. So now everything that I left in the Black Step van here into Citrus Wave. It's actually a perfect fit. Taking the blue generator with us, and that should not be too big of a deal, in theory. There we go. Spare weaponry can go directly into the trunk, probably as well as books that I'm not actively reading. As an investment in my future, I'm taking Aiming 3. It may prove that I end up killing enough zombies with firearms on our way to Phallus Lake that I'm able to get there. We'll see. Think about the essentials while we're driving here. Because we're not deploying just yet. We are just going up to the gas station first. For anybody joining, welcome. The current plan is to start a migration path from our current location to Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake is a nice centralized location where I feel like I can set up some things like crops to grow and be able to go back there more easily to check on them while I hit other nearby towns, because Phallus Lake is kind of in the center of the map there. I've never tried something like that before. I've only ever based, like, hardcore long-term basing has only ever been done in Riverside. So this is, I was supposed to put that on the other side, wasn't I? Should have had this memorized by now, but they changed it. And when they changed it, they messed with a lot of muscle memory. You know what? We have a blue generator in the trunk here, but it is not filled up, I don't think. Let us fix that. Our destination will be a gas station, so that is, we don't have to worry about bringing too much fuel with us. But generators don't weigh more when you fuel them, so this is basically just free transfer of gas. Hello. I have been running this generator a lot, and that is the first zombie I've seen in a very long time here. So we can say for damn sure, never get too comfortable. And another. Okay, great. I guess they're just migrating their way here very slowly. Shouldn't be too surprised. It's guaranteed to happen eventually. The off-map movement happens whether we want it to or not. Yeah, so there are some things I can remove from here. Because I already have a Shema, I'm wearing it. I'm gonna put the cot in there, because I know I have a cot. Cot is a very cheap and easy way of getting a average night's sleep. There will be a bed at our destination, so I don't need to worry about that. Supposed to have taken all those seeds out of there. There you are, caught. It's probably okay to actually put the, I don't think I'm going to have much use for a sleeping bag as long as I have a cot. So I'll put that back here for now. Okay. Let's say I wanted to go to Faust Lake from here. Man. KY60 really is the best option. KY60 right here. We have two routes. Both of them suck horribly. Smith Road leads to Echo Creek, which is now a zombie hotspot. It is loaded with zombies. Fighting a ground war just to get through that. But no better here on KY144. We got to fight a ground war to get down this road. And then Mad Dan's Den at the end there. Yeah. There's no easy way about this. No easy way about this at all. But we're going to do it. Getting in and out of Ekron has never been easy. Never been easy. So it's already 1,500 hours. We will probably end up sleeping in one of those houses on 144. Hopefully this rifle works well. If it does, then that's a medium range weapon that we can utilize. I'm used to it at this point. Oh, man. Speaking of used to it, this is hard to look at. This is really hard to look at. Eventually, the cows are all going to die, and they're going to... The zombies are going to wander into my road. I really don't want to do this. I mean, the cows are going to be stressed for the rest of their life no matter what I do. So shooting at this point, yeah. Yeah, the 30-30 is pretty good. I do like it. Appreciate everybody recommending it. That was definitely a good recommend. Now, that being said, it is 20 bullets to the box, and the boxes of 30-30 have been the least common I've seen so far. So if we do nothing but 30-30, we will piss away all of our ammo very quickly. I'd rather not do that, but we'll do what we have to. I mean, if it gets us through early levels, then great. It serves its purpose. Because there are guns that we can shoot just like this that will probably be way better at high level. Most of these guys are going to be ones who are probably stuck thumping the fence. But then they decided to stop. Oh, look at that. We're already dry. Oh, no, it's jammed. I'm so fucking sick of there being no goddamn feedback whatsoever when we get a weapon jam. I don't mind the jamming system. I just need to know when it happens. If a gun in my hand jams, I'm gonna fucking know it. Very nice. No, we couldn't have been out just yet, but we are a bit low. I mean, I'll complain, but aiming level, what is this? Not even 3 yet? Yeah, great. Come on. Fuck. Goddamn noise, bitch. Wait a minute, why am I tense? Why am I tense? They removed that. They removed zombies slapping fences and making stress. I don't understand why I'm stressed. That shouldn't happen. Why am I stressed? Yeah, okay. So wooden fences still cause stress. I would have kept my distance from them if I had known that. But no, we got an update that said zombies slapping fences doesn't cause stress anymore. But we just got fucking lied to. Otherwise, where would that have come from? Yeah, and of course now we're fatigued. 1,700 hours. Fucking knew it would happen. We're in for a fight either way. Fuck you. Point blank fucking 30-30 and you still get up. So we're meleeing for a minute until we get rid of the stress. Yeah, we're stage 2 stress. Whatever good we could do with the 30-30 is just off the table now. 30-30 and 9 mil are both off the table now. Running away. Maintenance 5. No need to take action. Stress is down to stage 1. I'm gonna try point blank in a few. I told you guys that 144 was a fucking nightmare. Every time. It will never not be. Yeah, status 11. Aiming level 3. Alright, stress is cleared. Yeah, that was just a skill issue. Good old-fashioned forgot to reload. And yet it made the exact same sound as if it was jammed. Oh, look at that, look at that. I managed to catch it that time because I happened to mouse over it. I don't hate it. I don't particularly like it, but I just want some fucking feedback of some kind. Just give me a fucking sound or something. All I need. I just need a sound. Or should I just be slapping... Do I need to create a key binding to just automatically hit X after every time I aim and shoot? Do I need to do that? Is that going to make sure that I automatically clear a jam? Do I really need to do that? I'll do it if I have to. I shouldn't have to, is the point. But that's what they want right there. They want the, oh no, it's jammed, I didn't realize. That's what they want. And I hate it. That is one side of these devs I've never liked and I never will like. It's the same reason the tired Moodle pops up out of nowhere and cuts your melee damage in half. And that was why I started playing with a stat bar mod. And I kind of regret not playing with it anymore. Deep breaths. It's just a fucking video game. To add on top of this fucking mess, my neighbor has decided to resume his bass playing lessons. He hasn't learned anything. He still fucking sucks at it. He's still just going boom, 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 boom. It's a little bit of doon, 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 is all it is. Alright, probably shut away. And I'm deploying countermeasures, forgive me. This is going to take a moment. I have to set sound from MME back to Wasapi. Oh, Wasapi. Audio hardware. MME. Wasapi. Okay. Open recent. Noise.wav. Now I just turn on the sound machine. It actually has a remote, but I have no idea what happened to it. My brother might not have given it to me. It's an old surround sound system, and it doesn't have any of the regular speakers plugged in, but it has the subwoofer plugged in. So if I want to blast noise through the subwoofer to drown out his annoying-ass strumming, that's what we can do. And yet it's not blasting very much. Where's my blast? That's not blasting. What's up? Did Wasapi take control of the wrong device? Oh, of course it did. It took control of Steam's streaming microphone. That's more like it. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that, folks. On my end, you guys can't hear this, which is good. It's just, it sounds like a fan through a wall, is all it sounds like. But I prefer that much more than somebody who has no idea how to fucking play their bass. From 2 floors down, might I add. 2 floors down. This guy is on 2 floors below me. But he's hooked it up to an amp, so everybody in the entire fucking building can hear when he's deciding to screw around with his little toy. I'm sure he paid a lot of money for that amp. I hope he's getting his money's worth. Yeah, I know, right? That's gotta do it. If anybody's not familiar, it's just a whatchamacallit. It's a separate audio device. Separate audio device on my computer there, and it every time I use Adobe Audition here, it takes full control of that audio device, so it doesn't interfere with anything else. And then I can play whatever I want just through that device. And in this case, it's just it's kind of like if anybody has ever gone to sleep. If you sleep better with the sound of a fan, the humming noise of a fan, because it's actually, my theory is that it helps drown out background noise. That is one reason that people enjoy that. I can definitely speak for myself in that regard. So a lot of them would be coming around this corner right here. If they were stuck on the other side of the fence. But yeah, look at that. See, we got one taker right here. Now what I would prefer to do is just kill anybody who's left over here quietly. Because if there's anybody else who's stuck on the fence but they don't feel like going all the way around, then so be it. They don't have to. Ah, shit. I feel very uncomfortable in this forest. No line of sight to my left and right. They're gonna come over at the same time, aren't they? Yeah, he's even pushing her. Look at that. I'm out of here. Fuck this. Mano y mano. Go out in the open. All I can say is thank God for the coffee. I would have had to just turn around and run if I did not have the coffee. I might not be able to outwalk that. Nope. That's a fast one. Oh, no. I'll wait till I get in the vehicle. I'm just going to switch axes. Basically, I have a second hatchet. My primary one needs to be sharpened. We switch to the secondary. Switch to your sidearm. It's quicker than reloading. Apparently the game wants me to sharpen this firefighter axe first. There we go. And we're not going to be able to get very far before we got to stop and start fighting again. That is the glory, or lack thereof, of 144 here. Cornfield maze up there. Not particularly interested in wandering through that. Here, if I'm not mistaken, there's something up the road that can spawn a lot of zombies. I don't even remember exactly what. But beyond this part of the road, this is where there's more outsized spawns. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me why there's this many spawns here. We'll deal with them. We need to open some more boxes of... Where's my flashlight empty? That shouldn't have happened. Backup battery going in. I'll kill these ones quiet-like. I'm gonna survey the area before we go loud. It could be. I'm not sure. This particular road I don't have as much familiarity with. The roadblock tells me something... For some reason I wanted to say it's like a fairground with a concert, but I think I'm misremembering where that is. That might be a Louisville thing. Box of 30-30 rounds. We can open 2 and they fit straight into the bandolier. This thing is pretty good. I do like 30-30. I tried it at max level on my previous character and I didn't dislike it. It definitely didn't wow me though compared to the others, so it definitely is not a early game, or it's not a late game optimal. So what that tells me though is that I don't feel bad if I blow all of my ammo capacity. I never did loot much 30-30. We didn't even assemble an entire carton of it. Why does that happen? Literally, why? Wish I knew. Let's get a free kill here. Three rounds. Seven rounds. Now the fence behind me will make noise if they flip over it, so I don't have to be quite as diligent on check 6. But we do want to be careful, of course, as always. Again, there's literally no reason, nor will there ever be any reason why there's this many zombies on this road. These zombies are here to prevent you from getting to Ekron too quickly. That is literally the only reason they're here. And I'm not even, like I've said before, I'm not even that mad about it. I just want there to be a reason. If you're going to put this many zombies here, put a POI of some kind. It just doesn't feel right when all there's here is residential. It's just a bunch of houses. And it's like rural houses spread out. 7, 6, 5, 4. Four rounds in the magazine. Alright, moving up some mags from the satchel to the Alice kit. I reloaded 1 round too early. Oh no. Not that bad. Putting that away. And she just got panicked by turning in this direction. I think that means we've got a glitched ragdoll. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, that is absolutely a silver lining, Mario. The fact that they are not going to respawn is making this feel a lot less of a problem. It's still stupid, but the fact that they're not going to respawn makes it a lot easier of an ask for me to just deal with them. Oh, you know what? Okay. I still don't think this justifies it, but there's a well at this house. That is a strategically valuable resource. It depends on the self-storage unit. I know some people who store things. I don't want to say anything specific here. I know some people who store things in storage units that they really shouldn't be storing in storage units. Things that they would probably want to go get in a zombie apocalypse. But I don't know how common that is. I'm not gonna. I plead the fifth on the rest of that sentence. It definitely doesn't happen in this video game. The most spicy thing you'll ever find in a storage unit in this game is knowledge. Boxes full of books. So I'm actually done shooting for the immediate moment because we're coming up on bedtime here. Even though I've drank coffee, the coffee really only keeps this combat effective a little longer. It's not going to make it so that I'm not. I still need to sleep, basically. And I hate the fact that I've littered the road up here with corpses, so I'm going to make my own road with blackjack and hookers. Two piles is technically enough to, whatchamacallit, to get any vehicle through any space. You just got to be very careful about it. And I mean very careful. John right at the front door, huh? And it's locked. Gonna flank him, because it's not too busy in here. These older style houses are the kind that my millennial compadres will buy and then remove all the load-bearing walls from the middle, because they like a more open floor plan. In my defense, I also like open floor plans, but for very different reasons. Because shit like that will happen if you don't have an open floor plan. There's one of my 6 in the basement. Right? Nope, that's a different door. So yeah, lots of tight corners in here, even though it doesn't look like it. This right here, where the one in the jacket was, she was actually kind of behind this bookshelf, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, found her. Well, there's another thing. There's some people, a lot of people would be caught off guard by it because zombification happens for some people very quickly. And with the Knox telecommunications being down, a lot of people would not get the memo. Remember, the rest of the world doesn't actually learn what's going on in here until several days in. So there's been several days of complete lack of media attention to the situation. So the media doesn't know, the TVs aren't talking about it, and nobody can call each other. In the 90s, that's enough to keep a pretty severe blackout of information. I mean, what are you gonna do? Send a carrier pigeon? I mean, sure, people could eventually talk to people could go visit each other, but that's going to be you got to get somebody who actually knows what's going on, and then they've got to actually drive around and talk to people. So it's like there's a pretty severe limit to the flow of information that's is a little poorly explained in my opinion. Yeah, so I've got a cot right now. If you're talking about armchairs in terms of getting a average quality sleep, armchairs weigh 7.5, cots weigh 6.0. So if I need an average sleep and I don't care about quality, which that never happens for me. I quite literally fought my way into this place just so that I can get a good quality sleep. That is a restless sleeper for you right there. Good quality sleep with pillow is the best we'll ever get in this game, and it's still not as good as a normal person. So I give this an S with a circle around it because this is now a second floor place to sleep. I thought this was a basement. That is the second time I've been bamboozled by a house in this style. Hope for a basement, and you get a closet. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I do like me some good armchairs. I should also do my diligence. We are at a dearth of generators for the moment. So if there is one in here, I should I do well to know. But nope, not in this one. So let's see. Okay, so the well, if you use the transfer liquid system, it says unknown, but if you mouse over, it actually tells you. I'll zoom in because I know my UI scaling is tiny. As we can see, amount 4,295 out of 10,000 liters. So this well is at below halfway. And I don't know if they, in real life, wells would refill themselves from the local watershed. So basically rain should fall and the well should go up a little bit. But I don't think that's modeled properly in Zomboid. At least I don't know. But 4,200 liters, that's a lot of water. What am I doing? I remember seeing a zombie up here. Did I actually get a chance to deal with him, or did he... I'm gonna have a bite to eat and look around for him for a second. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, whoops. Don't do that. That was no good. The auto vault. Really wish disassembly would put our tools back when we're done. There's an easy fix for that, though. They could just make it so that the Alice kit gave us more slots instead of more storage space. I would take that in a heartbeat. This is a pretty terrible towing vehicle. I'm going to only tow the essentials here. Like, I can do it. I can just barely yank a burned wreck a little bit. It's just horrible. I mean, I also need to sleep again. Restless sleeper has to sleep twice every night. So yeah, I'm gonna tow this burned Corvette, and then we're gonna go back and sleep a second time, and then we'll be good to go. So if you've got a vehicle with a slightly weaker engine like this one, but you still want to tow a burned wreck out of the way, you got to kind of yank it, if that makes sense. I'll try to demonstrate here. You're not just going to be able to hit reverse and then tow, but if you go all the way up to it like this and then get a little bit of leading room, you can kind of yank it in stages like this, because you're going to bottom out no matter what eventually. But you can at least in this case, my goal is to just kind of straighten it out and pull it a little ways off road, because the moment my wheels hit the grass, my towing force falls even farther. Are you guys ready for towing chain, or I'm sorry, heavy chain with hook being a requirement to tow? Because it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's a question of when, not if. Alright. Eventually we'll come back and weld these apart, but I usually prefer to wait until I'm higher level welding before I start pulling apart burned wrecks. Much easier to drive in and out without that third one. Yeah. I mean, I haven't quite gotten to the point where I'm going to start making room for it on my passenger seat, but that's pretty much all that's going to happen. I'm just going to have to take another 12.5 encumbrance of stuff out of my passenger seat and make room there. Oh, God. I hate when this happens. And this is because I drank the coffee. So I've got to sit here and waste my flashlight battery for a little bit and do some reading until I can sleep again. Because if I don't do this, then I'm going to get tired really early tomorrow. And I don't want that. I don't want that, so we've got to do this. This is where being a restless sleeper can really... You've got to maintain a really good schedule. And if you can't do that, then restless sleeper might not be the free points that some people will claim it will be. I feel like they're like doing a thing where they represent the passenger seat as just being everything over there. So, everything on the... Now, that being said, what I really wish we could do is just take the seat off and have the trunk storage space increase. Because that's kind of how other vehicles work these days. Not just these days, but back then, too. I mean, like, if you take off, like, a lot of vans, especially. Vans, you have places where the seats are all bolted down, but you take the seats out, and then you've got more room in the trunk. Even sedans, my own Toyota Corolla has seats that can be, flipped down. That was around in the 90s. Maybe not every car, but a lot of them did. And all that really resulted in is because the seats are between the trunk and the back seat. So you put down the seats and the trunk just basically gets bigger. It should be the same effect if you're just able to take the seats off completely. But I digest. There are so many things that could be done better with the vehicles. And that's why it always bothers me when they make vehicles less convenient somehow. It really doesn't help with their reputation of only wanting to change things when it makes our lives less convenient. It really doesn't help with that. Oh well. I could go hunting for a deer if I was down for the meat right now, but we've got a couple of bulls already we've got to chomp through. These are not going to last very long, these bulls. We took them out of the freezer before we departed, but now that there's no refrigeration, unfortunately. This is way too quiet for 144. Where's the next big group going to be? I do not know why I turned so hard when I opened the map. That should not have happened. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, coming to a complete stop. Actually, I do have to step away briefly IRL. I'm just going to back up a little bit to where there's no trees to the left and right where zombies can hide in. Yeah, this is not a bad spot. I'm just going to... I have to step away briefly. I'll have our girl read a little bit more carving. And I shall be right back. One moment here. Alright, so I'm back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Took me an extra minute there because I ran out of Tylenol. That's something you should never run out of, in game or in real life. It's a slightly different painkiller, but it'll work. I only have a light, very light headache. As long as it doesn't get worse, it won't be a problem. If it does get worse, then I won't be able to keep our character safe, and I'll go ahead and call it. I am a big advocate of knowing your limits in real life and in game. Meat cleavers. Meat cleavers is definitely one way to do it. Napping will get you lots of... you can make saws out of flint with napping. That probably is what I would be doing. I would have done it a long time ago, actually, if I did not have a huge supply of just regular old axes. This right here, I actually forgot about it, but I decided to go slow anyway, and I was rewarded for it. This is, I like to call this the Death Bridge. For some reason, somebody who I'm sure Nitsa would probably send them into oblivion for this, somebody decided to put some railings in the dead center. You know, steel bearing railings right in the dead center of a bridge. Man, Nitsa would have a field day with this. Normally I wouldn't bother with this, but we're going to be having to go down this road several times if we want to bring those cows with us. So doing 4 sledgehammerings in a row is the most we can do before incurring muscle strain. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break from sledging until we get rid of that muscle strain here. Hey there, Daniel. Yep, I have been keep staying hydrated today. We are currently removing some very bad obstructions that should never have been placed here. If you try to ram into these with your step van, that is just as bad as hitting a brick wall in this game. You will die. Well, depending on how hard you hit it, how fast you're going. But yeah. It could be. I've drank, what is 32 times 3? I've drank 96 ounces of water since, tea, technically tea. I always make 3 teas before I start. So that's 96 ounces over 8 hours. So that probably sounds like a lot, but I don't process water the way everybody else does. It's a long story, but short version is I need to drink more water than a normal person. Like I have the high thirst buff in a debuff in real life. Wouldn't be an inaccurate statement. Although it doesn't always manifest as thirst, which is the weirdest part. Sometimes I need to drink, but I won't actually get thirsty. And I won't recognize it until I have higher signs of dehydration. Alright, so now we have removed a critical obstruction from the road. That cost us a little bit of durability on our sledgehammer. The handle is down a little bit, which is fine. I know of another sledgehammer. Nobody tell Luchador, but I know of another red sledgehammer that I drove past during my initial map tour. So there's another one up ahead. I think we're weapons free here. Hang on, let me do an ammo check. Yeah, we're weapons free. I'm going to open another box of 3030 here. Move up just a little bit, cut the engine here, and see what happens. I could foresee lots, or I could foresee knots. There seems to be no in between. Nine mil is freshly reloaded. The fact that it took 2 shots to hit her while she's down feels very, very, very weird. Starting to wonder if down zombies are not as reliable targets as I thought. Now this is an odd spot because I don't want to accidentally shoot my own van, but I also want him out of the road. Because yes, you can accidentally shoot your own vehicles. Observe that the crosshair does not turn red here, but if I shoot, look at that, it turns red anywhere in this direction because I'm shooting my own vehicle. Don't want to do that. And as predicted, there's some targets to the south there. Let's get them out of the road, shall we? So we just got aiming level 3. We still have a few, still have a fair few boxes. On my 6 there. Further on my 6, okay. Always check 6. And this is why I opened up a little further back, because I had a feeling that they were there, but I just didn't lay eyes on them until now. You want the back flip, but she gave you the shoulder check. Just a little feedback, for the love of God. So whenever they're in the ragdoll state, you're much better off saving your shot until they start getting up. It's not always going to be a tactically feasible option. There's very many times it's going to be more convenient to just try to shoot them while they're down. But if you're trying to get the most out of each bullet, like I currently kind of leaning towards that, holding off until they see. If I shoot this guy right now, the first shot might do nothing, and I don't even know why. So I'm going to wait till he starts getting up. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. And nope. Okay, fine. Look at that. Nothing. Nothing. For the first shot, nothing. That guy was 3 shots when he probably should not have been. Get up fast to the south. So there we go. That guy's still on up. I believe in you, buddy. Never mind. Oh, never mind. I'm jammed. Am I? Or is that a good old-fashioned skill issue? Good old-fashioned skill issue. Oh, Daniel, you must have missed it. We definitely have, we have 2 race cars. We definitely have it. The only question is, how long is it going to be before I can fix parts of them? Really? One problem is my muscle memory is having me reach to my back weapon. Some of those shots were unnecessary. 8 rounds. Yeah, it is absolutely a classic. Jammed. Weapon jammed. Racket. Weapon jammed. Racket. This is 90%, 90% integrity, by the way. Jams should not happen below 50 or above 50%, in my humble opinion. If a weapon is above 50% integrity, it just shouldn't fucking jam. There's only so many incompetent things you can do with a gun to force it to jam. I mean, unless you're loading it wrong, in which case, why is jamming tied to aiming instead of reloading? I have all kinds of questions there. It just doesn't feel right. And I don't like it because it didn't used to happen. It used to just be you didn't do that much damage if you were lower level. And I guess that was fine. That just meant that you were having an aiming skill issue. Nobody dies in the road, please. Come on, give me that free hit. Let's go. Thank you. Nine rounds. If it seems like there's more zombies here than there should be, you are 100% objectively, measurably correct. It's just a couple of houses. That's all there is. And yet, we're fighting lots and lots and lots and lots. You would have thought we were in a dense urban center. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man, never assume bowls of stew are gonna last longer than a... Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna eat the rest of it now. It's already gonna make me bored and a little unhappy. It's so fucking stupid. It's not gonna go bad in a couple of days, but whatever. We've gotta have our game mechanics. Jesus. Bunch of slow ones? Alright. suppose I have to call off my complaints. This part is nowhere near as much in this area. No generator. Always check our local sheds for generators around here. Leave the door open, remind myself that I checked it. 15 trash bags. That's not too awful bad. Well, you got the RV mod. You can carry 15 trash bags of loot, can't you? Ah, here we are. Okay. How's my 21 rounds? Yeah. Out of the road. Ooh, we got a second floor window slapper here. Hey, what? I don't know how that happened, but all right, he's dead. I'll take it. Hunting for deer. Oh, look at that. The cabbages actually die when they're out of season now. We harvested those a few times. In the past, the pre-existing cabbages would last, like, basically forever until the player did something with them. Multiple south. Let's open another box. And we're hunting. Let's see how the fence... Suppose if I just wait a second, if they don't instantly die when when they flip over the fence, just give it like 1 second. Of course, if that is intentional, then that makes perfect sense. They don't want us to just get free and easy kills on too many of them at once when they're flipping over fences. That makes an unfortunate amount of sense. I might end up sleeping in this house right here. It's pretty close to the, yeah, we're right there. We're right there. It's either going to be this one or the next one. When I say the next one, I mean the, well, that's kind of how this logically goes, isn't it? It's either going to be this one or one of the next ones. Mad Dan's Den has its own Mega Swarm, and that is going to be down here. I don't want to kill everybody from the Mega Swarm at Mad Dan's. That's never worth it. Mad Dan's doesn't have anything I actually want in it.
Hey.
But I do want anybody who's in the woods right now, like that guy I just saw going over here. Why don't you come on out of there, buddy? Yeah, I see you shaking those trees. Why don't you come shake these... something. Still on YouTube. And one problem with what I just did, yelling right here, if there's somebody really slow and they come from far away that I can't see yet, they're going to end up standing somewhere right behind one of these stupid-ass trees. One of these stupid-ass trees that block my vision when I'm driving. And, yeah. How I feel about that. Guess I want to make sure I stay on this side of the road when we're down here. Alright, KY60. Here we are. Key intersection with, There's going to be a house on the right that I'm currently thinking of. There's even a shed there. And then Mad Dan's is just down the road from here. It's a big house. Good thing I still have plenty of fatigue to work with to take it. Flip on over that fence, bud. How about no? Give him a wide berth, and then don't give him an inch. Nice and clean in there. Gonna go pop all the doors. Hey, red dye. Hell yes. Oh, I'm glad we stopped here. Red dye is something I can mix with the orange dye. The orange dye is what produced my shirt currently. I certainly hope that the shirt lasts. In the past, dyeing has worked for me, but then I closed and reopened the game, and the color of the clothing that I dyed went back to what it originally was. So if I log in tomorrow morning, and this is a green shirt again, then it's not probably going to be worth it to keep dyeing our clothes. Box O sparklers. That is a precursor for a explosive device. Absolutely. This is the most based color we can come up with. Yeah. That's why they call him Mad Dan. They called him Machete, but he didn't pick up. Good example of loot being commensurate with the amount of zombies protecting it. AKA, not many zombies, so not much loot. That's the first floor cleared already. Second floor, nobody up the top of the stairs. This doesn't look very healthy. These open doors are just places that zombies can wander out of. Hey, hotties. That makes my second issue that I know of. Alright, it's got to brave this hallway eventually. All these open doors that somebody could just mosey out of. Caffeine pills. They continue to be useless. I could take one and it would make the fatigue go away for like 2 IRL minutes. And then it'd be right back. Pouch of tobacco. We can add that to one of the pipes we've made. So we've actually got some smokins. Is it going to do anything for us? Probably not. As a not smoker, this game likes to make it believe that not smokers don't actually get the whatchamacallit. They don't get the vibe, which means basically the only people who can smoke are people who already smoke, because that's not a logical inconsistency. There's a reason they call it the habit. Anybody can pick it up. And as I suspected, not much here in total. That's fine. We've got a bed with a pillow. That is all I really care about right now. Strategically placed bed with a pillow, no less. So we've got a safe place to sleep there, safe place to sleep there, safe place to sleep there, and actual base right there. Animals that we need to move are all the way over here, so that's going to be, yeah, that's going to be interesting, all right. That is definitely going to be interesting. It would honestly be faster to just take the cows from Riverside if we're going to do Phallus Lake. But we could combine their powers. Yeah, we could buy their powers combined, sure. We'll take the best of both worlds. Perhaps I will butcher some of the Angus cows, as opposed to actually taking them back with me. Slow as the eye to actually just be able to transport more than one cow at once. That's asking for way too much. Oops. Okay, we don't have a lot in terms of food. Like, we've got some honey and marinara and jam. I would prefer not to just straight up eat those. Let's go foraging. We might be able to find some shrooms or something. Biome are we in? Still town? Go a little farther this way, we'll probably be forest. There we are, already in forest. Visibility is great. So we're doing shrooms. Weapon in hand, of course. Could be a Z or 2 out here. Public service announcement. I don't know when this was added, but at one point it was added that we can, those are poisonous, whatever. It was added that we can crouch, and it increases our search radius. Those are also poisonous. There's a lot of poison in this guy's yard. Wait a minute. Okay, there's some real ones. Perhaps I should have brought the next foraging book as well. Because I was going to say, we're blowing through it, and there it is. That's foraging level 4. So we actually need the next book. Oops. Thought I could go behind that. You'd be amazed what you could find in other people's yards. Poison. 42.12 was the last good patch before multiplayer came along and blew a lot of things out of the water. I'm still a little bit resentful about that. I don't have anything against multiplayer, it's what got me into the game. But I do resent the amount of acceptable losses to stability in single player that were just completely glossed over in order to make it work. But they know how, the devs know who butter their bread. Focusing on multiplayer is going to get them more money. And that is a very simple equation. More money is a good thing. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that foraging does use your stamina. So, not only are we tired right now, we could also get exerted very easily. So another zombie showing up right now could be a problem. But I think we're done. Hang on. That is a millipede. If I had fishing gear, that would be a rather amazing bait right there. Did I bring anything that I can add to recipes? I have my bag. Yeah, I've got a little billion things here. Let's go ahead and pull out this roasting pan that we located and get a roast started. I've been meaning to get rid of the poisonous crap. I only picked it up because it gets it out of the way. If you pick it up and then drop it, then foraging decides to show it to you. So we've got 3 different types of mushrooms. Whenever they have a different icon, then they are considered a different type, and therefore count as a different ingredient. So normally you wouldn't want to put 6 of the same kind into something like a roast. But in this instance, it is okay because it is two types of 2 different mushrooms. So this is going to come out to be a roast that has 3 different ingredients. And we're glazing it with a little bit of hot sauce and basil out of our spice bag, as it were. To shut the hunger up immediately, I'm just going to make a fruit salad out of the berries here. Sometimes when you pick up a mushroom, it's actually a little bit past its prime shelf life already, like when you pick it up. So getting a mushroom into a recipe of some kind quickly is pretty much always a good thing, especially if you can't just fridge it up or freeze it. Alright, so that's good for like 2 bites. And this will be good for a little bit more. We gotta cook it though. Go ahead and make a campfire. 1 stone. Here's 2 stone. There's 3 stone plus twigs. And then there is a log over here. At least 1 tile separation between it and the place. Destroy for fuel log, light fire, matchbook, and twigs. And let's get that roast cooking. To complete the aesthetic, I don't think anybody's using these anymore. If I put it right there, I guess it looks alright. Read some carving while we wait for that to cook. Hello. I don't know if you guys saw that. The game decided to freeze for a second there. Have I ever tried the auto cook mod? I did in B41 and I liked it. If I was willing to expose my save to increase chances of corruption on an update, I would absolutely have added it by now. But as with most mods, I'm preferring not to add anything that could potentially touch my save. I don't even know exactly if that could, but yeah. Alright, so we're gonna eat half of the salad. Salad has a lower shelf life than the roast. And we put it out. We're a little late for bed, but we're mostly on time. Within acceptable margins. And that's odd. Y'all hear the sound. The campfire decided not to stop making noise. Yeah, I'm gonna... So, the crowd over at Dan's is gonna be an interesting thing because I need to make sure that no matter what happens, they don't accidentally eventually find their way out into the road. Because no matter what I do, I am at least gonna want to get that Holstein mating pair out of Irvington and into where we're gonna base up at Fallis Lake. So, that tells me that... what does that tell me? That tells me... I'll think about it. I'm thinking about it. Because Mad Dan's den, obviously, it's going to be full of zombies. Most of them are going to be caged in by a chain link fence. But drive back and forth enough times and they'll come out of the chain link fence eventually. I'm actually going to relight the fire to, whatchamacallit, to read by. Because, I don't know if I have... Did I? I didn't replace my flashlight battery. Or rather, the backup battery for my flashlight. I didn't replace that. So it is better to minimize usage of the flashlight where at all possible. Couple things I could consolidate here. Pull apart the belt. And we got a blade to sharpen. Lots of blades to sharpen. And we read. Interesting. Once again, the fire doesn't seem to want to actually go out. At least not from an audio perspective. It's alright, as long as the visual is gone. Coming right along on the skill gains here. So we have the roast. It is a 40 roast, so I'll probably wait to eat a little bit. So we're good and hungry. We picked up some thread, a fair bit actually, and that's good. I'm glad to have a little bit more thread. Stuff that can be unloaded as soon as we get to our destination should be going right into the trunk here. Oh, I do have a spare battery right here. I must have picked it up somewhere on the way. Have some candy for breakfast. I actually don't have a lot of room left in the spices and small form food bag. Okay, that's all fine. Empty magazines go back into here. And we've got plenty of full magazines to replace the ones that we have been using. Directly in the trunk. That's a little too much. What am I missing in the backpack? Or the satchel, rather. Huh. I'll have 6 on standby. If I need more than 6, then I've probably done something wrong. And we have exactly 1 box worth of room in the bandolier. This is the only 30-30 ammo we've found in pretty much the entire map. There may be a carton or 2 down at the Irvington base in the far south. TBA on that. Voulez-vous? Oh, that's French, right? Are we doing the copy paste in another language? I think we're doing the copy paste in another language. Try again with English, buddy. If they didn't make it so obvious, I probably wouldn't be so quick to shut them up. So, as you can see, they're not directly aggroed to us, even though we're on this side. So if we stay on this side of the road, then the ones on that side don't get aggroed. It's the ones that are already on our side of the road. And I get their attention without getting too many from the, I think I can. Let's just get these guys, drag them down a little bit. Got a level of sneaking out of that, because there's so many zombies here. We call it the old sneaky sneak. Yeah, I already deleted it. There was somebody who's copying and pasting a bunch of messages in another language. I would call them a bot, but I don't even know that. I actually do know some really cringy people who, I mean, like, I don't know them personally, but I've seen it before where people just go in places and sometimes they do it for religious reasons, or they just whatever. They're copying and pasting messages into random chats. They think they are spreading the word of God or something. I don't know. Fucking, I didn't run it through a translator. This up here, this is going to be a problem. On the left in the forest. Maybe I could drive past them now, but what happens when I come back here with the animal trailer and they're dead center in the middle of the road and I can't get around them? That's what I'm mostly concerned about. So I'm going to try to sneak and get at least this small group here. Yeah, see, look at that. They are on their way. And we didn't get anybody behind the fence. I'm here for it. That guy was wearing an Indie Stone shirt. I'm never not going to laugh about the fact that the Indie Stone t-shirt are the ones you cannot rip up for scraps. Oh, wait a minute. This one you can. It's only when it says t-shirt TIS. So this one has the Pi logo on it, but we can still rip it up. Good riddance. I don't actually dislike them. I'm just, they need a jab to the face every once in a while. They go down their rabbit holes and forget reality. Let the fast one come to us. I know, right? Yeah. I think the USA one technically counts as a, whatchamacallit, it technically counts as a, music shirt. Refill my matchbook by stealing some from a zombie there. So I think the rest of this road is clear. And the most important part about Mad Dan's is that the larger group there that can actually see us, if we drive past them, they are contained away from wander distance. For the most part. That guy right there, I don't care about him, but see these guys up here who just seem to be moving for no reason. What are the odds that the direction they're moving for no reason happens to be a direction that'll have them in the street eventually here? What are the odds? It's almost as if they're just programmed to go into the street. I didn't even see this guy over here. This hatchet is doing alright, but the handle's on its last leg. I have some duct tape, I'll try to fix it. I'm not yet at the point where I can make my own good handles. I can make a medium handle that kind of sucks. You know what? Maybe I'll do it. Hang on. After I kill this group. There's enough materials on the floor right beneath me. I can make another medium handle and see what happens. I can make a couple. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what happens. We're carving level 4. So I know we can make one. It's just a question of, is it going to suck? So here's a crafting surface. And here is a tree branch. Carve medium handle. It's a level 2 recipe. So maybe we're there. Maybe we're in there. It's a half capacity medium handle. We can do better than that. I'm going to try again. We can just try again. There's another tree branch right here. I need the experience anyway, so. And still at half integrity. So, like I said, we can make medium handles, but they often suck. That being said, the handle that's on my hatchet right now sucks more. So, let's go ahead and get rid of the one that's on my hatchet now. And replace it with this one that sucks a little bit less. So we're not quite at the point where we can perfectly replace a handle, but we can do something. Okay, so we are going the wrong... No, there's not necessarily a right or wrong way. No, it would definitely be faster to go south. Yeah, if we got to do this, it's faster to go south. I also haven't investigated Echo Creek Road. And when I say Echo Creek Road, I mean this road right here. Hog Wallow Road, and then... this road right here. But I think that leads you directly into Echo Creek. And it's not going to save us that much time. Yeah, it's a lot of new territory. So we didn't waste time necessarily, but that's not going to help us with our immediate activity here, so let's continue south. We've driven past Rosewood before, and we've gone down the main street, but that's about it. We haven't explored it too much deeper. And I didn't check this shed while we were here. Hey, look at what's in the shed, boys. That right there is an extremely valuable strategic resource, also known as a generator. So, right now, we have a blue generator that we took with us. A couple of masonry chisels in here, too. As fate would have it, I have less than 6 encumbrance used in my backpack right now. And so, therefore, we can take this with us. And I can put the blue generator directly into my backpack. Because that is the power of being organized and having a military backpack. In the mailbox. No shit. Very nice, very nice. That is one of the hardest magazines for me to find. I will have to be more diligent about peeping my mailboxes. So yeah, I definitely don't have enough room for the generator as is, but if I put the blue one directly into my backpack here, and then put these mason chisels in here, now I can put the yellow generator directly into the trunk. So we're kind of overloading ourselves a little bit, but I would go as far as to say it's worth it. Jenny! Jenny! Damn it, I tried to hit W and I hit Q. I'm just gonna chill here for just a second and see if that actually brings anybody. Because the whole point of this operation is to have clean streets. So if I start seeing somebody coming from the north or the south after that, I need to get ahead of it. Driving in Zomboid is technically a task you can do one-handed, but I don't always recommend it. Horn honking can go very far now. It feels like it goes farther than it used to. Just a feel, though. But if you never get close enough to an area that is outside of a render cell, then you might not actually pull them. Speaking of render cells, there we go. This is tiresome. Like, can we just get a system where when a player is on a road going in a certain direction, can we just start pre-caching the road that's ahead of them? Like, this video game's been out for 13 years, guys. It's little shit like this feels like they've taken a few steps back in the weirdest way possible. And that has got to be tiresome for them, too. I mean, I'm sure they're not exactly happy about dumb shit like this happening, but I wish they... Oh, look at that! How did I know she was there? I didn't. I just... Big O surprise! Hello, lady. Come on this way. Right out of the road, please. There will be no corpses in my road. Walking or otherwise. See, it's these slow ones that I leave in the middle of the road that are sometimes the most annoying. Because I could shoot them. I could just get out and shoot them where they stand. Then there's a corpse on my road. And then it takes 2 weeks for that corpse to go away. And if it wasn't for the fact that my trunk is full, you can put corpses in trunks now. Takes a minute, but you can do it. Faster than trying to pull them all yourself. This is the road that leads us to Echo Creek. We have been there once. I think I even left some stuff there, didn't I? I can't remember. That may have been my other character. I have had many characters now. Annie and Nora and now Dani are starting to blur in my head. It isn't just because I like orange that I eventually dye their hair orange. It's because they eventually become the same sort of archetype. Not the most compelling content, waiting for cells to load. One of my viewers was asking earlier if it could be my SSD. I don't think it is. At no point is Zomboid doing more read-write than OBS is. OBS is just, it's muxing the video out to YouTube, but it's also recording a local copy. And then it's pissing it out on the network to my, one of my network drives. Bandwidth, not a bandwidth problem. My local network's bandwidth is 10 gig, and my internet is 1 gig. If I ever came up with lyrics for this song, it would be lyrics about clean streets. Yeah, no, that is, that's literally me. Me AFRN. I mentioned this before, but it probably doesn't help that we've been playing the game for 9 hours straight. If this is being contributed to by any sort of memory leak, then playing the game for 9 hours straight is probably not helping the situation. But I digest. So when we get to Rosewood, I think that's actually when I turn north. Yes, if I want to go to Phallus Lake from this direction, we need to turn north as soon as we see Rosewood. This right here, I think, is MRF. Now, I actually was going to be... I was under the impression... Yeah, this is MRF right here. So, I was under the impression that it would not be a good idea to hit the MRF until we just waited for late game to get us all the stuff to finish spawning so I can get in and out. Sorry, bit of a brain dump there. Military research facility. One of the most challenging things to do in Zomboid. Even more difficult than a lot of places in Louisville. Down that road there. And there is a dirt road to get there. So the longer you wait, the more silly little trees and bushes and crap pops up on that dirt road. Makes it hard to get in and out. When we did it on my last character, we just waited until all the growth had finished, and then we got out the axe, brought multiple axes with us, and just chopped our way through the forest. But we wouldn't have to do that. If I were to go down that road right now, it would just be a few bushes tops. But I'm definitely not prepared for that. I mean, that is a place that's going to spill hordes of hell times 1,000. Just something to think about, though. The fact that the overgrowth system is taking so much longer than it normally does. It might actually still be viable to go down that road in 2 or 3 months. So, like 2 or 3 months from now, maybe I've leveled up aiming enough to make that a not that bad of a proposition. Yeah, this is definitely pretty awful. And it doesn't feel like it was that bad early I saw that. Can't hide from me. You're a fast shambler. I saw you just wandering towards the road for no apparent reason. Strike one, strike two. And he's out of here. Wouldn't know if anybody else uses 10 years later. If Rich is still in the chat, I know he was playing that for a little while, but that was also a previous version. Don't know if he was able to get his save migrated. I heard some people say that they were actually able to migrate their 42.15 saves just by doing a simple change to the... Apparently it was just the Echo Creek spawn point change. Apparently that was enough to break saves. But people were able to change it back. I don't know that for sure. That's just what I've heard. I was eager to start over, personally. Nothing against Nora, but she got the good ending. I had wanted to start over very much. So since we found a yellow generator, honestly, I'm going to just leave the blue generator here. Because this is a place I will base at in the future. So if I just leave it right here, the gas station is down there. And now it's got its own generator. And if I need this generator for something else in the future, it's right here next to a supply line, so... If I ended up dropping it there too prematurely, then whatever. Easy pickup. But now we are moving towards Phallus Lake. Because we have already cleared the Rosewood gas station. And there was not much of interest there. I think it was looted and trashed. Got a lunch break event here. A bunch of Zeds on a lunch break. They're also in my fucking road. I have to fix that. Well, yeah, that's everybody though. Mine is everybody's everybody who sits down and reads, or basically there's a problem with the sitting animation. The sitting animation just overrides all other animations. So it doesn't matter if you're reloading, if you're reading a book, if you're eating food. All animations that should play with your upper body while you're sitting are currently broken. No, that's great. That is actually great to know. I didn't necessarily want to just abruptly declare Nora's run complete. I wanted to come up with an ending, but there's nothing that I can think of that I would do other than just, log in and maybe have her wave a couple times and maybe do a base tour or something. I can't really think of anything else that I would have her do to send her off that would not result in me needing to play her for quite a long time. Not the worst thing in the world, but I mean, like I said, I'm very eager to experience this game without respawns. And I'm already liking parts of it. Thank God for push. Thank God for push. I thought I would have been able to see her when I peered in through this window, based on where she was. I guess I overestimated my view cone in that window. Here, look at that. We got a battery charger. And my heart rate is now at 120 beats per minute. That's great. It's my daily cardio right there. Unexpected zombies. That's how I know my headache isn't that bad. I would not have been able to react to that if my headache was actually not work throughable. The gas station, basically gas station bases are my bread and butter. I will be staying at the gas station both at Phallus Lake and at Rosewood. Burlap piece, I want that. So we actually, we didn't just come in here for no good reason. We got two things. Agriculture 5, probably aren't going to need that for a long time, but we didn't have it in the collection. And then a car battery charger. That is going to become more and more relevant slowly over time. Right now, vehicles that we just spawned in, or rather that we saw early game vehicles are going to be, they still have their batteries charged. But as we get later and later game, all vehicles spawn in with dead batteries. So this car battery charger is the first of several that I hope to find, and then carry her forward with me as we move along. Four more crates, huh? Yeah, it's true. Those, I mean, you know, sheds, residential, anything that's got a lot of tight corners like that. It's these older residential houses that actually look really pretty. Same kind of problem can happen over there. I declare this lunch break concluded. I don't know if you guys heard me. I don't know what was so delicious about that guy they were eating, but they are now done. Oh, a survivor zombie. If I had known that a survivor zombie was up there, I might have been a little... No. That was close enough to the road that I want to kill all these guys anyway. I need a drivable road here. This is an artery in the Phallus Lake, so even if it wasn't for the animals that I want to move... 9 mil check. We are at... Huh, we're at reload. That's what we're at. And this is the main event right here. Somebody who was once a survivor, and therefore will have a nice collection of all sorts of stuff in that duffel bag of his. If anybody's not familiar, these little events tend to spawn on the road. As you explore new roads, you tend to see more and more of them. Seven rounds. I actually thought that I'd collected them all. It'd be real clean if I could finish off this magazine, but I guess not. That's alright. You know what? Now I've finished off the magazine. I just have 3 loose bullets now. So what did this guy have? A lot of books I already had. This is where the marking of books as unwanted has helped me out tremendously. So I know that all these gray ones here, I can just drop on the floor because I've already got copies. This is a Cheapskate John magazine I've never read, but it is Chemical Warfare, so it is not the golden one. Butchering 4 and Tracking 4. Sorry, Butchering 5 and Tracking 4. So I now mark those as unwanted and put them in my main backpack. Meanwhile, his whetstone is basically almost broken. I'm leaving that. Everything else of his is food-related. But my food-related bag in the van is completely full, so into my main backpack it goes. And that's a cleanup. That's a good cleanup there. It is not often that I just completely wipe out a survivor zombie group. I usually leave some left over because I don't feel morally obligated to wipe out the whole group. Can a house collapse if you... Nope. There is no semblance whatsoever of structural integrity in this game. It is literally just... If you build it, it stays until you destroy it. It's definitely not operating on 7 Days to Die rules. I believe this road would take me to... I don't remember. I think I'm supposed to turn at the first asphalt T intersection. But going from Rosewood to Phallus Lake is not a commute that I've done very many times. So there are some gaps in my knowledge there. I mean, worst case scenario, we explore some new roadway. Threaten me with a good time. There it is. Yep, road curves. It stops the rabbits too. That's really funny. I need to level my butchering. You guys are gonna have to forgive me for this. They call me Runs with Rabbits. Oh yeah, and you shouldn't have abandoned your young. Look at that, butchering level 2. Funny enough, I actually brought the next butchering book. I'm going to take it on a leap of faith that I'll be able to get to my destination and deploy my generator and get these corpses into the fridge, and then that's going to be a bit of a tall order. Possible, though. Yeah, we can make it happen. One of the reasons that I do want to actually butcher animals when I see them, it's not just spite, it's not just malice, I promise. You don't need to, there's no red flags here. Why does that only weigh 0.1 encumbrance? That was a fully grown rabbit. Whatever. I'm not going to question it. I'll just take it. The baby's corpse weighs more than the fully grown male's does, which is odd. Built a pyramid in 7 Days to Die once. Yeah, 7 Days to Die, if I ever want to build like a colossal structure, I'm going to dig all the way down to bedrock and build the foundation myself, and that can get really tedious really fast. I think I still have some screenshots of it. My 7 Days to Die screenshot library is nowhere near as expansive as my... I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot about that. I'm sending us back in time. This is a mod that I made. I added the sidewalk as a buildable thing. That was rather complicated. And the mod has since been outdated, and I have not seen fit to update it. Where is... Yeah, so this is an example of digging all the way down to bedrock and then building your own foundation. So when I say bedrock, what I mean is the absolute bottommost that you can dig. I dug out this entire section, and then we put in some concrete columns of our own making. We got the concrete columns all the way up to the top, and then we finally started building the base itself. That was interesting, building all that. That was long before I started live streaming, though. When I started live streaming, I did some 7 Days live. It was fun, but I never built something quite as colossal. My 7 Days to Die bases have been pretty... lately, they've been very pragmatic because, well, lately, they've incentivized us to go between biomes a lot. So I'm not quite as incentivized to build a base and then just, you know, have it be the end-all be-all of bases. Unless I'm in the Wasteland, because the Wasteland is the the final frontier, if that makes sense. I'm so glad that Zomboid hasn't done anything like that. I mean, Louisville is, of course, the most loot-dense and zombie-dense place, but technically speaking, most stuff can still be found outside of Louisville. Should I come back later? What seems to be going on here? Is that a lunch break, or is somebody getting some really, yeah, no, she's eating him. It's okay. I was gonna say, do I have to... I don't know if YouTube would let me show that. Now they can enjoy the afterglow. How's my ammo? We're doing good. Yeah, I didn't use up that much 30-30. Yeah, and I don't want to say I hate it, but I just hate how loot falls off so hard that there's absolutely no point in staying in previous biomes. And I think the worst part about it was how quickly I was able to get leveled up through certain biomes, right? Like, I was able to make it so that I didn't have to stay in the desert long at all. Like, I did not do a single horde night in the desert on my last 2.0 run. My latest run, 2.6, I would have continued it, and I'm not even ruling out whether I would continue it or not. It's still feasible. It's just so hard for me to look at 7 days and not just start laughing like a madman. I couldn't even look at the Steam page just now without laughing like a madman, because they fucking sold out after all those years of hot air from the Fun Pimps. They finally fucking sold out. All those years of hot air. We're going to fulfill our original Kickstarter obligations. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And now they have sold out. I was going to say, if you're going to run into the road, I'll make it easy for you. I'll give you a nice, quick, clean death, but, no. So, Phallus Lake is up ahead. Now, we're not going to have a lot of daylight left to fight. And we don't have coffee now. I cannot tactically deploy coffee anymore. So I remember vividly that there are going to be a lot of them at the gas station to the north. So, ammo check. Magazines going up into the kit now. Primary M9 is in desperate need of a reload. Wait a minute. It's fine. That's my secondary M9 right there. I never reloaded it when I had the chance before. Skill issue. Absolute skill issue. So, animals that run along fences are very predictable. It might actually run right back towards me. You can catch fawns, by the way. I have, in the past, I have successfully captured fawns. They never become not wild, though. So it will always run away from you, even if its trust builds up. I ain't gonna waste a bullet on this, but I'm very curious. If it's gonna run right at me, it's coming right for us. Free venison and amazing butchering experience. That's not a bad idea. Literally, I might actually consider that, especially now that I could actually. Let's see here. Here's what I'm gonna do. Before we get to Phallus Lake, there is a house up here on 163. So I'm going to drive past Phallus Lake and survey that. And then we're going to stay at one of the houses up there. It's one of the reasons that happened is that there's a certain programming quirk where animal animal running along wall is like a state that they can be in, and that state can fire a little bit more than it's supposed to. I never even really caught why they were running, why exactly they were running towards us. I didn't see a zombie in there, but there definitely was something. If it isn't sufficiently obvious, we've got a big fight ahead of us in Phallus Lake. Yeah. Here's something we can do. Was the gas station here looted and trashed? My brain meat is telling me it was. Yes, it is. It's hard to tell from this angle. All I'm going to do is ding-dong ditch them. I know of a perfect spot. The goal is to get them away from the gas station first. That way when I come back, probably tomorrow, we'll have more manageable chunks to work with. Meat. 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 They call me the Road Runner. The temptation to set a campfire up is increasing slightly, but that would require me to ditch the deer that I'm carrying. Yes, I'm carrying the doe on my lap as I drive. I literally would have to immediately drop it on the floor if I had to get out of the vehicle. And that would, well, at least we're not playing 7 days. If we were playing 7 days, then dropping animal corpses would attract zombies, and the zombies would come up and eat them. Well, the zombie lore in 7 days is that they're just after meat, and they don't really care where they get it from. Alright, let's take a quick peek back here and see if they are still at my gas station or not. I'm okay with small amounts, I really don't care about, yeah, a couple down here is fine. But I just want to make sure that the large groups are either... See, one of the problems is, like I said, with the horn is so loud now that we're pulling them from the neighborhood beyond the gas station. So now what I do is I'm going to ditch them in this neighborhood here. And I'm going to set cruise for 5 miles an hour. maybe 10, until I get on the asphalt. And on our way out, we toot. Yeah, I think I may have made a slight mistake by not passing through a little earlier. I'm gonna make this house disappear. It's gone. Made it to 1 year and the winter is coming challenge. Interesting. Okay, I am going to now ditch these guys. How do I ditch them? I think I see a path here. Yeah, I see a path. I don't want them to be dead center all in the middle of the road. But if I line of sight them like this, some of them will be in the road, some of them will get lost in this forest. And now we bolt. You can call that a little bit of line of sight serpentine. Now, if memory serves, there should be a house right down a road up here that doesn't show up on the map. This road here did not show up on the map. And I'm here for it. So I am totally okay with these guys. Unfortunately, this house is looted and trashed. And that's enough zombies to go loud. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit by fatigue any minute now, so we're going loud. The one thing about looted and trashed houses that I really dislike is when there's corpses on the floor inside of it. Especially when they might get up. Is he a trap? His name is Dexter Dodge. Yeah, I do gotta be dexterous to dodge now, don't I? Oh look, this bedroom has an intact window and door. Neat. So there's a small, serviceable place in this house. Great. That's all I need. That is all I need. I am going to seek a hook really quick. If there happens to be a hook here, it's a complete shot in the dark. But if there is one, then I can properly butcher that deer. Juice box. On the floor, we drink a juice box. Delicious. Okay, yeah, so no, yeah, no hook, that's fine. We're just gonna butcher the, deer as is, because it is too big to fit in a, freezer. I didn't happen to bring a hook with me. I was under the, I kind of made the blanket assumption that we would have no trouble finding a hook after we got here and set up shop. Which we won't. There will definitely be a hook across the street in the, tool shop across from, the gas station. That won't be a problem. So I'm going to put the generator ever so slightly off site here. So if there are still Zeds remaining, they'll be incentivized to come out here instead of, you know, right next to the building. I think that's still close enough that we can, oh, shush. Did I forget a gas? I might have forgotten a gas can. I probably forgot a gas can. That's alright. I always carry around a plastic bottle. That's enough to get 2 liters in, and that's a foot in the door. My character's ID is currently at one of my safe houses in Riverside. Two lights, one fridge, so off and off. Now I just want to see if the bedroom is, I think it's in range. Yes, yes, yes. And now we make the bedroom secure, and that's all I really care about right now, so let's disassemble one of those couches here. Arcaded window and behind a door. That is my minimum standards. Hello there. See, it already worked. It attracted him over here as opposed to coming right up to the base. Generators go off-site, not immediately inside, unless you've, you know, completely secured the place. So there's only there's only 2 liters of gas in the generator, and that's okay. Put the current rabbit meat that's already cut in directly into the freezer. So we have a butchering book that I was hoping to read before butchering this thing. But even if we had the book, that wouldn't be a good idea. Or, well, we would not... Let me double check this thing. How long is it going to last? It still says it's fresh. See, the problem is it's 56 encumbrance. If we had an industrial fridge, we could actually fit it in there. But we don't have an industrial fridge. There is, believe it or not, a fridge big enough to fit this entire thing. But there is no such fridge nearby. So that's fine. Butchery on the floor here. Great thing about a house that's already looted and trashed, I don't have to worry too much about its cleanliness. Yeah, it's store 2 running generators. When you mean store, what do you mean exactly by store? If you're talking about just have 2 generators running, I do it all the time with my field bases when I have multiple freezers, because usually what I like to do is put freezers on separate generators so that each generator has a lighter load and therefore consumes fuel more slowly. That's usually what I like to do when I have multiple freezers. This pillow will probably not stay here forever. Yeah, because we don't have a pillow here already, but we also don't have a pillow guaranteed at our destination, so we might need to take this one with us. That'll be decided when we get to our destination. So I'm going to get my first sleep to keep my sleep schedule on track. Before I get my second sleep, I will start reading the next butchery book. Assuming I have it, it should be in the trunk. And I'm not going to be able to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read until I can at least get some sort of bonus, and then I'll go ahead and butcher the deer, get its meat into the freezer. You know what? Maybe I should wait. Just check the thing periodically until it starts going stale. I'm going to try that. I'm going to pick it up and just watch it. And the moment it turns from fresh to stale, I will stop reading the butchering book and just butcher it. All right, have a good one at work. Stay safe. Doesn't matter what industry you're working in, everybody needs to stay safe these days. I'm intentionally letting my hunger build up here because we will have a good, nice feast after we finish this. Hopefully there will be plenty of venison. I don't actually know for sure. Yeah, we got a fair bit. If it hadn't been for that deer, I would not have done that because I could have just put the rabbits straight into the fridge rather. So we're about to have some mac and cheese and rabbits and deer. That is one hell of a meal right there. So we are eating some good meats here. Apparently, sitting in chairs is the way to go when it comes to reading, so kitchen chair in front of the oven so we can read while monitoring the turned out to be an 80 roast. So we can straight up eat half of that, because we were very hungry. And there it is, butchering level 3. It's definitely not quite as easy to level, at least not at the moment. You can make butchering very easy to level if you do a couple of specific things. Very evil things, perhaps. They fixed butchering a medium-large animal at low level barely gives you. Depends on what you mean by barely any. We were level 0 butchering, and we butchered a sheep, and we got, like, almost nothing. So I think there's still a little bit of that going on. Yeah, there's definitely still a little bit of that going on. I was going to make a macaroni, cheese, and rabbit soup, but we don't have our cooking pot. Everywhere I go, I have a pot, though. Oh, we're actually in the realm where we're going to want to gain some weight here. So I'm going to make a... we're going to make a soup with some chunk in it here. 2 helpings of chickpeas, macaroni, cheese, and then some of the meat we have here. Oh, we cannot put venison in a soup, so I suppose a 3rd helping of chickpeas then. That will get us back into weight gain. You don't have to put chickpeas in the fridge, but I'm doing that so that I don't forget about it. Alright, so I thought I was going to deploy, but no, we're actually trying to put on a little bit of weight now. It's been a long time since I've needed to think about weight, because we wanted to go in a weight loss phase and then stay in one for quite a while there. We got as heavy as 90-something kilo. We were above 90 kilo for a little while. So we have been losing weight a lot lately, and that's good. That's perfectly good. Don't want to be too fat, not in this universe. Now we are in a phase where we're going to want to overeat so that we actually get those calories into our system. So I'm eating half of that soup right away, even though that is full to bursting straight off. That actually took us straight out of weight loss, though. So we are now in neither weight gain nor weight loss. I'm going to move this chair into the bedroom so that we've got a nice, comfier chair there. It's pretty close to the evening, so we're going to get fatigued soon anyway. Plenty of books to read in the meantime. And that actually didn't keep us in weight gain for too long. That tells me that we're close to the calorie floor. So we're just going to straight up eat another full bit of that, and then we're going to make another one just like it. Yeah, now finally back into weight gain. But we're gonna be burning off a lot of calories over the next couple days based on how many zombies I saw out there. We are locked in for a pretty hefty fight. So we're gonna do a stew this time, so I can do 3 helpings chickpea again. Keep those calories going. Rabbit, venison, and we can't do another helping of chickpeas, that would be too much. I'll go ahead and cook this overnight because it is actually bedtime now. If it seems like we blew through that day, yes, we had to, in order to get maximum efficacy for that butchery job. Alright, we're at the 10-hour mark. Just something to be aware of. I think we'll be able to settle in at... Yeah, I think we'll be able to establish our presence at Phallus Lake. We might not be able to actually start our supply train logistics, and that's okay. I'm here for it. All in good time. Not exactly rushing anything here. Just trying to plan a decent meta here. Let's do some book swaps here. Books that I either won't be reading for a while or books that I'm done with for now can get separated. Not ready for aiming 3 yet. I suppose animal care couldn't hurt. Hold on to that, and I'll hold on to Longblade as well. Well, actually, pottery has to go before blacksmithing and Longblade. Longblade, I don't want to touch any blades that are long yet. Not yet. And I did actually have a gas can in the trunk all along. I just forgot about it. So this duffel bag is basically just becoming a unload everything in it when we arrive at the gas station bag. And we still have room in the trunk for the generator, just slightly. I'm going to read Cheapskate John really quick here, because this is a good thing to have. Always good thing to get your Cheapskate John. This car battery charger is actually going to become a permanent part of the kit for the vehicle here. Always want to have one of those with me wherever I go in my main expedition vehicles. Now, when it comes to calories in this game, you can have a low point of 2,200 or a high point of 36, 37? I can't remember the exact high point. It's in the high 30s. And because we did not get into weight gain until the second time we ate that last stew, I want to say that we need to calorie bomb ourselves here again. Oh, animal 2 is not ready. Shit, well, pottery then. Cooking +1, fantastic. So this is a 100 super chunk stew. And I'm gonna straight up eat a quarter of this. And then, starting tomorrow, we'll cancel eat that as we see fit. So we got about 30 minutes left to read, and then, depending on the weather tomorrow, we'll probably get started with the siege. Looking good out here. Looking good weather. Alright, away put your book, on put your glasses. There's spare animal parts on the ground here for now. So since I do have a gas can, I'm going to go ahead and get that generator. I'm hoping that I won't need it here for too much longer. But we'll use it here for as long as we need to. Alright, all of the loaded 9mm mags are on my person now. And I'm just going to go ahead and open the rest of these 30-30 boxes so that I can be, when I run out of 30-30, I can basically just be done with the rifle for now. It almost definitely did need fixing, but I fixed it anyway because that is more or less free electrical experience. So when I get hungry next, I check to see if check to make sure that I'm in weight gain. If I'm not in weight gain, then I immediately turn around and drink the, or eat the super stew. As long as I'm still in weight gain, then we can eat the rest of this roast. Primary 9mm is fully loaded, so is secondary. And we've got a grand total of 2 plus 9, so that's a total of 11 reloads. Beautiful. That is all I need in life right now. For when we get to that point, here is a axe to put on my back to replace the rifle. Because I assume that we are going to discharge all of the rifle ammo within a certain allotted period of time. At which point I switch to a different weapon. Let's check the mailbox here. I need to be, had a homie in the chat tell me that they actually cut Cheapskate John in the mailbox. I feel like our chances of that are just astronomical to the point of not even being worth checking, but I can't knock it until I try it. I have been admittedly a little bit lazy with my mailboxes. Alright, if we start shooting here and now, we're going to get a little too much heat on us. So I'm not going to shoot just yet. I'm going to thin the herd a little bit. Then we'll ease our way into shooting. Now, this is one problem with using the vehicle to lead a bunch of people somewhere. The fastest ones are the ones that keep up with you the longest. And the next thing you know, you've got a big group of nothing but fast ones. So maybe I think I am going to be starting to shoot here. Now this is what I was afraid of, this guy right here. Oh god, and this one up here. Yep, that is exactly what I was afraid of. People who got all the way into the woods a little deeper there. This time I'm going to leave the van running. We do have a gas station here, so just got to fight for it. Left to right these guys. Or not. Saw that tree shake, but it was just a phantasm. Look at that. She made it her way all the way up north there. fall back a little farther. See, I want to be able to shoot them in not my road. So as far as places to shoot them go, the T intersection here, where I can lead them to sort of an L position. This is probably a decent place to make a stand. As best I can, at least. We're going to be ready to fall back as needed. It's not working out well. Panic is setting in too much. I can't shoot like this. There's too much panic. There's just too many of these fucking glitched ragdoll that still cause panic. Alright, other side of the road it is. Look at that, suddenly she's not panicked. It's almost as if she got a little bit of distance from the glitched fucking ragdolls, and now she's combat effective again. Rounds. And south. The more I fall back, the more likely it becomes that we're uncleared behind us. I did go down this road prior once, so at least I can say that there's not going to be a survivor zombie group behind us somewhere, but I can't make any other guarantees. Which one of these is making the noise? This guy? There we go. She was going into the ground attack animation like way too far away. Now, our van has been helping us out here by leaving it idling. By leaving it idling, it's captured the attention of a few of the lower attention span Zeds. As you can see, brown jacket there is constantly turning around because the engine is idling. But now we've got the glitch ragdoll zombies behind us. It's a double-edged sword because leaving it enabled is... It basically makes firearms a stronger crowd control weapon. Being stronger. This hatchet is really end of life. But I don't have a lot of hatchets to work with right now. Directly incentivized to use this till it breaks, but that's not going to be the best idea. Or at least I should say, I can see that spiraling out of control. One north. You will not flank me. So I guarantee you, the moment... fuck it. He's stuck in the fucking tree. God damn it. We're in control here. I feel in charge. How's my weight gain? Monitor is linked in the description, buddy. It is a 44-inch. Alright, I'm having a bite of this roast. As I feared, we've got a lot of fast chamblers here. Primary M9 is 2 rounds. What? I guess I blocked the wrong one. There it is. I don't have a replacement hatchet staged. It's alright. I got a second. We've had one yes. What about second hatchets? That's what I should be getting out of a hatchet at axe level 6. Just need to thin these fast chamblers. Damn it. Are you shitting me? Falling back even farther. Thank goodness for this side of the road, I suppose. Please tell me I still have some beta blockers. Yes! Alright. Fucking panic, man. Thought it was done with, but it's deceptive. It'll come back at the worst of times. see what early game is like. Jam, 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 jam. Give me some fucking peanut butter with that jam, baby. Okay. Alright. Not panicked. Oh, fuck you. Let go when I shoot your ass. Need a sharpen. Not good. I'm out of 30-30. Six shots? Let's finish it off. I need the axe on my back at this point. 3, 4, 5, 6. Any day, sweetheart. You are dexterous after all. There we go. Tried an axe wielder on a bad day, folks. South? I don't think so. There will be no flanking. I think I have a moment to sharpen here. I need to let the sickness fade anyway. Nope, I can't sharpen with a medium shambler on the way. This guy will reach me no matter where I start. Now I can sharpen for a moment. I'm going to be real with you guys. I could have set another campfire. I was primed for it. I was considering it. But we've gotten half a level through aiming. And I brought all the bullets for this. I staged all the magazines for this. This fight was going to happen at some point. Killing a bunch of zombies with fire doesn't get me any weapons experience. It honestly just feels like cleaning up the trash. This actually feels a little bit more like a fight. Alright, let's do a full ammo check. We've still got plenty of 9mm mags. I'm actually surprised at that. We have expended 5 full mags. Oh, you're a fast shambler. Probably pay attention to that. The backup 9mm, we can actually top it off now. What's up? Alright. Fully reloaded. 2 magazines staged, 3 spare. And full guns. Alright, we've got well over 100 shots left. I really need to move this hatchet to my 3rd slot, or my 2nd slot rather. My mental, or my, whatchamacallit, muscle reflexes to go for belt left right now. So I get a replacement hatchet. Clear. Panic is back. Beta blockers do not last long. Oh, okay. Now that we're re-entering stench zone, and there's going to be a lot stench, half-mask respirator goes on. That I had a feeling that we're a little close to sick anyway. Once we get a little farther this way, I can take it back off. This is one with filters in it, and the filters are once again consumed relatively quick, so I want to selectively wear it. Back on Nora, we could basically set it and forget it because filters didn't get used up properly. I am so grateful that the wilderness overgrowth system has been slowed down a little bit. Everywhere I look right now, there would be nothing but chest-high trees blocking my line of sight right now. That is what would happen if it was the previous patch. So we did end up burning so many calories that I actually do need to straight up eat a good old quarter of this super stew here. That'll put us back in weight gain for a minute. Do I need any sharpens? We're good. Alright, once more onto the breach. Most of the ones that we could have pulled have been pulled. There may be a couple stuck by the van. I left it running. But that was a pretty constant chain of noise there. So I feel like that was going to pull a good solid number of them. Let's proceed and see where we're at. We could call that a solid number. That would definitely be a statement. Definitely one of the statements of all time there. Mostly right now, what I'm concerned about is what happens to the forest to the right of me here. To the south, really. Alright. We're not going to make this. I would never be purposefully engaging in a fight like this if I had an injury of any sort. I would be turning 360 degrees and walking away. In whatever direction I had to. I'd just be putting distance between me and the Zeds. Alright, let's pop this guy and see what happens. At the very least, I know for a fact they won't be coming from the water. Because they can't yet. Just gonna give that a second to stew. Okay. Now we're getting closer to the point where we might start getting people who left the chunk and therefore are actually still moving in our direction because of recent horn honkings. What compelled this person over here to come all the way this way? What's up, buddy? Out of the trees. Yeah, this Phallus Lake is, in my mind's eye, I like to imagine that this place is so busy because people come from out of town to work here. What do they do? I don't know. Farming a roll supply of some kind. But yeah, that's it's definitely disproportionate to the apparent population. So we've been at this for about coming up on 11 hours here. So after tonight, tomorrow morning in game, we'll probably call it. I do think by then I'll probably have access to the gas station. We may not have fully set up there, but I think we'll be close, if not there. I really do enjoy the flow of just using the axe as a finisher, because I can get away with that for quite a long time before it breaks. And guns are perfectly fine as objects to just crowd control and ragdoll if they are not good enough to one-shot yet. Two rounds left in the current. How about no getting up? Thank you very much. You can get up if you want. It's easier to target when you... There you go. Thank you. I also had one bullet left, so I wanted to get that reload set. Now, anybody left in this forest would disrupt my supply line to Riverside. So... I have no qualms making lots of noise here and pulling everybody who may still be in the forest out. There you are. Friggin' trees. Okay, time to go get the van. Last night sleeping in the house, huh? Hell yeah. Life on the run, or on the road. Alright, now we're entering the territory of people who didn't get the memo. Lots of them. That's okay, I still have life in me. let's just get ahead of the hunger now and have a bite of super stew, because I don't want to get back into, I don't want to leave weight gain again. I want to continue gaining weight despite all the calories I'm going to be burning momentarily here. I really wish I could use this fence more. That's going to be untenable, though. I'm not ready for 357 Magnum yet. Panic is setting in. Falling back. I think we're out of beta blockers. Yeah, we're out of beta blockers. Fine. Six in the current magazine. Five, 4, 3. Wait for the fast one to reach us. Trying to get the axe out. Oh, she dead. She dead. Dead as hell. Making the Raven Guard proud today, boys. Attack, fall back, attack again. Find the target fire. Four rounds. Didn't have to fall back too hard. Ammo check again. We are 4. Backup is mostly good. Probably a few rounds behind. I'm going to try to axe what I can here. Yeah, anybody who's not clustered, we'll give them the axe. She needs the axe. Come on. None of that nonsense. 4 hits with a firefighter axe. Am I already ready for a replacement? I'm tapping R, but there ain't no sharpening happening. That's what I'm supposed to see. Hello. You like to hear about our Lord and Savior, the Axpert? Alright, we need to not be camping the van. I know it makes noise. One, 2, 3. God damn it! So, 2 of those shots, not 1 but 2, decided to go to the target that was ragdolled on the ground instead of the target that the little red crosshair was directly over top of. That's it. Last mag. Beautiful. That's actually, I couldn't have planned it better. I couldn't have planned it better. We actually wiped out the majority of them, and we only just ran out of 9mm reloads. So I want to keep the 9mm that I currently have loaded up well enough. 8 needs to be full at all times, so I'm going to eject and top up really quick. And I actually have enough spare rounds that we can make sure that 7 is also topped up. Hey! Reloading level 5. Like I said, I couldn't have planned it better myself. Alright, we're liable to get fatigued at any moment now. It is that time of day. So I'm just going to axe people until I'm fatigued, and then we fall back. And if we actually make it, then fantastic. And if we don't make it, early next stream. It's fine. Nothing get mad over there. This has been, overall, the operation's been a complete success. We have a clean street, and a good chunk of Phallus Lake has been skirmished out. Burger shop, a lot of them came through the building. Nancy here, she wants to go through the door, but she can't because the door is closed and it's locked. Let's deal with Chuck first and go deal with Nancy. Maybe I shouldn't cancel it so early. So Nancy. Cop, but no guns though. Alright, sure, I'll take your precious memories. It'd be kind of cool if the photos that show up in the in people's wallets would actually have their names in it. Photo of Nancy Albright and her 3 children. Seeing as you're going to have names of IDs and whatnot spawning in people's wallets anyway. Hello. How about you don't? How about you don't do a 360 no scope while I'm trying to stand on your chest? Hey, you. Okay. Yay, nay? Okay. So, I was pretty thorough about my toot-toot when I was honking the horn to get everybody away from the gas station base itself. Now, of course, the building has been looted and trashed from the start. That was one of the reasons I didn't really care about, you know, making noise and pulling people through it. Let's wander on up and see what it looks like inside. Fun fact, these 4 windows are close enough together that most cars, you can take a throwaway car and just tow it up in front of these windows and block them permanently. Now, yesterday when I was talking about butchering the deer who weighed 56 encumbrance, the doe, these fridges right here technically have room for that. As a organized person, from a big fridge like this, I can get 65 out of the main compartment of one of these 2 things here. The first thing I want to do when I deploy a generator at a place like this is get the unnecessary things that don't need to be powered pulled out of the way. So these are double-sided fridges, so if you try to pick them up, they'll just go to the floor as items. It's a quick and easy way to get them off the power grid. This is the only shelf that I'm willing to put things into because it is out of the way. Doesn't block anything else. Still in... I fell out of weight gain. Look at that. This is why we have a super stew. Next time I get hungry, chips. That'll keep my calories up. I'm sure some of those pumps up there will be out of gas because that tends to happen when the gas station itself is looted and trashed. So I'm just going to like drop it up here and we'll move it to somewhere else. Why did it fall through the floor? Who knows? But it's right there now. Room door is intact. That's nice. So we, as soon as we get a pillow on this bed, we can technically sleep up here. Fair enough. Can't call it dub point if it's going to take that many L's. Yeah, I think we can spend this evening getting this place sorted out. Slight upside to the lack of overarching real estate here is we actually don't have too much garbage to deal with. Stuff that I'll do something with at some point can go in there. Honestly, all this rotten stuff, we should just put together a decomposing bin for that. Place cleaned up at some point. Leave the bleach there until then. Okay, that's the entire floor cleaned up. I'll go ahead and get my first sleep here. There's no bed on the pillow upstairs, or there's no bed on the pillow. There's no pillow in the bed. Is it? That is not entirely unexpected, but yeah, you're not doing any special maneuvers with that. Perfectly good matchbooks there. Better than mine. Entire box of candles. Okay, so I said that I'm going to go ahead and end it tomorrow morning, and that is true. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream tomorrow morning in-game, but I think we're close. We're really close to just being able to set up here. What I'm going to do is... I've never liked that interior wall there. I don't have to use my flashlight all the time. I can do that too. Do 4 walls in here. This wall in the middle does not appear to be a flash, a light switch bearing wall. Still can't disassemble the magazine shelves. These ones we can't pick up either. So these are fixed until we sledgehammer those as well. I've always wanted to delete that, whatchamacallit right there. Yeah, we actually did come close to the 12-hour mark today. It is 11 hours and 12 minutes. So before we wrap things up, I'm just going to clean the last of this up. And we do have a fridge here waiting for us. This is one of those mini fridges. I'm eventually going to get rid of this from this corner. I want all of the functional stuff to be downstairs. Alright, it's ready to receive the generator, because that means that there's a destination to put the things that need to be frozen and fridge rated, and then we're good to go. So once we get the generator, we're going to want to find the correct spot for it. We don't want to power more than one pump at a time, or you know, we just want one pump to be running. We don't need all four of the pump units running. So 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is usually the target I always set for Zomboid on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That is, as it says in the description. There's a specific reason for that. It works for me, but it's also, for some reason, if I start before 8 a.m., like just before 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, YouTube is much more willing to recommend my video to people. That's how about 80% of my audience finds my videos these days. It's recommendations, and I just can't explain it. I've tried everything known to man, you know, changing thumbnails, I've tried changing titles, I've tried all sorts of things. The most consistent thing that seems to make it so that YouTube is more willing to recommend my video is frickin' just making it so that I start before 8 a.m. And I just don't know why. Because if you want to compare it and see for yourself, yesterday's stream, linked in the description, it's part 5, I believe. Yesterday's stream, we started just after 8 a.m., and the total views are already lower than today's stream. Like, today's stream, despite being similar length and everything else, has gotten more views already. Usually I get about 100 after a stream finishes, so that's my core audience that doesn't always catch things live. It's wacky. I can't explain it. Truly wacky. Although I also don't know if the public numbers match up with what I see on my dashboard. Right now it says I have 606 views, but that, like on my monitoring window there, it looks like the number is lower. It only it only shows concurrence on the for public viewers. It only shows concurrence, so you can. It says like 28 watching now. Generator can into the trunk. Yes. Trunk is not open. There we go. Fix that problem. Looks like only the rabbit meat is frozen, so that's good. And I do want to bring the stuff I left on the floor here, all the animal parts. Just got to put all that into a bag here. And then, like I said before, we did not end up with a pillow at our destination. Therefore, I steal the pillow from here. Oh, we never got the bones from this skeleton here. These animal bones are useful for both carving and tailoring. One of my favorite recipes for tailoring and something that's actually useful is bone gauntlets. It's one of the best in slots, and I think the bone choker. Bone choker is tied for all the other things in terms of protection levels. I think the bone choker also has lower, if not no, insulation, which means the bone choker is what I would want to wear during summer months, and then something like maybe, well, honestly, even during winter months, I don't want something with high insulation on the neck. The neck is one of your primary places for the body to vent heat, so if you wear something with really high insulation on the neck, you're going to be feeling it when you're running around during the winter. It is quite a lovely sight to see that entire road empty. So to give a comparison, around the beginning of the stream we had 1337 kills. We are up to 1929 now, so that was a fair... Yeah, that was a couple hundred, easily. It's still early game, killing thousands of them isn't exactly my repertoire at the moment. Mostly because it just takes forever. I got better things to do than slog through constantly killing zombies. A lot of people just play this game like it's a horde shooter, but there's so much more to do than that. Pillow onto the bed. Sort through that backpack tomorrow. And then just want to deploy the generator. I remember there being a spot. It was like out here somewhere in the front yard. So it's off-site. But it should get all the appliances. It should get all the appliances. And it should just get a couple of pumps. Gas pump times 3. That's okay, I can live with that. Yeah, I can live with that, that's fine. Yep, and the fridge upstairs is now powered. So most of the rabbit meat can into the freezer. Regular rabbit meat, venison. Beautiful. Okay. We've got ourselves a bare minimum serviceable field site here. Oops. There we go. F12. And I'm gonna need to redo my character's. Right now, my thumbnail uses a version of her that has a white shirt. We went through a lot of effort to get this orange shirt, so I'm going to be wanting that in the thumbnail. So we're going to take a bath and then get a screenshot for the next thumbnail here. How is our weight gain? We are still gaining weight, so granola bar for the hunger. Man, this thing looks pretty. I am really digging the shirt. I think that maybe just a little bit more orange in it. Hang on a second. We've got another hatchet, right? For the thumbnail, I like having the dual wielding look. It's not a fiberglass hatchet, but it's a hatchet. If I face this direction, you can see the axe on my back, too. Alright, looks good. New thumbnail for tomorrow. And we shall have our girl bid farewell here. Alright. I shall catch you guys in the next one. The last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to quit to desktop. And we're going to open up the C drive, C users, username, and then Zomboid. And then we go to saves, go to Apocalypse, sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. Control C, copy that whole folder and paste it wherever you want. In my case, I go up a few folders and I've got a backups folder here, one with the same name, and this is part 6 of Dani's journey through B42. And we just paste that whole folder in there. Save file is up to 252,000 files across about 612 megabytes. 250,000, half a gig. All right, folks. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out and have a good one.